about time to get it. It's about time, not forget it. It's about time. Never gonna get up, never get up now. Never gonna stop, never gonna stop now. Whoa, you roll with me. Whoa, you roll with me. Whoa, you roll with me. Whoa, you roll with me.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to VALORANT Challengers North America for Stage 3 playoff bracket. Yesterday it commenced, and already things have been heating up in a big way. Great way to be countering the snow outside. I cannot wait to get started with today. See what awaits us for our matches and our players. My name is Sierra Dunn. I'm your host, and joining me on the desk, as well as being your casters for today, we have Uber and Van Silly.
Yo, what's
Uber,
snow? You getting snow in LA, Uber?
No,
Man.
dog, I'm big chilling. SoCal, a little
Man.
grey. It's nice. It's a very comfortable 72.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, I'm like trying to agree with you, but I'm actually wearing a toque because we did have snow this morning, so I got the
Yeah,
But
brunt
what?
in.
You have to
I go
explain
with
what that
Sierra's
is for the Americans out there, Van Silly. This is you're bringing out the Canadian.
Yeah,
I mean, there
toque?
are no Americans on this, there's, you know, not right here. There's no Americans in this house. You know what I'm saying?
There you
Yeah,
go.
explain to me like I'm Australian, Van Sussy. What's that white powdery stuff all outside your house? Be honest.
There's only no. I'm not. I'm not gonna go there.
Almost got him. Almost got him.
All right, hard pivot out of this conversation before Van Silly gets in trouble. We got some VALORANT ahead of us today, guys. Stage 3. And I mean, Vans, yesterday was a crazy, silly day. We came out here to compete. The teams, they've changed. Expectations shattered. 2 teams eliminated already.
It's been crazy, actually, even going from group stages until now, and just so many upsets have been happening. I mean, if you look from group stages, we don't even have an Moistic Shopify going now into playoffs where we don't even have a TSM that just lost against Blue Otter yesterday. YFP, sorry, is also on the brink of elimination, already tossed in a lower bracket.
This is, it's a bizarre time in challenges, right? Obviously, we are
100%.
capping the season with a bit more of a standalone tournament, right? It's not like part of our circuit, you know, with stage 1 and stage 2 that we necessarily had, but we have a lot of teams that are, you know, changing things up, looking at something new. That's TSM's excuse, but YFP don't have that to lean on, and they fell against this phenomenal roster of up-and-comers, rankers yesterday. And I know this because, my goodness, the chat did not give us a break, the fact that we didn't have that game on there. So we're going to make up for that today. We have no choice anyway, because it is the upper finals between them and Nightblood. So you're going to get what you want, chat.
Chat at the end will go what they want, but I mean, talking about the fact that maybe stage 3 isn't quite as quote unquote as serious as maybe stage 1 and stage 2, there's still a lot of money on the line, and for the teams, this rebuilding and everything, it is a good opportunity to be testing what is to come for next year. Talking about this matchup ahead of us, we're going to be focusing on that upper finals first, and that's going to be Nightblood Gaming going up against Rankers. And Nightblood Gaming, I mean, if you're talking about a team that maybe we don't know as much about, I got to talk to Fireball Ops yesterday, and this is a team that, yeah, they're looking at next year. They're looking at competing. So the run that they put together so far, Uber, that's definitely impressive. And Rankers, I mean, chat knows their name, and hopefully they'll be able to make sure everyone knows their name by the end of today.
Yeah, look, I mean, Nightblood have had to work really hard to get here in terms of just how close their games have been. That was a slugfest against Winthrop, but it didn't go to 3 maps. They managed to sort of close it out. Obviously, with Ascent being the last map of that series, could have gone either way, honestly. Rankers, on the other hand, I don't know, man. These guys are kind of wild. They go up against a team like YFP, and in the maps that they win, they absolutely spank them. Sunset is not even close. Split is even less close than that. These guys have like zero respect. They're playing hard. They're extremely mechanically gifted as individuals. They're an exciting roster to watch here. So I'm expecting fireworks in a game like this. And man, I don't know where they came from, but I bet you on at the other end of this tournament, a lot more people are going to know who these guys are.
100%. When you're looking at these rosters and you saw, you know, the introduction of Nightblood Gaming, I like for both of these rosters actually that there's still like a veteran for the team. For one end, it's going to be Huyn, and on the other end, it's Inspire. 2 guys have been playing Valorant ever since it came out, and they're kind of like the leadership around all these newcomers, these young bloods that just started popping up on the radar for a lot of these, you know, scouts that are potentially watching these events you were talking about here, Sierra, where potentially it's not as important as looking at stage 2 or stage 1 when you're trying to ascend into partnership, but this is a great opportunity for teams that, you know, or players that haven't had a chance to scrim or show themselves to say, hey, I actually have a potential to look good in challenges for next year. Pick me up for X organization that wants to stick around for tier 2, and let me show you what I got, so I could prove a point that I could even play on the VCT stage in Americas or even anywhere around the world in the following year.
And when we're looking at Nightblood Gaming, I mean, this roster is about 2 months old, with Alum and Kess being the final two pieces to really round out and mesh things together. And really, with how they were playing yesterday, I mean, is there always places to go up from there? Of course, but they played really cohesively, and Alum, especially on the Yoru, was having a fantastic time. I mean, Fireball had spoken to the caliber of player Uber, and I mean, the Yoru, especially on that second map, so impactful.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think Alan plays Yoru across both of the different maps. I think on Ascent, he definitely comes out very cleaner, but it's messy stuff. It's like, you know, he's like even in first kill, first death. He's very much like, you know, died in the wool, initiator style player. There were a couple of occasions where he's able to get a ton of great value with the dimensional drifts. He actually, I feel like he virtually wins that Abyss map as like a really important, I think like round 23, where Nightblood have to win that round. He has that ultimate up at the time, and he does a great job opening the way over towards that B side here. Definitely a player to watch. Is more than happy to get his hands dirty. I think really solid, more than serviceable duelist.
Yeah, when you guys talk about him as a Yoru player that, you know, has played in the maps yesterday, but overall also switches around this agent you see behind him and behind his portrait as a Neon, and also doing a great job trying to create the space for the team. Nightblood Gaming overall, I think it's well put together, where you have like Sogo and Huynh that have like this experience from playing collegiate together with Fisher Navy, but overall you're bringing in new blood from Kess that almost comes out of nowhere, and then Alim is almost like the same situation as everybody else in terms of like, you know, popping up here in the top 10 or whatnot of the Radiant scene, and then they're giving them opportunities to show what he's got, and he's definitely proving a point that he is able to create that space. And as you say here, Uber, it sounds messy just because he still needs to find, you know, the experience of playing around like this tier 2 scene or playing against like organized teams, and see how he could actually perform, and if he's going to be able to perform higher the more matches that he plays.
And definitely an opportunity to prove himself that he can be playing at a higher caliber with the upper finals. You got to take it step by step in this upper finals.
Yep.
Great opportunity, especially going up against rankers, because maybe we haven't seen them on the main part of the broadcast yet, but the side streams, I mean, these players were popping off. Everyone was popping off about them, and we have to talk about Egster and Kainzera, because these two, from just like a stat point line, were just like right away. I can't even talk. I'm so shocked by the stats. Uber, so shocked. But like right away, you're like, oh wait, this impact, like this is dynamic, and this is going to be explosive once we get into the games.
I mean, Egster, let's just be clear. Absolute OTP. Yoru player. Every map. We'll just play Yoru straight up. I mean, been very, very solid on that. Kainzera, obviously, the other duelist in this duelist duo, plays a ton of ISO and Neon when it's applicable. I just want to say, like, having like 280 ACS, you know, like average as well. I've looked over some of his stats. That is absurd. That is ridiculous. That's like fluorescent in-game changes level nuts. So curious to see if that carries over, I think, into these matches here. We're going to see probably, you know, with this map pool, some more of those Neon maps. Alum as well, probably going to be playing more of the Neon than the Yoru. But again, these guys play double duelists. They're super disrespectful, hyper aggressive. I think they're going to be a ton of fun to watch, especially with these two at the helm. I mean, Kainzera also 16.9% first blood percentage, you know, over the course of a number of games is a pretty big deal. But I mean, the one player, it's funny, when we're not talking about Knights here, we will, another one trick. The guy was 11-2, first kill, first death against YFP over the course of the series. Which
pretty
is pretty insane.
good.
It's insane. Every single one of these players are all ranked demons, which is literally why they're called rankers. Every single one of them has reached like number one at some point on the ladder, with exception of maybe I think it was Egster, because he actually had at the same time 3 accounts in the top 10 instead of like 1 account in number 1. So that's how crazy these kids are in terms of what they bring in terms of firepower. So when a lot of, you know, new fans that are unaware of rankers, yes, it's going to get explosive, but at the same time, you're just going to see some cracked aimers that, you know, are not afraid of not necessarily always pushing W against you. But if you watch their game versus YFP yesterday, they still look somewhat organized. So yes, you have Egster that's like a one-trick Yoru. You have Knights that's a one-trick Clove, where from time to time in a blue moon, he's going to play like a Radon and Ascent. But if not, Kane is going to be your second main duelist. And then after all, it looks still composed, and then you're going to have to think on your toes every single time for any team that plays against them, because it's so unorthodox how they play.
I'm down for some composed chaos, that's for sure. So let's talk about the maps and head over to our map picks and bans for the series today. reminder, like yesterday, Nightblood Gaming had the fastest duo to get into the upper semis, and Rankers as well being able to pop off. So Abyss, we're not going to see the run back there, and it's going to be Nightblood Gaming take us to bind first, Vans. Okay, I love a good bind game.
I mean, this whole series overall is just going to be a repeat of the group stages where it went to those 3 maps, right? So this is going to be a super fun match to witness. Sorry, Uber?
Same order of maps as well.
Yeah, exactly. And he went so back and forth on that bind game, and that's just on Nightblood Gaming. That looks like they're playing a composed Valorant, but then you have just these guys that are pushing through on second round and still able to eco against you because they are so deadly on sheriffs. So again, we expect it's going to be a brawl potentially here, and it's also Rankers mentality of like this. We don't care if we have to play against you the second time on the same series. We want to show that, you know, it doesn't matter how many times you or how many repeats you have against us, we're still going to own you like 13-5s on all these maps.
I will say though that not all these maps. Bind was a slugfest these last time these two played.
Yes.
Went to overtime.
Yes.
Kane Zero was on the Raze and actually had a quieter time. I think it's one of the few maps where Kane Zero will play that Raze. Alum on the Neon dropped 32 over the course of that game. 11-3, first kill, first death. So NBG are going to be relying, I think, on Alum again to have another pop-off game here.
Yeah, when I look back at this series too, not so much the bind considering how, you know, back and forth this was, but more so the next two where Nightblood Gaming didn't go quite their way. I kind of call back to yesterday, Uber, when we were talking about the really unfortunate 13-0'd against Nightblood Gaming in a different series, to then see an Abyss not too long later that was completely transformed. I mean, the team is still a little bit newer, so it's been a week. They've gotten some more games, so I'm kind of curious how, like, if they're allowing the same map pool to be going on through, kind of what adjustments are going to be made there to make sure they can try and get a different result.
Yeah, because the scary part, I think, for Nightblood Gaming fans is the last 2 maps in this series where they... look, Sunset, to be fair, Rankers spanked YFP on Sunset as well.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't get the highest of hopes for that map, but we saw a pretty solid Ascent game, I think, from NBG in general. They play that Yoru Deadlock composition, which, again, is something they can definitely make a lot of use of. I don't think Rankers play that. They play like the double duelist clove setup on that map and just trying to run it down. So I think that's something NBG have to be super aware of. This is the team that really is very unique. They don't play like other teams here, but they have experience against them in a best of 3, and they're going to have to hope it carries them a long way here.
Yeah, and I cannot wait for this first map. I mean, talking about the agents and heading on over to the agent select with such recent tape here, Vans, I'd be surprised to see a change on this front of things, but I still think an agent select and a fun game on the horizon.
100%. I think if we're looking at this right now here, Uber, it doesn't look like there's going to be too many changes with the exception of Kane Zira switching out from a Raze to an ISO, which also works because that's kind of like the main thing that he's been playing most recently, especially against YFP, getting a lot of results with that. You don't really need for him to create that space anymore as a Raze when Exter could be the one that's going to TP across here and create that space for the team. So I think this is going to be the fun part where Kane Zira could actually just activate on his own, be self-sufficient. I think that's the other important thing about a team like this, where Kane Zira, if he's going to play a Raze or a Neon, but you're looking at the comp around him that doesn't have too many initiators that's there to support him to create that space or do his own thing, and it's mainly going to be utilized for Exter, for example, then he's going to be able to fight back.
All right, well, a little change. Love an ISO Euro combination. This one's going to be fun. First game of the upper finals. Let's see how this one's going to be shaking up. It's going to be fun. It's going to be chaotic. It's fine. I'll see you two on the other side.
Thank you, Sierra. Yeah, let's jump into this one, Van Silly. Rankers versus Nightblood Gaming. A very highly anticipated matchup here in the upper finals of our Challengers Stage 3 tournament. Remember, $25,000 up for grabs, 10K for first place. Plenty to play for here, but Rankers don't really need much of an excuse. The individuals that have 3 accounts in the top 10 in Radiant, so give them any incentive and they'll go for it.
100%, and they are going for it on the defensive side, already adding a little bit of that pressure on that B side. As I mentioned before, trying to leverage a little bit of that util from the sky to support Exter, but the big thing about this is that they're able to be very active around the map. If there's going to be some sort of pressure happening right away from NBG, then you can have fast EPs to support, and I'm loving this from NBG to go very, very slowly. They're already counting the timer. Look, as soon as that gate crash disappeared on that minimap, that's when they start activating. So you're keeping those players kind of like just anchored up, and Exter is pretty much on a one and done.
Oh, they can double face this. There's no Omen to one way and break up that two-player hold at the top of B long. And already some damage traded, Extra. Down to 53, but in the meantime, NBG have snuck 2 players into Hookah. Extra definitely has a feeling about that now, getting a bit of a top up, but it's going to be Fireball Ops to strike first. Smoke gets thrown up here by the Clove, but already NBG heading elsewhere with a Trailblazer looking to open up A.
But that's the thing. They're falling backward, potentially working towards the A side. There hasn't been any space taken by Nightblood Gaming on this short A side. There's a full setup of a Cypher right here with a double trip to just counter up on the wall. So they realize that Win stays inside Hookah, finds contact on Knights, calls to rotate back, but they haven't cleared Octagon, so they have to be ready on that hit.
They're going to go fast. Grab that thrown down on the side. Poppin might be caught in a relay bolt, and they are. It's going to be easy for Win to pick them up. Obviously, Knights sitting back over towards Elbow, looking for a timing here. Maybe smoke up first, then push out. Already Kane0 solo comes out of spawn to try and take the fight. They find themselves one. Kess eventually shuts the Clove down, and it will be up to Inspire in a 1 versus 2. Extremely doable, especially for a player as experienced as Inspire is. That smoke's going to dissipate now, and Inspire needs to check below the window. Has a good feel for it, but Kess is able to get the drop on him.
And that's one of the scary things that we just mentioned before. You can have great moments for any team that's playing against rankers, but you're going to have one of these players that's going to catch you off guard. Knights played outside of the wall that was thrown by Fireball Ups and also hit within the smoke of Win. That dropped it towards the elbow. He finds the timing, he hears the footsteps, gets a double kill with a classic. And if that was actually a Sheriff, which is actually using on his second round, that was going to be 2 instant one-taps because this guy doesn't miss that many times here on these eco rounds. So pay attention to how Rankers going to play this so far, stacking up towards the B side, continuing to want to fight against here the B long control, where exactly we have started from Nightblood Gaming.
In the last matchup, Rankers rapidly hit a thrifty here in round 2 against Nightblood after they won the pistol. And BG this time really trying to make sure they have the hatches battened. Gravner here is going to catch Exter. Obviously, there's a gate crash that would allow him to get out of there, but he's more than happy where he is right now. There's no need to move. Down the corner with a Bucky. Going to get a bit messy, but Alam is ready for it. Exter picked off. Now, though, flash in Poppin, not realizing that it didn't actually affect BT whatsoever. This is much cleaner this time from Nightblood.
And that's where you're going to see, too, from Nightblood Gaming, what they've learned against the Rankers, what they've learned the last time that they played against a team like this in the group stages was how aggressive Rankers were against them, how they always caught them off guard. So now you're actually scaling into corners and actually doing tight clears, these wall bangs, like they're anticipating every single position so far of where Rankers could be, at least in this anti-eco. So it's looking very clean. Not a single one of them has gotten any damage so far, and even Knights is potentially looking to a moment where he's probably going to want to try to save the Sheriff because he invested a little bit into that, but or looking and expecting a lurk probably from Sogo, but he is definitely going to try to implicate some damage here, where on the other side though, NBG, they're just going to fall back here towards the spawn, towards their own spawn, which is a great read again. So playing it cautiously, giving a lot of respect to Rankers no matter what, but when it comes down to fight, they're doing a great job clearing all these angles. 5 Bulldogs in that round too.
Yeah, 5 Bulldogs, but everybody has full armor eventually. Yes. So near by NBG, which obviously maybe makes this bonus a little bit less exciting. Now with the full buy of rank coming through, at least for the most part, a couple light armors in there, but it will be a quintet of Bulldogs for NBG.
Together, so you're gonna make those ring and probably play against a death ball of the anticipation. Sorry, of playing against all of these rifles that are Rankers. And for Rankers, for them, they're looking for a little bit more of that showers control at the very beginning. It hasn't really been contested yet by Nightblood Gaming. There's been a lot of that pressure towards, you know, Hookah and Long B, so it gives them an advantage to really get some aggressive space. Although it is going to be a solo hold by Kane0. It's not going to be like the Exert trying to TP away. He's playing more towards U-Haul, and here's the fast hit, though, from Nightblood Gaming towards B.
Oh, yeah, they're deep on the side already, Van City. Alan with the wraparound, Poppin flattened these Bulldogs, getting up close and personal, and Rankers have had not an opportunity to respond. Now, annoyingly, the retake becomes an issue. You're playing against the deadlock here. As Rankers, you need to deal with this wall already set up over towards CT. Rankers are grouped up here and have a bit of util to work with, but they've got to go soon.
Over there.
Still making so much noise, though, for breaking this wall. And already, they already have Kest all the way back towards the fountain, so they know there's nobody going to be flanking from that spot. They don't hear any TP, so yeah, that's the call for Rankers. A lot of time has been wasted, so they're just going to fall back and save their weapons. And again, this is another round where you're potentially surviving with, you know, 4 Bulldogs, an upgraded rifle, but the only damage that's been taken is onto a limb that still has full HP. So the crazy part about this too is that they're having a great success in terms of first bloods. And this is what you mentioned before here, before we started this matchup, Uber, that they were going to rely a lot on a limb to try to get these entries. He went 9-2 on the attack side against rankers in the group stages going into the playoffs here, and getting a lot of success on the space that he creates on this neon. You saw that perfectly from the wall up in the slide. So now for rankers, they have to find ways to try to stop him, but you don't have a composition really. No breach, no real stalls with the exception of Inspire. So it's up to him and his experience to figure out where he could find those slows, where he could really stop a limb in his tracks. And he's going to guess here that it's going to be towards the B side, which unfortunately is going to be very wrong at the very beginning.
There's no upgrade of these Bulldogs. I mean, MBG able to get 2 rifles away from rankers in the previous round. Yep, they are saving that money big time. Nice here under some degree of pressure. They're not going to be, oh my goodness. Yep, Adam with a beautiful accuracy coming out of the slide. And even with the double tap, Kane Zero got absolutely bowled over. This is brutal, Van Silly. Poppin stood out there, blocked off by a smoke. No chance of helping. Inspire is wondering where it all went wrong.
They're just out for blood literally this time around, out for revenge too. We mentioned it at the entrance of this game too, that, you know, rankers wanted to prove that it doesn't matter what maps they play, and if it's going to be a repeat, they're still going to be able to dominate NBG. But this is the 3rd entry in a row at least that it could count out from a limb on how he's finding this space, finding these openings to allow NBG to now get 4 rounds and a flawless act. A lot of them are going to be at 9,000. There's no answer so far for rankers because they're just out positioned every single time. And I think it's up to rankers this time around to leverage the power of what Extra could have with his Euro TPs, because playing so reactively so far and relying on aim and crosshair placement has not been working out because NBG have been ready for it.
Yeah, and the economy, though, is just in such a weird place right now. The forcing that we've seen from rankers here means that they're able to get some level of buy-in. We're going to have a Bucky for Poppin here, and the armor's a little bit haphazard. So 4 players grouped up here for NBG. Looks like they want to top of B-Long. And obviously that Cypher util will be lying in wait.
With the camera too, playing it so that he could stay close to the wall when the Clove is going to drop their smokes and hoping to get some kills through there. So already hearing the dog and trying to find position out of there, but they don't have the best weapons here, Mitch. It's going to be easy here for NBG to at least brute force their way in and create that space.
The trips, though, haven't been revealed yet over on that side. Exeter just going to fall. Soko able to deal with it pretty comfortably as he tried to come through the TP with God knows what level of support from the rest of rankers. They're all very much spread around this B site. Poppin might look to set up here inside Hookah, but they are low as well. And MBG happy to take a pause here.
The pause pushes out Poppin on low HP. This could be very punished by Sogo.
Over there.
Yeah, almost too easy. Inspire gets on the board, though. Allen will be brought down. There's still these tripwires in the way. Oh, my goodness. Inspire for 3. Spot Twin on that corner. Looks to back away. The camera is still going to be set up, and it's still going to be a nuisance for the attackers. All of a sudden, MBG down to 2, and Knights now gets to the rescue. But Inspire exits the round with 4 kills. Got to get up early in the morning to get the better of the Cypher. Sat behind all that util.
That's a huge round for Inspire too, but unfortunately here for Nightblood Gaming, it's the 2nd time that Fireball Up throws up a wall up for the deadlock right towards the elbow, but we're playing right in front of it. Remember that piss around that Knights was able to find that forward position. This time Inspire. And I don't know if it's going to be a missed time. I don't know if they've read it so far here for NBG, but they've been surprised twice at least. They might have to start using a little bit more utility, or at least start using sprays in there to make sure they're not going to get the same surprise, run into the same type of chaos right from the elbow again. But speaking of chaos, already with the finger blasters out, the stun in the front, and a fight against Knights.
Allen hit with the metal, so they need to take a pause here.
There.
So that early momentum essentially shut down. Good job there for Knights, but they're going to be able to deal with Allen as they slide on him with that overdrive ready to go. Now the pick-me-up means that this Clove is definitely to be feared. Hess brought down as well. That's 2 for Knights. That Clove looking mighty scary over at the A side here. And plan B is to walk up onto the B side. Inspire sees it all. Once again, set up here in elbow. NBG pretty unsure if they want to go for this. A poison orb at least to allow them to cross if necessary. But a lot of time been bought here, and the rest of the rankers are getting in position.
That was the thing. They put the poison orb and a snake bite on top of that so they could cross. So you're going to have an important fight towards U-Haul.
I'm not expecting the second player there.
Player
They're
standing.
Fireball able to find the one, but that Clove ultimate gets her back on her feet, and this would end up being a flawless round here for Rankers. Quinn investing an operator. Nice didn't end up getting the kill after the fact, so they will eventually go
30
down.
seconds left.
The win is nothing to do here. Take this rifle away.
This is together were terrific days, aka Mummy cosplay here for a win, because I've actually seen him pull out the operator throughout the group stages as an Omen as well on different maps, and it makes sense if you're looking at the rest of this team, the rest of this composition at least. You don't want to give that operator for a limb
10
yet. You
seconds
want him
left.
to create that space so that whenever it comes to these post plant scenarios, Swin could stay far back, keeps that molly, plays the post plant, and also is able to watch the right angles. And we remember when on, you know, a Jet op, a Sova op, going toe to toe back in like 2021, 2020, the head to head between who's the better
smokes
operator
can
between
block the
Wardell
enemy's
and
line
Win,
of sight.
right? So
Once they're
we're
blind,
pulling back the
move.
years here, seeing Win play again as a veteran under the Nightblood Gaming banner. But nonetheless, Rankers were not afraid this time around to really punish the aggression that was coming out from NBG at the very beginning. The amount of vulnerables that are coming through. You talked about the metal from the Clove, but there was also you know, a double take from both Knights and Kane Zero there, so they could throw even the debuff from ISO to really punish any players that's trying to swing out in that spot. And you know, Elim found value out of that before, and he's gonna try it again, so why not? A third time. If he gets punished for it right away, maybe they'll think of how they want to approach this differently on Showers.
Cypher util over at the A side. This time around, a rank is already pushing up to take this space. Again, they know they need to get value out of these double duelist setup, and Fireball's going to be ready for it. That was Kane Zero taking a bit of a risk here to get that space. And NBG now realize they can go and re-clear over towards Hookah and have the option for B with the player advantage.
That's it. It'll have to come down to Kess for sure. You're going to need his util to try to clear it back in that area, or at least a buddy system to try to walk back towards Sand. Because right now, it's a huge question mark of where that pressure is coming from the defensive side. Fountain and Sands is not going to be hurt by NBG's position currently. Orb's been picked up. And Kez, if anything, maybe the biggest thing was maybe grab the ult so he could try to go for a move, but they're going to go for the buddy system instead and re-clear as a group, and potentially split towards this B site, which is a great read because Kess is there, or Poppin is there alone.
35 on the round here. Going to be a fast hit behind Alum over towards the
30
B side.
seconds left.
Pretty passive position held up here by Poppin. A bit of a one and done now. The fast lane getting thrown in. Okay, Annihilation even committed to this fight. They are pushing in very, very hard. Poppin was able to get out back over towards Halls here, so it will be Rankers at least with the 4 players to go for a retake. Quinn set up with the operator, watching the flank angle. There won't be one here. It's Rankers are going to have to flood from this backside.
Middle and Flash probably the biggest thing here for the retake.
Well, those Seekers are very telling. That should get Quinn turning around now, looking in this direction as well. All guns trade on Rankers, but they still fight their way through with this cracked aim. Extra finds yet another one. Inside container, Kess is at least able to hold it down, but it's going to be Quinn in a 1v2 with the operator in hand, and Knights sees them coming. Just a little better, Rankers. With a 1-player deficit coming in for that retake with a bunch of duelists. They come out with a round.
You saw the idea too with Win playing outside of the close smoke, but unfortunately he's holding an operator, so the barrel of the gun is sticking out. Easy for Knights to spot it and get the pick through to smoke. But if not, he almost had that timing onto Inspire to play that 1v1. But we talked about the important pieces of utility for Rankers that he could have used on the retake, but somehow after the Seekers, they overcommitted on swings without adding extra util and really just trying to fight against where Nightblood Gaming, where Rankers were at, because the Seekers were shot immediately at the entrance of the door, so they thought they might be able to catch some players off guard and kind of catch the timing on Rankers before they use the util to flood back within the site. But you're, again, playing against players that have really, really good aim, and they will stop you instantly in your tracks if you're going to try to fight them when they already have the crosshair placement against you. So they're noticing that right now for NBG. A good thing, at least out of this timeout, is I think you're going to be very happy and positive on how you're taking the B site. You're actually not getting surprised now by that push from the elbow just by using Sogo's utility with the snake bite and the poison orb there. You just got to clean it up a little bit more on how you want to play the post plan, because your holds are not the best yet.
That's a great point. It's the post plant where things are falling down here for NBG. And they're also doing a decent job at figuring out where the Cypher util is, so Alum can actually just run onto a site with Abandon. Otherwise, you saw it that previous round, right, where they sort of doubled back and Inspire got that 4K with the Bulldogs. They're very concerned about those trap wires.
Working the map, at least from the very beginning, from no big, I'm going to keep on saying no big deal probably at some point for NBG. But the way that they're working the map, at least on their defaulting, is superb. They're manipulating it well. Extra doesn't have the best value out of his TPs, and they're really catching these players off. They're just now going into those moments once they actually go for the full exec. And now they've at least caught the Cypher Util towards the A site. And the dog already came through to TP, but there's no real crunch. This might give a call here for Nightblood to start falling back a little bit more and start scaling back towards the B. So that responsibility, as you can see, now goes on to Sogo to try to solo clear the sands to make sure nobody else is pushing forward, but also trying to make sure that nobody else is going to be really flanking. So committing into, looks to be the showers hit after all, but there's still that second trip from Inspire that they never really saw at the beginning.
Just a footnote, Kane0 with an Odin ready to spray that corner down inside Lucas. So hitting that B site might be a tough one for NBG. And here they come. Metal going to be thrown down. Gravnet catches Knights, but Extra is also watching that line. Knights going to back away here. And Extra deals with Alum, immediately stopped in his tracks, but ends up being a 2-for-2 trade. Still the Cypher Utilities here on this side. And here comes Inspire emerging there from Lights to take one. And we're in a 2 versus 2. Poppin gets a good flash, but Sogo able to recover.
30 seconds left.
As Kess couldn't shrug it off, but had backup from the teammates. Going to be up to Kane0 with the Odin against this Viper's pit now. Still, we don't have a plant.
Is still got a debuff and a bit of a chip damage with the Odin too, and still has full kit for the rest. This is going to be dangerous.
And that's what they had to do. I don't think that NBG could have risked just trying to stay inside the pit and plant fans. I feel like they would have been sprayed down eventually.
It would have been papier-mâché pretty much on that triple, that trip box. Another vulnerability, and then spamming with the Odin. Definitely, I think you called it perfectly here, Uber, that they had no choice but to dance out and making sure that they could break crosshair placement. That's why you're jumping out of the smoke for the first guy. So that at least here, Kane0, you have some sort of a fraction of a second to be able to react here on that trade to make sure that you're going to win that trade in the round for Nightblood Gaming. So very, very nicely done. But overall, it's still Inspire continuing some great utility that stalls Nightblood Gaming's original hits. We talked about the level of success that Elim has been having on entries. It's been cooled down since those that timeout came out.
But again, if NBG sniff out that this is the weak side, you're going to see them pressure that pretty hard. Relay Bolt there, no catch off that. Alum still wants to come forward. They don't know it's still about the Cypher util here, unless Kess has revealed some of it, but both those trips are active still over at A. All about the info gathering here. Rank is also trying to adapt to this quickly, right? Already got the 2 more players over at the B side now. Much more heavily fortified than it was earlier.
Yeah.
Double tap. Kane0 going to be able to, refresh that. Alum has to get double guns pointed over towards that ISO. Now try and get away as Poppin wants to try and hunt this down. Now Neon's too far.
Big fight here towards short. Inspire wins that one. If Kess got that, that was space gained. Now it's just going to be individual fights, but everybody's so spread off across the map now. Thankfully, Elim's playing Neon, so he could meet up with Win as soon as possible. But it seems that the mid-round call is just to hoping to see if Win could sort of get this fight win against Inspire and U-Haul.
And this trapwire placement means Inspire can just watch showers entirely. Honestly, the Cypher util has been unreal. That one-way cage on top of the TP, disgusting. Inside the cage, there's an opportunity there. Would have required a quick correction of aim, but still, Quinn now in a 1 versus 2. No time, has to go for the plant here. Does have a shorty to play inside of it with. Also, to deny a defuse potentially. Has that orbital strike. And he's going to go for it. Knights going to be set up in dead. Quinn might be able to get himself 2 1v1s here, but Knights doesn't want to take the fight entirely. He buys enough time for Exeter to wrap. And Rankers get their 4th on the board.
Quinn was trying to do everything that he could to stay within the smoke and hoping that the dimensional drift was going to expire from Exeter. And at the very last second, just as soon as his smoke is about to dissipate, he gets spotted and pretty much cornered between both players. I thought maybe he wanted to escape because after that plan, he did have an orbital strike, but it was also a great opportunity that he had to isolate one of those two players, because that was a close 1v1 that he had towards the end at Pipes. And that shot maybe could have been the winning moment here if he could go for the 180 right after. Almost wins it against Knights. Knights finds that cover and a great backstab in the end there from Exeter. So as we mentioned, it was going to be a brawl from both sides. It was looking to be very one-sided though. As we talk about it, we're going to hold that thought. Seems there's going to be a little bit of aggression here towards short for a double push from Knights and also Kane0.
Oh, Did the Trailblazer just double back there? Nice was briefly stunned by it. Okay. Did get caught out, but no action here from NBG. Again, they play the start of these rounds pretty slowly. Only 2 players over at the A site for the time being. Knights are always asking for more. This is dangerous. He's pushing up. He doesn't have anyone to play off him here. He gets 1. Can he get more than that? Unreal. 2 for 1. Kane Zero able to get involved to some degree. Backing up here over towards the side. I'm not sure what to make of that. I do not know what I just witnessed.
Me neither. Issues or something. We're just maybe going to try to call a tech pause. But yeah, I see some knives being pulled out here and there. Maybe. We'll see. At least for now, we'll continue with the action. Though Elim is able to drop a couple of players. Sorry, has the finger blaster ready and could potentially even go for the plant here. Oh, no. He's going to run straight into Exter.
Official wording on that overdrive there. Nice to hear. Exter. Okay, going to be pulling the plug there after seeing Alum. Alum obviously going to be revealed constantly in this 1 versus 2. Ends up making the right choice, heading over towards this A site. Recently vacated, of course, by Exter. 23 health and a dream in a 1v2.
Even less HP now.
Oh my goodness, that's dirty. Alum on track for an ace here, but God, it's going to be a tough one. Knives out, knives out. And Exter puts it to bed. Odd round. Don't know what happened there in that interaction with Quinn. Definitely, yeah, sounds like we might be rolling back the round.
As I mentioned before, rolling back the rounds and rolling back the years, right? To see Quinn again with an off on the Brimstone. So we'll scratch that out. I was questioning myself too, scratching my head as well, because they had a great stop and go opportunity to play against ranked in that round, and then suddenly somebody just went for a spray and be like, "Hey, we're still here." So that kind of unfortunately just kind of put a stick into the wheels here on the plans for Nightblood Gaming to try to hit on their lower buy into the A site. And that's going to be the question coming back from the tech pause. Do you want to try to go for that same type of play again here to fight back in the same style, because you identified already at the very beginning there was already Kane Zera and Knights trying to fight and aggress through the Viper wall. So that's one thing. And then the other thing too is they're holding it semi-slowly to make sure that the TP could expire so that Exter cannot get the full support over towards the A site. So again, a great opportunity here for Nightblood Gaming to maybe read into that round and see how they want to call the next.
Yeah, the Clove play up A short has been pretty impressive here from Knights. Understanding, of course, that, you know, feeling like a little bit of a Rainer, popping that pick me up as soon as you find that first kill and trying to go 1 for 2. In that case, you've done very, very well. That's exactly how the that first round played out, or that previous round, excuse me. It's it's kind of wild. I really wish we could we could have known exactly what was going on there between Quinn earlier on, but I actually don't know also what the issue was.
Yeah,
we don't know what the technical problem was, but we rolled it back, folks.
If anything, we're
round
good.
10 once more.
If anything, we're good. We continue. We're on round number 10. Everything gets reset. Quinn also still has his orbital strike going into this round. So potentially that's why you had a lot of this crunch coming in from Nightblood Gaming, and his dog came out. So they are going into the exact same play for the attack side. Getting value out of the dog. See if they could spot somebody. Maybe orbital strike behind that. Stimmy everybody across. And now they realize that U-Haul is open. They could maybe section out here the right side of the site with the Brimstone utility.
Kane Zero has an outlaw this time, knowing that NBG came to the round with very limited armor. Fiberlops glass cannon rifle play. Fly's about to get busy. That's a huge kill for Alum, and an upgraded weaponry as well. Still, it's a matter of getting the plant down. Kane Zero speculating through that smoke, trying to find something, and Knights again gets involved once more. Bit of pick-me-up action now. Kane Zero going to push on in, at least get a weapon for his trouble. Bucky, as it may be. Aware, of course, that there's some neutral that he has to be concerned about, but another double tap. Refresh is going to be popping coming forward. Wild play with the Odin. And down to Kess with nothing but a Sheriff. Able to break the shield, and then Kane's Spirit, but Knights is crouched down around this corner. Kess can't afford just to slide in on this. Only 9 points of health. Better off trying to go for a plant.
Even back towards short, he's gaming it. So far, both players are rotating back. So he's going to have the advantage to go for the plant. And maybe even use Seekers right after to see where those two players will rotate back from if you want to try. Although, you are playing against Knights that has the not done yet. Don't think you want to invest that in a 1v2. So you're going to have to rely on the aim, but he doesn't have too many bullets left in the chamber either.
Oh, nice. Doesn't really have a choice. He doesn't want to die then.
One
Down the
enemy
fight
remaining.
here. Well, okay. Not dead yet. Got to be activated here. Clove back in the game. Kess trying to avoid Knight
One enemy
at any
remaining.
cost. And brings him down a second time. And Extra's going to be there. A virtual extra player up that round for Rankers. And they are going to take this round to even up the map.
That was even smart too for Rankers, and that's the other thing, the heads-up play that comes out from these kids. It's not only about the cracked aim and
Big
just be
something
able
nice
to
to kill
adapt
them
on
with.
time. So it doesn't really matter here if you can't really hunt for the kill. Great job for whoever planned it to just hide around the corner and really play that 1 versus 2 to his favor. But then when you have the Clove under the ult, just trying to tap it to get at least at a half before Kess tries to re-swing out. And Kess forced to fight that and gets instantly traded there by Exer towards the end. So I just love how that was played on that 2v1. But a great round that went from a thrifty pretty much from Nightblood Gaming, and they salvaged all of their ultimates moving into this gun round.
Yeah, it means Poppins working with the Guardian here. Rankers, though, in a decent economic spot, especially if they start to find some success in this round. Kill contract up for Kane Zero as well. The Rankers both have ways of forcing 5v4s and through the Clove ultimate having a virtual extra player. Kane Zero not able to really turn that flash, but not too bothered here. They come though. Knights again on the board already. Wanting to push into a Halls now. Corner start a grab net, but Poppin does what needs to be done. Beautiful double though from Fireball Ops now evens up the numbers, but the spike
One
goes in an
enemy
awkward spot.
remaining.
It'll need to be recovered, and Inspire is getting busy.
enemy remaining.
Spots Kess out, trying to go for a heal by the looks of things, and now Inspire's going to see everything he needs to. There it is. Oh! Okay, I thought it would be that easy. Fireball Ops, how do you turn that? 19 health. NVG
Last round in the
just
half.
sneak out of that round.
That's because they're still playing patch 9.09 here, Mitch. That's the only reason why. If not, that Phantom should have been an instant laser beam to get that backstab. Somehow shooting through the box, and it's enough to mitigate some of that damage for Fireball Ups to get that swing from behind. And that's a great way for him to close out that round at least, because I think he threw a grab net that caught one of his teammates. So at least he avenged him on that 2K, wins that 1v1. They still have great ults moving into round number 12. A broken economy for Rankers, and they could definitely tempo up now. Going with the same conditioning on putting the wall up, dogging here towards U-Haul, keeping players engaged on the defensive side, on the A side, and you're full popping with all of this util, all of these ults towards B side. The thing is though, is you already have a double push coming out from Showers, so they have to move up quick, but the read is already there from Rankers.
Overdrive here, going to be top for Alum, and they are going to waste no time in getting in here. Again, there is the issue of the Cypher util. Another deadlock net. We'll digress. I'm just going to ignore that. Getting in the back of the site, though, deals with Knights pretty comfortably. That opens up this B side entirely, but Kane Zero still fighting against Fireball. Ops has had a fantastic couple of rounds. Bobber gets on the board with the Guardian now, and a flash would get Alum into CT if they were that far. But with the player advantage here, the spike going
One
down, they're more than happy
enemy
to sit. And that's it. Cleaned up, popping there in that 1 versus 3. Nicely done by MBG, also navigating a lot of that Cypher util on that fast
Switching
hit.
sides.
And also very crazy that it was a fast hit, but the plant didn't happen until like maybe even 20 seconds after they got into the site. So, and anticipating the re-push and the re-clear from Rankers, they just wanted to fight back and just set up those perfect trades on their side to guarantee here the round, especially with the ults that they had. They made sure where their positions were going to be. The flankers, they already anticipate. I think two of the Seekers went into the B site, and potentially even one went behind them, which is why you had some players still hold behind enemy lines. Fireball was still playing on that window hookah, watching back towards the flank, winning that flank coming from behind. And it's a great ending at least. But at least for Rankers, they were able to fight back and get 12 rounds where this looked like it was going to be very one-sided at the very beginning. But we're going to have a one-sided push. 4 players lined up for NBG to just look down on a single jump spot.
They're pulling off that line now, I think, with the Trailblazer coming in. And they might be set up exactly for the Showers push. Sogo, though, is all they need to deal with it. Great flash and follow up here as Extra is flattened. Now NBG have cover of much of the map that was inspired, losing out of 1 versus 1 to Fireball Ops. Leaves Poppin and Knights with it all to do. They are pretty distributed across the map, and there is a barrier in the way of Knights. And there is very little for them to do here.
Such a good anchor play from Fireball Ups. A lot of trust given to Fireball Ups as well to solo anchor the B side. great utility stall. He could focus
Over
towards
there.
long. Everybody else could just have that quad line. As you've mentioned, that dog that broke the line. There's still 2 players, 3 players that's watching towards short, but a great readjustment from Sogo saying, so good. I'm going to pop that first person, pick it out of showers, and then you saw the rest of that round happen through. So just good reads, good heads up play, and just anticipating where their opponents are coming from and capitalize on the round, at least for now.
Not ready
That's
yet.
MBG now being cut down to 4, but they are grouped up as 3 going into hookah. Sogo, of course, over towards
Last
spawn.
player
Can
standing.
start to make the way over. Should be a quick overwhelm here on Knights. They're still able to come out with 2 kills. That is freakish aim from the youngster. But it'll still be a pistol for MBG.
That's what I'm saying, man. Yes, we've given a lot of credit to Exer and to King Zero, who
Ace.
always plays a double duelist for this team and is able to grab that synergy and work together and making sure that rankers are able to defeat their opponents. But Knight so far, for me, has been an unsung hero and somebody that really, you know, popped on my radar ever since following 2 of these players that play in the SOAR event for those who dare. This guy is so good. He's so cracked on aim, but the only thing is that he plays 99.8% of his maps on Clove, and then the 0.2% is the once in a blue moon he'll turn into a werewolf or something, and it's in the form of a Reyna. And still is great rate on that agent, right? So keep an eye on Knights, and if he's able to develop his character pool, then he's going to be somebody that you definitely want in your team.
Yeah, I'm sensing a theme. 2 agents that really love to fight all the time.
Give him a duelist role.
Rankers virtually have 3 on the battlefield right now. And that's to say nothing of Inspire being an absolute brick wall when needed. However, they are down by 3 rounds and have lost the pistol hitter MBG, who are set up with 3 players here over on this A site. They're about to get awful busy. Okay, there it is. Double tap is enough for Kane Zero to actually win out against Sogo. It ends up being a 1-for-1. Tries to go for the undercut, but Alum sidesteps that. Kane Zero is going to back away for now. But meanwhile, Rankers are controlling this U-Haul area. Now they're going to try and take the fight. Alum gets a lot of value out of the Guardian at least, and it's a 2 versus 3. With Fireball Ops playing right on back. It's up to Kess here to be the difference maker, and Kane Zero hears them rounding the corner. It's an easy pick-off. Poppin doesn't have to do a whole lot here except hold it down. Stop a defuse. Oh, God, the timing.
1 enemy remaining.
Oh, Kane Zero, that is dirty. Undercut not connecting Quinn, but he doesn't know where to look right now. Poppin's crept up behind that sky smoke. He gives it a tickle now, but the Trailblazer's going to confirm this. We're able to take down Kane Zero at the very least, but Poppin can just do this as he pleases, straight on into the smoke and secure the thrifty round here for Rankers. Last time these 2 played, they did it in the first half. Now in the second, either way, all good FNS.
You're also rolling back the years on these memes as well in Valorant. That said, though, I feel that it was a little bit of a miscomm happening for Nightblood Gaming within that round. Great entries, great fights coming through, but after that, Poppin gets that kill, right? Onto a limb. But where was the communication that, hey, that player is probably still in U-Haul? So when your teammate's already rotating back on Cass, thunderfooting back, and losing the fight all the way back towards T-Spawn against Kane, there's an opportunity for those last 2 players to isolate that one single Poppin with a classic inside U-Haul and just making sure that you stay on a 2v1 every single time. They pay the price.
That's a big risk for Case. Feeling obviously that was an uncontested order. They move out and get taken down as a result. Quinn sat on the corner. They're able to find one with a frenzy. The Rankers are far from done. They know they've got an inherent advantage in this round. Poppin.
1 enemy remaining.
Selling guides, clicking heads. Able to find 2 kills over on this B side. It's up to Sogo with a shorty. 3 Rankers waiting for him to come. This
Spike
guy
planted.
is not climbing the Tower of God this round.
Yeah, if anything, just try to die to Spike is probably the best thing. If he can't find an opponent in his range of the shorty, he's probably going to try to jiggle and bait it out. But again, this is just a simple eco. Okay, Sheriff picked up, makes some noise, and now he's going to make a lot of noise because he knows he's playing against Rankers. They're going to try to chase him down, and they do. And unfortunately, it's Poppin, and he has Seekers for the next round.
All right, well, we are on track for a very scrappy bind once again. Scary sign for Nightblood, given that the map pool definitely feels like it favors Rankers with Sunset and Ascent, at least the way that it went last time around. Just that, I mean, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it, but the attack rounds for Rankers on Ascent were absolutely ridiculous. At least 9 of those, I think. So that's something that MVG have to have in the back of their minds here. Coming into this round, we have another kill contract for Kane Zero. I don't even know if we really saw it.
No, it was maybe called once. There was one fight there where we saw Kess come out of it, but gets instantly traded out. So they don't really need to use it really in terms of the biggest value of the kill contract, because We're just in front of all these fights.
It's you and me.
This time Alan was ready for that. There will be a kill contract here, though. Double tap got to be active for the time being. Kess doing his best, and Alan has the throw down. He wins the fight. And now it's only 2 plays left for Rankers to work with, but as Alan pops out of that kill contract, he's a sitting duck for Poppin to pick up. And the Seekers get back into CT. Confirmation for Rankers that both of their opponents are sat there. Poppin is more than happy to take the fight, and Sogo gets crunched. I like the timing here for Fireball Ops. Try to get ahead of this a little bit. I don't know where Poppin is, but Inspire takes a very timely peek himself, and the game is even now.
And Fireballas thought that he had the extra timing to hide from the camera closing, and Inspire plays the mind game, pops it back up, and now he feels like he has to make a move, runs out, even makes the call here for Inspire to pop in and get out of his dog so they could win that and guarantee the 2v1. So just great communication overall too. Rankers, for me, it's not just a bunch of guys that are able to hold W and click heads. There is a lot of sort of organized play when it comes into these hectic moments to make sure that they're able to get the best value of their attack sides. I mean, this is still 3 unanswered rounds since the Thrifty that they won. Or was it a force buy even that they had on the second round that they won against Nightblood Gaming? That said, though, it seems to be a very similar storyline from the first half where the attacking side's really running away with it until you finally see like the old cycles come back on the defensive side. The economy is starting to look better here on the defensive side as well to make this a close game, but nonetheless, this is still a clean slate in round number 17.
Overdrive available here for Alan is also an orbital strike for Quint. Yeah, neither team playing Gecko, so we're not really that's become pretty typical on this map. Rankers would be more than happy if the round was over before there was a chance to one in their favor. Double tap gets broken there by the snake bite. Nicely done. That's a little bit annoying for the ISO. We'll have to bide his time, but Rankers are definitely ready to push out of showers here. And it's an NBG playing right at the back of the site.
Thought it was going to look really good when Fireballas was moving towards B because he could get the net, try to get a grab well, and or should I say a net and an orbital strike.
I don't know, Vans. Alan playing pretty disrespectfully these last 2 rounds.
Yeah, a little bit of
out last time, obviously
left.
on B long, but questionable. Now Rankers are well and truly in the side. Kess is an issue with a judge, obviously inside U-Hall. They're about to be wrapped on here. Flanked extra though, didn't need help. Will be healed right on up, and it is only 3 left. No rifles to speak of here for NBG. Kane Zero says, this is where I'm going to shine. I'm more than happy to throw down here. Now it's up to Quinn with the Bucky, who needs to move into a suboptimal range to see his foes.
That also activates the dimensional drift in the next round after that kill from Megster. So again, I thought it was such a good play to start seeing Fireball Ups move over towards the A site, where you saw Huynh was kind of posted up towards the TP. I thought there was going to be an opportunity for him to throw a grab net, and then somehow Huynh goes through the TP and then gets in range of an orbital strike to catch some players on the way, and they can crunch through with that finger blaster to limb head. But it just feels like they second guessed the stop and go that Rankers had on the previous round, and then Fireball Ups went back towards the B site. They weakened up A. The overheat you saw here from a limb just didn't even get a chance for Nightblood Gaming to get the best value out of leveraging their ultimates around some sort of a half buy that potentially could have been very fruitful. But now you have the dimensional drift on the attack side. You have Knights that could also run it down, get so much information for the team too, and it's going to get potentially very chaotic within this round, because you know for a fact that these guys on the defensive side will definitely want to use their ults to react and fight back and push Rankers away.
Honestly, I think MBG just weren't ready for the timing of Rankers. They slowed it down massively.
Yeah, to stop and go, yeah.
And that's why Alan is sat there with Overdrive. Like, are you going to peek, or am I just going to run around? And then Alan gets shot in the head. So I kind of like that for Rankers, showing us a little bit more depth than just the, press W, go kill style.
Yeah.
Even though that's something that they're comfortable with here. So 4 rounds in a row. Now getting into the lead, Van Sussy. We've got an annihilation here for Fireball Ops to work with, but Knights obviously is going to get a second bite at the apple this round, and they've had a great time this map.
Who's next?
Is this duo name now called Uber Sussy?
Yeah, I'm here for it, bro.
At least the dimensional drift starts opening things up, and he's going to spawn so many players back here. This might be a quick TP back into showers, or hey, let's just fight them back.
They're going to go for this anyway. They know there's so many people here, and Exeter just pops out of the dimensional drift and says, I've been a bit of a passenger princess this game, but it's time to get involved. That's a buy round for MBG, by the way.
Yeah.
He saw 5 players, 4 plays, and he says, nah, I'd win.
Literally, that is the incarnation of that meme. Big grin on his face, lines up 3 kills, and I have no idea how Nightblood Gaming was not ready for that when the blue hue was basically glowing around them when they were all in spawn, and they had to expect somebody was still in sight. They already had the initial stall from that wall, and as everybody is shooting it to try to break
Enemy
it,
remaining.
you have to be ready for this Yoru. And that might be the straw to break the camel's back, Hero, but that might be game from just that round.
Absolutely. I mean, it's economically absolutely devastating for NBG. I don't know how you're supposed to bounce back from this. Rankers getting into a position where they can almost buy for the rest of the game. And a really clean round in general. Nice doesn't even have that ultimate pop. That could be saved, you know, coming back in for the next one. And it's a singular rifle held by Sogo here. I don't know how NBG was supposed to get used out of the, you know, the orbital strike. Don't know how that's supposed to work. That kill there is a big result of NBG also playing so far off the sides.
Yeah.
Right at the back.
It feels like they were putting all their eggs in a basket for that GravNet orbital strike. I just felt like plaster around their foreheads saying, hey, come at me, bro. Break that wall. I'm going to net you. We're just going to ult you. And that's probably that time of that extra found. There's just not enough bodies that protected Win at that point, or that really anticipate Exter to be right there. But as you mentioned, the economy is in shambles for Nightblood Gaming. At least they have a decent read to play this judge very close inside the smoke.
Drop in a
Right,
smoke.
queuing up another smoke here. It's going to be Kess alone. With the judge, obviously. You can do a lot with it.
My turn.
Okay, unfortunately, Clove ultimate. Means the Knights has to run up though now and try and take another fight. And NBG know it. Oh, Knights gets one on Quinn. He's back in the game.
Spike
I
down
go to
B.
spike.
I mean, everybody's falling on both angles, both everywhere around the map, rather. Just too much going on here. Too much ruckus created from that not done yet for the Showers control, and they did have some sort of a stack towards the A side, but all of them really fell into situations and moment and positions where nobody was there for an instant trade. So this should be the round coming through. Even
Enemy
Fireballs
remaining.
misses it. I mean, so what can you do at this point?
Oh,
You're
no!
starting to see them being warmed up here, man.
Oh, that is rough. Again, like in terms of economics, a very clean round here for Rankers. Oh, I mean, the ISO is the last player you want to take those 1v1 against NBG. They've got to be absolutely fuming at how that round went down. Kess goes 1 for 1, it's fine. I mean, you've got to be mad. You get that big judge kill, but it's against the Clove with ultimate. You get traded out, then the Clove gets a kill to buy back into the round. Oh, buddy. That's worst case scenario.
And when nothing's going right, it's just not going right now for Nightblood Gaming, unfortunately. But here's the moment of truth. We talked about maybe, you know, the nail in the coffin from that triple kill, but now they have ults and rifles. If they could cycle a little bit of these ults, would be good.
All right, Kane wins that fight out. He would have loved to have pulled the Viper with that ability, but obviously she threw that pit down over towards A short. That's a great way to turn that off. Either way, player advantage now for Rankers. And Kane looks a little bit uncomfortable now. Set up in his corner. Pop and just drops down and cleans them up. And that was a gun round for NBG. For those that care. That's going to be Fireball sat over at A. Looking glum as heck as he sees this game starting to sail off into the
My ult's
sunset.
ready.
And Exter's second ult in like 2 rounds. That was insane, because when he came out of that ult before, he already got a triple kill. And then you're continuing the reign of fire that's in the name of ranking against Nightblood Gaming. They just have too good of a name so far. I think Nightblood Gaming has given him too much room to breathe and too much time to warm up. They should have closed it at the very beginning when they were in driver's seat on the first half, at 5-0 on the scoreline or 5-1, whatever it was. But now you're definitely seeing similar results as it was the last time these two teams faced against each other just a week ago in the group stages leading into this moment. In the upper final, of Challengers Stage 3, and now Rankers are at map point.
Okay. Right. Yeah, this is ridiculous.
point.
It is full
Their
money
death demands our
for Rankers
attention.
right now. They are 2 cracked Vans. I'm just going to say it. The money for NBG here to try and stay in this game is pretty terrible. Guardian half armor for Kess and Sogo, respectively. Got to try and find a way to get value out of these ultimates here. Annihilation for Fireball Ops might be relevant, but Rankers are absolutely running roughshod over them.
And when I talked about the team for Nightblood Gaming, hopefully they're going to be able to cycle some ults. Yes, they lost everybody in the process without being able to use one. So now this is going to be probably the overload of util. Maybe aggress too much and try to stay alive in this fight. Is actually going to do
No
the
way.
same thing again.
Okay, all right. He had me in the first half. I'm not going to lie. Wow. Rank has actually opted out of a full-blown nuclear war here over at B, and instead play off that information to lead the site this time. And my goodness, I'm pretty sure we saw Annihilation just pop there by Fiber lots of B, and nobody, Ray. Nobody was there, Van. They had peaced out.
Spike planted.
Now orbital strikes the next best thing, rather.
Okay, Forces in fire out of that position. He's actually body blocked by the Trailblazer. Okay. Aliv there finds a quick double, and somehow NBG hold on. A pretty weak buy here, but again, Rankers will just continue to pull rifles into these rounds. NBG got to feel good, though, after kind of gamble stacking the B site, having to play full retake at A.
Yeah.
And that's the ultimate's gone.
Exactly. That's exactly it, because it was a Hail Mary within that round. I mean, you're facing elimination on the first map. Now you have 3 ults that you haven't had a chance to use in the last 3 rounds that you could have cycled up. So now you just want to make sure you stay alive in the game. So now you're back into almost nothing in terms of ults on your side. You still have 3 rounds to catch up to try to bring this into overtime against rankers, and your economy is also not the best. So the more that the rankers are continuing to fight against you, despite you winning some rounds, your money is going to get chipped down too, where you're not going to have a chance potentially in that last round of this regulation, if it has to come down to that. But I thought I saw an op at the very beginning. I don't know if they purchased at the very beginning and dropped it for a rifle after, but the idea was getting showers quite early here on the side of rankers.
I think I enjoyed the round. Oh, did Inspire just lurk down B long? Okay, and spot that win there as well. Can't win the fight as the king comes a little bit too late, but no, Knights is ready to throw down here. Kane gets in and onto the side, and it's up to Quinn and Allen, who are pretty split. Also going to try and go for this here. Beautiful straight tap there from Knight. My goodness, these guys are cracked, bro. Unreal.
Yeah, for those that haven't had a chance to see rankers play or to witness it during that SOAR event, you actually are now bearing witness to what it means to play against this team, play against the rankers, and probably the reason why chat was so excited and also disappointed that didn't get to see them on the main screen in the past couple of days. But now, thankfully, we get to witness it now and potentially even seeing rankers move to the grand finals.
I mean, it's very likely. Obviously, this is the upper final. One more win gets them there.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the maps. I'm not liking what I see for MBG. I'm not gonna lie. 800-pound King Extra about to go nuclear on them. Hey, stick around. This one might be a short one. We're back with map number 2 of this series.
Rankers, believe the hype. Being able to see them on the main broadcast, definitely a close series until it wasn't. That second half, Rankers to close it out strong, 13-9. I mean, going into this, Vans, we've seen this series before play out just a week ago. Very different look than what we got to see today. And once Rankers warmed up, they kind of looked unstoppable.
Yeah, as I was mentioning before the broadcast too, or the first few rounds, I was like, dude, NBG looking like they were out for a vengeance. They looked like they were very prepared. Just how they manipulate the map on the attack side, getting the timings off the Euro TPs, finding the weak spots. And then when we talked about, yeah, their post plant wasn't the best, but it was like their first attempt at the post plant that just kind of failed because they were just out of position. And out of position, I think, was the name of the game too, that allowed Rankers to really start coming back in these moments. Yes, they were able to do a great job to clear like the initial corners when they were scaling up towards the map. But when it came down to like hitting sites and then getting into these positions where you could actually hopefully get post plant scenarios, they were getting mowed down by Rankers.
I mean, I thought it started really well. Again, like Van said for MBG, like the fast hits with the Neon were really good. Then the Inspire, Util really started to slow them up. And there were a couple really weird rounds where they like pause and then they just do what they were doing before. Like they just take a timing, but they're not doing anything else necessarily on the rest of the map. So it's pretty hard to follow like what the plan was for them there. And then, yeah, they give up the sites. They give up so much of the site to Rankers. They let them get in. They don't really fight forward over, which is fine if you have really solid retake. But you're trying to retake against like, you know, ISO with double tap up, you know, Clove that can come back. Like you're playing 5v7, even in the best scenario, right? Like it's really hard to win that out there. And then like just the individual mechanics, like Kane Zero has a fantastic map here. You know, Knights also is like fighting constantly and is, you know, taking these 1v2s. These guys are really, I don't know, like playing against these guys, I think if you're not on that same level fundamentally feels impossible.
It looked obnoxious to play against at some points, honestly, between the comp and then just the individual power of each of these players. It looked like unstoppable. The second they warmed up, I mean, they didn't really let go from there. And really, here, Vans, we got to see kind of pop up across the board, like an extra later on. Like that's terrifying going on in the series.
Yeah, even literally without no pun intended, but Poppin, right? At some point where they're playing on the attack side, Poppin was like 1-8, or just really not trying to, not able to find like the best value for his team, or on the defensive side rather, for him to actually try to activate as much, because most of his teams were just in different angles trying to just fight, right? You're not trying to create like space for a sky flash or whatnot. But when it came down to the attack side, dude, he was stepping up. 14 kills that you saw there off the scoreboard, a prominent position where it was at on that U-Haul with a classic only, where he was able to win that 1v1, and a great impact player overall as his initiator to support a team like Rankers.
Yeah, if we're talking about impact on the team as well, we have to talk about Knights. I know, Vans, you had called out at some point unsung hero for the team. So let's take a couple of praises, because when we talk about an impact being made, I mean, if you're wanting to get a Clove, you better do it good. And wow, this was some top-notch stuff.
Yeah, and it's just him. And as Mitch was mentioning before too, is like he likes to play characters or agents where he likes to fight. If it's not going to be a Clove, it's that once in a while Reyna, and you're seeing the aggression, how he's able to just, I mean, look at the minimap. Every time he's alone, being able to find so much of the so much value. And yes, Wash on his name because he played under the team Washed over at the For Those Who Dare tournament, which is the reason why he's not washed up. He's so young, he can't be washed already. He actually has so much potential. As also the what he's actually doing around his teammates too. Yes, sometimes it's looking like he's doing a lot of solo things, but a lot of these moments where he actually has the ult, he's moving forward and making sure that he's spaced close enough so that he could get instantly traded if it gets dropped down from his not dead yet. So I just love how he's playing around an agent that basically it almost never gets played here in professional play, and getting great value out of it.
Making the agent look really good here. So I am all for it. That is someone you have to keep an eye on in the next series, and not the only one too. I mean, we're talking about the confidence of this team. We got to see that more and more in display as the game went on, and Uber one round of 3K in particular, when you look at Eggster, it was someone that we highlighted earlier on, and this was 1, 2, 3 nails in the coffin.
Like, you're playing off your own flash, by the way. His team, by the way, big chilling. I think they're sitting behind like a deadlock wall or something. I don't know what the idea is here. I genuinely, like, theoretically, you see the players there. You make a quick like dive through the TP, take showers, and go to A. He comes out, he comes out of that TP and just kills 3 people off of his own flash. Like that is like in terms of individual impact, like winning the round on your own is something that is hard to do. And with that regularity that these Rankers players are doing, that is quite astonishing. And that is something that you're going to see carry over the rest of the series. I'm pretty sure Knights dropped 29 in an 18-round game. You know, last time these two teams played on Sunset here. I think like it's still a map where Cypher is, again, less of like, you know, an oppressive force there because the trip setup over at B is a little bit harder to make it unbreakable. And the attackers, I feel like, have a bit more an advantage there. But I'm scared. I'm very scared for NBG.
That's the thing that Nightblood Gaming has to clean up going into Sunset. It's making sure that it'll get timing in these moments, because that round number 1 and that round number 3, I'd like to say, where they're throwing walls and players were in front of those walls and still getting picks on the side of Rankers, that flash that Eggster was able to do get at a 3K, another moment where it catches a Nightblood Gaming off guard. So when it comes down to the later rounds, yes, you've come prepared of what you want to do and it works perfectly. But after that timeout that came through here from either Rankers or Nightblood Gaming, you saw that Rankers resurge kind of, and Nightblood Gaming felt like they were losing control of that game. And I don't want this to happen again on Sunset, where this is the powerhouse map going in here for Rankers. They have been unstoppable throughout Challengers in Stage 3 so far. And that's also just playing crazy unorthodox comps.
Yeah, it's either good news that there's Sunset ahead if you're a Rankers fan, and some potentially really bad news if you're a Nightblood Gaming fan. But now heading into Sunset and the Agent Select, since we've seen this pretty recently, the only real question is where Cainzera wants to play for the day. Sometimes, like even yesterday, swap between just the ISO and the Neon, different games. But today, Uber, it's going to be ISO yet again.
Yeah, look, I'm fine with it. I think if I'm looking at Nightblood Gaming here, I think they're starting on the defense side. If they don't want to play up on the sites, that's totally fine. They probably just need to play for flood retakes, like behind this breach util, or like Kess getting like information for them, right? You know, a lot of the time, the pace they're really struggling to deal with is Rankers are just pushing into these sites and sort of mowing them down. So I want to see like some really good kill trips, some fireball ops, play off them as well as you possibly can, because again, this Rankers team just wants to fight. And this is a comp that snowballs, right? ISO snowballs with those double taps, close snowballs with a pick-me-up. You don't want to let them get started in these rounds if you can help it.
And they're coming off of a strong bind. Let's see if they can snowball, take this right into the grand finals, or if Nightblood Gaming, they can fight, take it to map 3. I'll see you 2 later.
All right, folks, we're jumping in. Nightblood Gaming versus Rankers. This is Sunset. And again, if you didn't catch it at the start of the show, it's the same 3 maps in the same order as last time these teams played in their group. Obviously, they played in the winners match of the same group, emerging from that same one there. So Rankers look terrifying at the end of Bind, Vansili. I am scared of what they have for us on this attack side. Starting
on the same sides too every single time on these maps. So Rankers on the attack, lots of round, lots of pressure they're able to do. And speaking of pressure, it's already starting as a fake on the A side. So Inspire will be the one that will be selfless in that moment and contain a couple of those players from Nightblood Gaming towards the A side. But here's his hit. Here's the hit on B.
Ah, yes, players contained. Mission successful. Could have gone better. Quinn there takes a little swing via market and already to the back of the site. Rankers are trying to get set up here. Alan wants to try and get involved. Extra pops on out there as he tried to get away with the gate crash by the looks of things. Poppin though is getting involved. That's going to be an aftershock that forces Rankers away, but Cainzera takes the timing on that right-hand side. Start to pop in 1v3. He might just look to exit with an orb.
At least for now, and lots of time to work with too. If you could isolate a couple of these fights, it's pretty good. But again, yes, it was like a fake isolate players towards the A side because he had a nice stun coming through here from Sogo at the very beginning. And also on the side of Nightblood Gaming, you are playing with a Neon, so the rotates will continue to be very, very fast. And especially when you don't and you're not breaking the Cypher util towards that B site.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, let's hold that thought. Let's hold that thought. Poppy might get this.
Right here.
Shock here is going to go past Quinn unless it bounces back at him. It does. There's a tickle, but checking your left there. Kess waiting with Frenzy. And NBG lock it down. 2 really important picks. A very standard fault line play to catch out Inspire. And then, well, they had the numbers at the B site when they needed them.
Yeah. And just a little bit of clarification as well into Kane Zero's agent going into this one. It's not the first time that he was playing ISO on this map, but sometimes also plays Neon. And I think it depends, you know, how he feels for that day and also who he's playing against and what he's playing against. If you're looking on the side of MBG, they have a lot of stall that stops a Neon in that moment where Kane Zero wants to play that solo. And on the side of Rankers, you don't have utility that's able to support such a fast-range Neon. So now he could be self-sufficient again on this ISO. But for this round, he is going to be with his team, grouped up, and they're going to use both duelists to open up the site. Fireball Ups is going to have to anchor it up solo for a bit.
Just not quick enough here. Both trips, by the way, getting activated here. Fireball Ups overextending to try and capitalize on it. Ends up going 1 for 1. Double tap shield gets knocked here, but I don't think that's going to slow Kane Zero down at all. Odd moment there. Fireball Ups, yeah, realizes he misses his first opportunity. Then sees a second and thinks, maybe it's just the one player. And he was wrong. So now we're going to be in a post plant with Rankers crawling over this B site. Sogo finds a timing there to deal with Knights, and Alam is now creeping forward with his Outlaw. Awkward. Maybe just trying to be bait here. Instead gets the kill. Fair enough. Okay, Kane Zero now to 1v2. Sheriff in hand. Still needs to be a defuse at some point as Alam going to set up a double swing. Gets good damage, and Kane Zero has to go back into the smoke, but they're bound to get pushed here. Another one here for NBG, but again, they play it pretty close.
It had to be a Neon Slide, probably no scope outlaw shot to save that round there because Exter picked up that rifle, picked up that Bulldog, and almost made it very winnable there for the Rankers because they smothered that site quite huge. And you've mentioned it, a little bit of overextension out from Fireball Ups. It felt like he really, really badly wanted that trip kill from the one that he placed on the entrance, where those pings are currently looking at here on the attack side for Rankers, saying, hey, if we're going to scale up, get ready for those trips on that side. And because of that overextension, he potentially even almost lost a round there for Nightblood Gaming. Nonetheless, definitely lost the economy. Look at what they have as a buy right now. They have only a Bulldog, a Stinger, an Outlaw that is going to play against full shields across, and a double shield on top of that from Kane Zero. So it's not going to get the best value.
That's going to be an issue for NBGs. Obviously, on this map against a comp like this, you might want to play the Extremity with an op and just eat a contact play. Double tap, one of the best abilities in the game to actually negate that strategy. NBG try and stack over towards the A side here. It ends up being the wrong choice. So they now have to play a retake here from a long way across the map with weapons that definitely aren't optimized for this situation. And Inspire is going to hear them filter into mid.
He's got camera too. He's not going to pop because he wants to get the... I was going to say he wants the timing on the backstab, and he does.
So much information. And he can go for that push again or back away and join the rest in lobby. Extra knows Alan's coming. Ready to flash himself off this corner. It's beautiful. Oh, it's so good. Exit with 3 in the round. Rankers keep every single gun they purchased and knock NBG down a peg.
Guardian 2 stays within the next round for Knights. And again, this is a continuation of what it was on that first map. Looks like Rankers, as soon as the money's right, they're not letting down. Even if the scoreboard looks like it's 2-1 here for Nightblood Gaming, it still looked like a very doable round for Rankers in the end. And now you're close to cycling so many ults here on the attack side as well. And the continuous condition that they've been doing here towards this B site at the very beginning looks like it wants to be contested here by a limb. Not necessarily going for, I think their camera's going to be pushed forward at the very beginning unless they want to keep that for a bit.
Oh, okay, off angle for Fireball Ops. This is really nice. It's not particularly elaborate, this hold in towards B, but it's worked out beautifully. Pressure those got to come in, and you know Rankers are going to want to fight for it. So Huynh will be the only player left to beat here in what ends up being a 2-for-2 exchange. But bear in mind, Rankers have a decent bit of money to work with. It's NBG's economy that hangs in the balance here. And Huynh is just trying to stay safe at the back of the site, but Poppin gets the timing on him. Rankers just, again, their rhythm is really hard to predict, often pushing up to take up these off angles that NBG is not ready for.
Sogo's kind of alone too, gets a dink, but it's through a wall. Now at 2 HP. They're going to hear the rotate from spawn too. They're in a great spot here for Rankers to finish this round.
Okay, Hunter's Fury for Poppin. Audacious.
Wait,
Kess actually gets tagged out by that one, and they're going for it. Nightfall is going to reveal the location of Poppin, but he takes the fight anyway. Kess doesn't get a moment to pull their gun out. 4 kills for your boy. And Rankers have evened this game up.
That was a nice try too. The Nightfall was going to decay his opponent and hopefully get the spray, especially when it gets pinged down by that Hunter's Fury. And battle between both initiators. That pop-in continues to literally pop off again. But this was so aggressive, so ballsy too. We talked about the conditioning here that they've been doing on the attack side of scaling up very slowly towards the B side. You're pushing forward, not pulling a camera, anticipating that Inspire doesn't put a camera into the window, and you're going for the crossfire setup. Yes, it nets for some kills, it nets for a 3v3, but everybody else is so far away for the rotate, and you have to use so much utility on that retake yourself that you don't have any of that information when you're rotating across. So Rankers continuing here to press the button on the pressure against NBG and looking to close things out in a 2-0, and they've broken the econ to allow for them to take the lead here around number 5, potentially.
No A main one way here, at least not the far forward one. Quinn actually throws one into the lobby instead. Kill contract, catches Sogo. Be nice to get this kill. Look at the breach out of the game. What was that? Easy pickoffs here. And NBG already working with pretty little in terms of that weaponry. Already all over the A site now. Alan might be set up here, have a chance to consider overdriving around like this, but losing link control makes this look pretty silly. He's going to go for it, gets one, and that's all she wrote.
Spike planted.
And that's so hard too when you've already lost your breach in the process, that you can't add double stuns to it and get the real value around the neon slides with the ult. When, I mean, he only had a buck. He was just trying to find a safe angle so he could try to close that gap again for a second time and hopefully take one down. But I don't think it was an overkill by using that kill contract for Kane Zera for Rankers to really scale up on the side, especially with Extra's dimensional drift, because we talked about how many of these players are so close to getting ults once again. They could continue with this conditioning on this A side. They could take orb control because they've realized that Nightblood Gaming are not going for a lot of the pressure from the Neon and a breach at the beginning of these A rounds. So ults might be coming very soon here for somebody like Poppins, somebody like even Knights over on this A side.
Knight doesn't even necessarily get to decide when that gets used, but it's definitely going to be more likely to try and take the fight when it's available. And Spike can set up in here through mid, and obviously pretty standard Cypher util that can be broken nowadays. Over at this B side of the map, as Alam is asking the question, do they run into Pop in here as they inch around this corner? It's risky business though, and yeah, that's just, well, it's bad business, fans.
But it's open business for Rankers. That's calling the full rotate towards the B side, and potentially even Poppin, since his position's given away. I wouldn't mind for him to take the orb too, and for them to just go for the full exec after. Moving forward with a recon dart, just peeking across, and actually the orb's picked up by Inspire so they can ult. So now they know where the weak side is. Gives a chance for Knights to lurk.
Sogo threw out a fault line and then quickly went back over to A, but this neural theft is going to show that the breach left the B side instantly after throwing that piece of util out. Little metal flash here from Sogo, but he's decayed very low. Ends up being a 1-for-1. Knights does fall, but he's okay with that. Looks like a wrap over towards this A side now, as eventually you're going to see Extra get activated. And Win going to be sat here deep on the site. Poppin unaware. He knows exactly what's coming his way. Takes the first. Poppin just around the corner. Paranoia. Great hit. Poppin still looks to try and take the fight. A fake TP now for Win as well. He would have had his third there. Almost doubtless. A great round for NBG to strike back on, just as a threat was coming from their spawn side.
The experience, once again, that comes from a player like Quinn. Impact kills coming across too, and all thanks to the hat that was thrown by Fireball Ups to get the information that 2 players were pushing in from gate. But Quinn coming in here again from a duelist role back in 2020 with the French Canadians, back into a silver role, now playing controller, and continues the arc of, you know, crack duelist when the game first started. And once you're finding the experience and you're withering with time, you're moving into a controller role, but you could still add so much impact in that role. So a nice anchor hold. And NBG, they stay back in the fight.
Well, that's unexpected. I like that little pop, though. This is the second round this half. We've seen NBG go for that real aggressive pop defensively. This time it's on the A side, though, and hey, it pays off. Beautifully done. This time Rankers get force-fed a taste of their own medicine.
Yeah. Going toe-to-toe right into that fight of the short A side, and somehow a limb was able to slip through 2 players before he was able to get one down towards main. So nobody was expecting that, and I think that one little slide that caught Rankers off guard forced even to 2 players on the attack side of the forefront to turn around and try to trade him. And then there was the opportunity for the rest of Nightblood Gaming to flood back towards shops and go for all those trades. I mean, that was just a nice death ball to death ball, and one of those rare occasions that we're probably not going to see too many times here on for the rest of this half, knowing that now you know, Nightblood Gaming seems to be more towards a group, at least from what rankers would expect from that last round. So they're going to stay as a group themselves to work on the weak side of B.
All right, Clone's going to eat up the tripwire here, but Fireblobs is still able to get rid of the real deal. Extra picked off. Kessie wants to play forward, a little bit too far forward, perhaps that util in hand, and Poppin's able to shrug it off, but still, that was a seize that went down. That Quinn of Fireblobs are able to play off of. Rolling Thunder here for Poppin. A little rude. He's able to recover, though, just in time. One bullet was all that took.
Last player.
He knows that Quinn sat on this corner. This is still up for grabs, still winnable. Poppin trying to back away, and he
Oh
spots
my
out a little.
God.
That is ridiculous. He's online for the ace here. And a Hunter's Fury in what will likely be a post-plant scenario.
Lost some time, though, by going in the Owl Drone. This is an opportunity for Fireballs to close that gap, especially after a plant. It's not guaranteed that Poppin can actually play the distance into his Hunter's Fury.
He may not choose to. Might look to play on site instead. Listen for sound cues. His recon dart is available again. That could give him a huge edge as Fireballs has none of that util left. He's just going to have to raw dog this. And Poppin. He's convinced! He bloody knows! He's aware, and that's an ace for Poppin. An important round for Rank to snatch back just as NBG starting to get a bit too big for their boots.
And it all started, I mean, yes, he got a nice 3K at the very beginning, but into all the action that finished towards the B round, what really allowed here for Poppin to get the best value and come through and win that 1 versus 3 in a clutch was just that rolling thunder that came out towards the end where Poppin stayed towards the back, and somehow it was just, again, cosmetics in terms of the ults. Gets that kill onto Sogo, catches 2 players off guard, the op shot whiffed, and that was just a great round by Poppin towards the end. And that's morale gone.
I'm sorry, you got to buy his guy. He's 16 and 6. I don't make the rules. These guys would dominate. Actually gets onto the side here. Of course, little gate crash gets him there. 3 players grouped up for NBG over towards the Boba area. The money is pretty slim for the defenders here. Awkward Bucky for Win up in that corner, and Knights is going to go and check for it. He might get too close, though. Risky business, but he has that ultimate. Gets one. Able to back away and fight for it yet again. Extra hit with the paranoia now as Knights is emerges, able to back away and play this crossfire. The weaponry, though, a little bit of an issue. Had nothing but a classic to work with, oddly enough. And here comes NBG, going to try and go for it. Alum did get pinged there. Here comes the fast lane as all 3 players here for NBG look to push into the side, but Exeter has the timing. It's beautiful. 2 gun down. Poppin finds yet another one, and Kane cleans it up.
And now the value also that Poppin brings on top of that, if he's not going to have to be the guy in the clutch, the support that he brings for the rest of the team after they enter the site. I mean, it's no reason that he was number 1 at some point here on the rankings, but also had Poppin's Guides probably.com in the top 10. So make sure if you want to follow and be 17-4 and Poppin against a team like Nightblood Gaming, go check out his Twitter and sign up to his course, because this guy's a Chad looking at himself on that second map where, again, when we were looking at the desk and I was like, hey, this guy's not playing the best game as like that they did on the defensive side at first here on Bind. He was definitely activated here on that second half on the attack side, and again on the attack side here, finding so much value, knowing that he could play for himself, knowing that he could dictate the pace against Nightblood Gaming, who they are trying to stop that tempo, stop that momentum, because they are once again letting a lead slip, and then now with an eco that's broken, they're gonna slip behind by 2 potentially and after this timeout.
Yeah, at this point, NBG really have to put their heads together and figure this out. Rankers have a lot of ability to circumvent some of this Cypher util. We saw Exeter just sort of jump past it, get onto the side pretty easily. Knights and Inspire haven't had to do too much here.
Yeah.
When you've got an individual after 9 rounds at 17 kills, Poppin going absolutely nuts here. You do have the liberty of sitting back a little bit on this. It'll become definitely more relevant on the defense side, especially Inspire. But you've noticed that now with the way that Sunset has changed, like Fireball Ops is not able to really stop anyone in their tracks. Those trips can be played off of, and you have to vary them every single round. Look at this deep trip here towards B lobby, but that's just for info.
And I think that's the call too, is how do we stop like this aggression that keeps coming out from rankers? And even if the trip's not gonna get the best value, it still lets you know audio cues of how many players could be, the camera to pop up, and after like a late hit, it could be utilized for retakes as well. But Nightblood Gaming have to figure out a way to fight back in those moments, because playing passively on trap kills, it works once in a while. Trying to push forward with the operator, they're getting dominated. This time around, you're hoping that it's going to be a different look, maybe a mid crunch or something like that, just to make sure that rankers don't have all that information on the site.
Oh, Sogo. That completely unraveled his position there. He's also vulnerable. Almost goes down to the span through the box here, and in they come. Like that contingency thrown up to protect themselves from Link here. Alum actually has to overcommit to get past it. And the double tap's in play. Kane Zero can do as he pleases here. Win with the bucket. You heard that one before. Once again, double tap very good against that weapon combination.
Spike planted.
And Win is revealed to everybody. Now just had to fall back inside the dark cover and try and get something out of this round. But Rankers, oh yeah, they're starting to run away with it.
I'm just loving Kane Zero utilizing ISO as when ISO was like super buff in like a couple of patches ago, and you saw like even Jogmeal bringing it out for EG, and players are continuing able to continue to snowball rather as a duelist, as an ISO in these anti-eco moments. Yes. And you're still able to do just fine despite the slight nerfs that came through towards his kit. And he's already having another kill contract, something that could be very useful against these 4 ults. And we talked about like the lack of B control that they're getting. They're going to give it fully up. They're going to go for a tiles potentially hit with all of these rifles.
Remind us from FPG, a little bit of an aggressive stance to take some map control. And in fact, this Outrone isn't really going to see any of it. Ivalops also gets the deep cam up mid. Should be cleared now by Poppin.
That's what I love. Such good trade of util.
Oh, they're aware. They're so aware. It's just very different for NBG. Like, it's a genuine variation on their pattern so far. And your rankers are just comfortable enough to say, okay, we'll play this fast and loose. We'll see what you guys try and do early in the round. They're also like slowing up the pace and allowing NBG to run into them. I would feel as NBG, like, I just can't figure out the answer.
Yeah. And that shows, again, the minds that comes from rankers to anticipate that. And we'll talk about that in a bit, because there's a push from Kane and from Poppin.
All right, we are big chillin'.
Wait,
little bit of wild spray
there. Everything's fine.
Sorry about it. Money's good. For rankers, they're rich.
Spend everything on this one.
Exactly. And to go back to what we were saying, for them to come out from a timeout, remember, they're playing an anti-eco after the timeout, but when it comes to the gun round, they knew that there was something that was going to get cooked up by Nightblood Gaming, especially when they had 4 ults available on their side. So you're thinking of a Nightfall around the fault line, the Finger Blasters from a limb to try to take control. So they all played towards the spawn, thinking that somebody was going to push up forward. And they went from Owl Drone to hear the camera come up, to break the cam, and then still force Nightblood Gaming to walk down. And they just waited with the crosshairs to get the pick. They outread the heck out of Nightblood Gaming on that previous round, and keeps them guessing in round number 12. With that last round where they tried to walk down and get punished, they're not going to go for that again. They can't go for, hey, we could try to fight back towards some position. They have to play reactionary again, and they're playing so passively. If you're looking at this comp, they have 0 info that they can gather towards mid right now with their position. So this is a great opportunity now for rankers to just smother inside the B site. Yes, there's a Nightfall that's going to hit them, but they have so many numbers.
Look where Inspire's coming. So much.
You and me.
We're able to find one, though. And now he's going to be punished by getting a sit down with Daddy. Here's Kane Zero. Deals with him pretty comfortably. Come out of that, obviously, with double tap available and in a safe place. And now we have a 4v3, though, as all that went down. Knight did end up collapsing.
We'll catch them. Bring them down.
The lurk is huge, though, on top middle from Inspire.
One enemy remaining.
Stopping fire.
I don't see that.
Not anymore.
Trying to get up mid there. So what looked like a great round at the outset there for Rankers eventually falls apart. Just solid anchoring play on the B side there to find a couple of key picks. And you saw Rankers try and get up in there, Vans. No good.
Yep. That's exactly it. They went through by a contact play instead of trying to go for the full exec that they've always been doing, thinking that they were going to maybe outmaneuver the trips that were being set here by fireball ups again towards the B site, so they could walk up and try to maybe catch them off guard. But it's win better with the Guardian, a lure buy that works out here for Nightblood Gaming towards the end, and it's still somewhat of a close game. As you can see here, Rankers only up by 2 going into the pistol round, but Nightblood Gaming, they want to go fast here. They're going to try to go for this haunt and potentially try to find the timing, but not necessarily to break the door, because the Neon's going towards main instead.
And it's just going to be sat at the top of mid. Knights for the time being. Did invest into a little bit of that util this round. So just a little bit of warning shots traded here through mid, and Knights is going to give up that angle pretty happily. One way also being thrown out here, and B main, but it's just a limb set up there for now.
Lots of ghosts for the defensive side too. So they're playing range and they're playing potentially just to go for single plays. Knights is trying to observe here and observe and confirm.
Yeah, know that there's some presence inside mid. You get a free kill. You can also shut the door here. And all of Rank just retreat to that line of scrimmage there towards the top of mid. And MBG here, options more limited now. Don't really want to have to break the door through. Poppins goes a little bit low to that spray down. Little shocky though, keeps Kess honest. And a smoke will set up here for a push potentially onto the A side. Everyone from MBG looking to group up around that. The Lim's already gotten well and truly into this B side. Relay bolt, good catch, but Olympic actually can't see the target. Oh, what a brilliant use of Cyber Cage there for Inspire. Able to avoid the questing eyes of Olim there. Now, Rank is looking so good on this defense. Clone thrown out. Egg on the face. A fireball ops as well as a flash indicator. It's just win. Sat behind the spike. He knows his goose is absolutely cooked. Eggs on the side.
He's like, you know what? Let me just gamble and see if I could go for a plant. I don't care if Exer's just around the corner. I know he already killed one of my teammates from that spot. I'm still going to try. But unfortunately, it doesn't pan out. But you talked about the great util from Inspire towards that B side. I liked it as well. I think just forcing a jump over made the audio cue for him to pop up that cage as well. And then you saw Lim is like, oh, crap, well, Jig is up. I'm going to have to try to fight against him, trying to slide across, but never broke the trip. So it really allowed Inspire to get a great anchor in that great fight. That could have been potentially a win con for Nightblood Gaming, because that would have opened up that B site for the players to rotate back and split back towards B. So staying as a group, no force fire from Nightblood Gaming. Just trying to walk up. I think it's just, I don't think you're going to try to break door or anything unless it wasn't broken in the very beginning.
Sorry,
or
they have
dropped down.
Two Aries. And it's working. It's working really well, in fact. Kess and Soga already picked up by Poppin, mowing them down. Fireball Ops lucky to get away, and Kane Zero is hot on his heels. Oh, man. This doesn't look so much like a fair fight. It looks more like an extinction event.
Yeah, that's, I mean, what can you really do now on an eco? Just trying to gain space, not really in a moment where you're trying to take possession of any orbs, trying to bring any ults into your favor later on into the rounds. That could be very fruitful, especially now you're going into the Cypher patch. You still have only 6 orbs that's needed here to be able to get an ult out, but they just wanted to try to go for a triple fight for players that might be pushing down mid, gets punished by double Aries. But at least it gives them the audio cue of like, okay, we have to be weary of 2 Aries now in our gun round. And it's going back to the pistol, same conditioning. Eye comes down on the clothesline, walk up towards B main.
Yeah, I'm definitely curious to see what the protocol is against double Aries for NBG. I wonder if they have that one in the playbook. They definitely got to respect.
That is so
the ability.
nerdy. Is that trip actually going to work?
I don't know. I mean, I am enjoying seeing that actually from both ciphers. Inspire is a very sweaty.
Don't do that punch. Okay, I was going to breathe that. Oh, these trips from Inspire, they're very I don't know what's the word.
I wouldn't do that, bro. That's not me. That ain't me. That's very Van Sussy coded, but that's not me. Here it is. Kane Zero with the double tap gets broken pretty much instantly, but he is chilling behind the kiosk. Wing at long range, flattened. Kane Zero ready to go again. And already Rank is getting a little bit hungry towards the top of mid here. They might just crunch on this. 3 for the ISO. Kess, the straggler. The lone survivor moves on in, hit with the metal instantly. Decayed down to 13. Sure as hell ain't a lucky number for him. Brutal. 5 to 10 now as Rankers, yeah, they are starting to drag NBG behind the chariot and run over the field of glass shards.
Only to be attached by like 3 other horses on each side, and all the limbs get pulled out too. This is a bloodbath for sure.
I didn't know you were different like
Gaming.
that.
I'm sorry? I'm gruesome?
I didn't know you were different like that, bro.
Yeah, you know, I have my days.
You get enough sleep or what?
Sorry?
You get enough sleep?
Lately, not too bad. Not too bad.
Okay. Oh, good.
Yeah. Still going through like home renovation and stuff. That's what's very tiring for me these days. Oh boy. But yeah,
I mean,
just going back to previously here, Nightblood Gaming, I think you saw from like that round number 2, round number 3, like the amount of times that they're just walking up towards that middle. I think it's just because at the beginning of these rounds, although we haven't really seen because we're on bird's eye view, I don't think that I've heard really the door closing from that B side.
Yeah.
So Nightblood Gaming feel like, okay, well, maybe we don't need to go for like the fault line timing into market. They're probably going to play that a little bit more passively. There's going to be more a passive, like a Cypher camera or something like that too. So we could maybe walk contact up into that spot. But little they know, when you walk contact in that spot, Kane Zero is there with the rifle too. So you're seeing these pings happen. Like they need to find ways where they can really cross that timing and maybe catch some players off guard. From the looks of it, I could still see potentially that finally fault line and Neon to try to take mid control, because after the haunts that are being thrown, they're not seeing too much pressure coming out here from the defensive side. But as I say that, Knights is about to fight this.
So same again, the smoke to top mid and a walk up mid for NBG. Now, on a few rounds, there's been like an ISO sat here inside market, and Alan is expecting to have to fight for this. In fact, they just sort of fake it and back away, and it might be a nice call here because just Kane Zero checking his nails over on the A side.
It's just Kane Zero, quote unquote.
Yeah. Oh, we know something's coming. Ooh, Alim lucky to get away with that one. And he flattens Kane Zero. Nicely done. NBG made the correct choice here over on site. They take a clone down. Extra not able to capitalize off the flash shot with Alim. Takes one. Looks for a second there as Extra eventually shuts down the Stinger Menace and popping it. Full hit by that Paranoia. Hot from Kess there. Unfortunately for them, Extra runs out of bullets.
Scanning ahead.
There was already the rotate across from Rankers. Beautiful recon dart too that pings the Cypher behind slant.
Last player standing.
If you get anything from that, would be nasty. All right, Inspire. We're up for the clutch, son. 1v3.
He knows.
No plant yet. Cam will be removed
Spike
as
planted.
Quinn will complete this plant. You've also got the Cypher set behind box on site. So definitely a tricky situation. Now you have to walk this smoke.
Thrifty.
Quinn expecting it, and he'll be waiting with the Sheriff. A nice thrifty here for NBG. A chance to come up for air as Rank really were laying it on thick.
Lined up as well for that one, potentially, for Inspire to win that 1v2. But that said, when you said, hey, Inspire, you're up to it, and you saw like he was just juggling his weapon, is that like a tick he has? Like, okay, I'm under the clutch, time to lock in. Let me just inspect my weapon and go for a freak reload, and then I'll just get ready to try to fight that 1v2. But yeah, that as you said, coming back from this timeout, it was more on Nightblood Gaming to have their own conditioning. That's something that hasn't really worked well on their side. And like, hey, let's just keep trying to go towards this door and try to keep those players out there, and we could pull back towards the A side. It was a good read, but this continuous haunt being thrown towards middle, at some point, somebody like Knights or Kane Zero is going to walk through this, and they're not going to be afraid to fight against that smoke.
Yep. Seen it happen on occasion. Just off a timing, walk that mid smoke and catch them off guard. This round, NBG might be set up to actually push top mid. Hess caught out here. The scan initiated for NBG. I'm not sure the idea was there.
I know it.
They're not going to win out. Fireball up, so nicely done from top of mid. Gets all the way through. Neural Theft also going to be thrown out. A limb
Last
collapses
player
there
standing.
on Inspire, but Knights is able to trade it out. It's up to Poppin. Will it be Poppin or
Spike
Poop in
planted.
this round? Stay tuned. Here's the swing. And that will be another round here for NBG. They're bringing them back and they're mixing it up. These variations into mid. Sometimes they make use of advanced. Sometimes they pull out and hit that weak side. They've made a couple of really good audibles.
Definitely. And now it's Pop inside. Now we get a little bit of visit of Gecko's house there. But ranking now at this point, they're like, okay, well, we are giving them a little bit too much freedom. Just like Nightblood Gaming kind of did also for Rankers when Rankers were on the attack side. But the difference is that Nightblood Gaming does a lot of this early conditioning towards middle while Rankers did it towards B. So they do want to try to find an answer for this. Look at the TPs that come across and trying to fight towards the door. They have the player on top middle, but NBG instead are trying to push up towards this A site. Instead, there's still 4 players from Rankers here.
Lim gets there though, Poppin brought down. This side is thick with Rankers players, but Lim is starting to cut them down.
remaining.
One by one, Knights trying to get in there. They're going to be back for another bite of the apple. Inspire trying to play off that. Did get Sogo at the very least. The Knights got out. Has to make a play at some point here. 2 guns aimed at Link. Time to go for it. Knights! Yeah, tough one. Double face plus an Odin trained on the corner. Really hard to win those, and that's 3 rounds in a row for NBG fans. They are climbing back into this.
Yeah, almost felt it at some point, though, because there were some shoulders peeking out when he was jiggling across the corner where it could have been doable. I think he also had a medal on top of that, but I also think that he didn't want to give his position away of when he was going to swing. So keeping that in mind, trying to isolate those fights. And as you've mentioned, Nightblood Gaming has now, closed that gap by 2. They have ults to work with as well, and you go back to the mid conditioning, but this time still a lot of these players leaning towards the A side. This might still be an A side finish. This should still be a slow scale, though, from the attackers on A. They want to force the players to peek out, and Kane does just that. But Win is the one that made out of it damage.
Kane thought to try and fight this. He's finally the money really damaged up here, but Kane gets a freebie. And he's going to get out as well. That relay bolt doesn't connect. Contingency also buys Kenjiro into space. And the Rolling Thunder doesn't actually hit him at all. So Elim goes down. Quid already missing, of course. But we're going to double stack up on this corner. They're going to wear the fault line. That's a little bit awkward, though. We're going to have to get on out there as Knights doesn't have the option to escape from the aftershock. But this is a pretty darn good force by round from Rank if I've never seen one.
Yeah, but Inspire hurt the rotate, and there's also Dimensional Drift, so he's going to hear this back towards the A site after Poppin got picked. So Dimensional Drift, a hat, and Inspire could also flank and pick up a weapon on the way.
And that Spike is almost certainly heading over to that A side. Weapons are not good for Rankers here. Yet, at least. Kess obviously
30
able to
seconds left.
be a factor in that previous round here. Poppin also someone who has had a really quiet second half. They've just not been able to get into the game. Not at least 20 kills in 12 rounds that we saw in that first half. Okay, Dimensional Drift here for Exeter.
Spike
We're going to be able to see it all laid bare. Crucially, being able to see where these players are falling back to in the post-fight to confirm and maybe to Inspire up to go to work here with the rifle. It's beautiful. And they didn't know what hit him. A timeout gives NBG 3 rounds, but eventually Rankers have the ultimates to put him to bed.
You could already hear the comms from that 2v2. Hold them, keep them isolated. Inspire already heard everybody rotate back, stay towards the spawn, just in case I hear them rotate back towards the B site, and we could beat them to the punch. Then, as soon as the tap comes in, he goes into the Dimensional Drift. Both players are backpedaling, still looking back towards main as they had the site planted, not even for them. So he says, hey, they're pulling back towards you. Let me just go tap the spike so I push those 2 players back towards me, and you get the backstab. Just beautifully done towards the end. And that's what I'm talking about. When it comes down to heads-up play and communication, this team still has it. It almost looks like they're plugging it every single time, but there's so much method behind the madness around how Rankers play.
Yeah, and it's not these big set plays, but it's a couple of those 1-2 situations on a dime they can pull out and clutch a huge round like that one. Rankers also can buy straight up in here. Poppin has a Hunter's Fury to make use of. Again, it's NBG with a tendency to get up mid here, and Knights just walks out into the open there. They have no information about mid, but Poppin is poised to take them down. 1 is good, 2 would be great. And he's more than happy just to audaciously challenge Sogo a second time.
I'm out of here.
He's a 1v2. And MBG down to 3, make it 2 as Inspire just sees Fireball Ops come. And that one way, Cybercage still very good.
Now you got a minute left. The name of the game right now for Elim is, let me try to make towards B main and pick up this gun and potentially save it, because he's got nothing. He used an overdrive, got no value out of it. Now he's got a classic only. The other one's got an Odin. Again, I feel that you have to probably save this. Look at the econ being almost pretty much broken at this point. Fireball Ups has nothing to work with while the rest could buy. And that weapon gets picked up. That's going to get pinged out. Definitely heard by Exer just around the corner.
30 seconds left.
Looks like no Nightblood still wants to push
One
this.
enemy remaining.
Well, they might get pinched here at the top of mid. Oh, Poppin with 4. A bit of a quiet second half, but that's a great little 4K round here. And makes it very awkward for MBG to buy up in what might be the last round of the series.
And when Nightblood Gaming had a broken econ in rankers, we're at map point. There was a lot of ults to work with on bind. This time, nowhere near any ults that could salvage a round for them. So orb control, probably not the best in terms of objectives for Nightblood Gaming to get. It's back to conditioning on middle, but finally working back towards the market again because they haven't been contested. They haven't seen any pushes coming out from that side either.
Into mid again. This has been the plan for NBG, but Poppin is aware of it. Nice little hit there on Kess, and it's an easy first kill here for Rankers. Knights wants to take this fight here. Elim has to go for it. There's just no choice. You're Neon. It's in your blood. You've got to take the challenge. Quinn doesn't know what
One
hit him there as those
enemy
shots came through the smoke, and
Spike
Poppin cleans up
down
Sogo.
B.
Is that the fireball ops? One player against the world, it seems, and this
Defenders
time
win.
the series is far less close as Rankers advance to the final.
Rankers to the grand finals. I did not expect to say this, and it was also the same thing when I was casting that off-season event. I was not expecting to even see Wash in the grand finals, and these guys coming in from literally the ranks are able to make it and beat these teams that are in organized play. This is sick.
Yeah, I mean, I've got to hear it from Sierra, because now I'm starting to wonder who the heck else in this tournament can actually take Rankers on. I mean, they have gotten through Blue Water, YFP, and now Nightblood Gaming. There's no TSM to stop them. Maybe if YFP can win that game that they're in against SAD, I mean, I don't know, but it's looking scary out there for anybody looking to try and take this away and get that 10K.
I mean, you're throwing all these names out there, but with how Rankers is playing, I don't think it matters what name is going up against them, because they're looking so good. Last time these two teams faced, it was a different result. The 2-1 win is still a victory, but a little bit more close for the overall series. Cleaning up into really strong start to things. I mean, Rankers, if they're just going to keep improving and improving, it might just be heartbreaking that lower bracket advance for what team to go all the way to maybe take the loss in the grand finals. I mean, this team looks unstoppable.
Yeah, and even when I was watching part of this too, and I was looking at the teams going into the playoffs, I was like, dude, this lower bracket on the side of YFP Gaming, TSM, Rankers, and Blue Otter is so difficult, because any of those teams that make it past the quarterfinals could probably win it all. But I wasn't expecting to see it being Rankers on top of that. I was expecting potentially the upset dark horse of being Blue Otter, if anything. But Rankers are proving so many doubters wrong, including myself, but probably not for like 90% of the chat that's currently watching this, because I've seen a lot of people giving a lot of praise here tonight to Poppin and to the whole crew around Rankers.
They're slowly getting more and more believers to join them in the Twitch chat for what is going to be a crazy grand finals tomorrow. Who's going to meet them there? I don't know, but even just reflecting back on this series, even people that, I mean, had a good performance in that game number 1, we got to see in game 2 really just come to life. I mean, just looking at the score lines, I mean, Poppin had that ace, was just like fragging out. I mean, Vans, we really did get to see a step up from everyone in this team across both these two games.
100%. I think when it comes down to just Kane Zero finding openings as his ISO, we talked about the self-sufficiency that he kind of needed. And even Uber, you were mentioning that Knights and Inspire didn't really need to do so much on their attack side, because it was mainly Poppin, Kane Zero, and Extra doing everything. And when they did need to do something, they definitely played their part.
Look, absolutely. I mean, Poppin was a huge factor in the first half, but not so much in the second. Coming out at 27 is a really impressive performance, but we saw, you know, Kane and Knights both on the defense side sort of rotate between playing top mid and inside market. There's a couple of rounds where Kane is inside market. He's getting hit with all this util, right? But because of double tap, he's still able to catch out MBG, who are trying to walk up on mid. And you're right. You mentioned like there's very few rounds when the door gets closed. It only happens once. And it's a round where Knights actually like goes mid, sees like 3 players, gets a kill, shuts the door, and then backs up. Otherwise, Rankers are always wanting to take that fight. They can't take the fight top mid because it's always smoked, but they're able to generate like a lot of momentum, I think, just from allowing NBG to push into them. And you have either the Clove or the ISO here, who after, you know, winning out a 1v1 can just go back and do it again if they need to.
And I mean, even when they were taking fights, it was just such an unbridled confidence to it too, that I think is really good to do this team well, not just tomorrow, but in the future as well. For us, we're going to be taking a short break, and after that, it's going to be an interview with Rankers, so stay tuned. our first team in the grand finals after a 2-0 victory, Rankers. And on the line, we have Poppin to chat a little bit more about the series. Huge congratulations on the dub. Now going into the grand finals. This matchup we actually got to see a week ago in groups. 2-1, still a victory for you guys. And then now today we got to see that same run back of maps. Were you or the team initially surprised after having that victory to then see, well, the same thing?
I don't understand the question. Could you repeat?
Yeah, no. Sorry, I'm yapping over here. So last time we saw you guys play up against Nightblood, we got to see the same map pool, and it was a 2-1 victory for you guys. Did you expect a different map pool coming into today, or were you surprised that Nightblood was okay to take you guys on the same map you beat them on?
I'm not gonna lie, in our first meeting with them, in our first series with them, we kind of had some like team infighting a little bit, and also we didn't do any like real prep beforehand of the match. So on Bind, we actually decided to play Cypher this time, which was like a big change because Deadlock is a very hard agent to play against like a Neon. But when we have a Cypher, it's extremely easy to just like catch the Neon on trips. And also with their comp, they have no raise to break our trips. So it was just like extremely easy to take them out.
I mean, the changes make all the difference. And I'm curious then, looking at the compositions that your team likes to run, there is a couple of one tricks on the team, doing it very well, I might add. But I want to know then, as the team, the approach to the game, that how you work around that sometimes.
I don't think it's really a problem. Everyone on our team plays like a lot of ranked, which basically makes us ready for anything. We're always like ready to rotate very quickly or just change the plan because we play a lot of ranked. And I think this actually helps us a lot. And also, it not only helps us, but it makes it so every team that we are playing against, they have like no real preparation. Or they like can't practice to play against us.
I mean, the style is working out. The hours that y'all are putting into ranked is crazy. And I like the little thing on your guys' Twitter as well of ranked players take over challengers. And I want to talk about kind of the run so far and how you're feeling now going into the grand finals, since, yeah, just a few matches and you're in the grand finals of this thing.
Yeah, I think all of us we're all very confident players, but it took like winning a few matches against like the top teams to really kind of like prove to ourselves that we're worthy of being here. And I think we're at that point where we know now we beat almost all the best teams in challengers. We're like basically on top. I think we're all very confident now, and kind of like, yeah, like I said before, we proved to ourselves that we're like meant to be here.
Be meant to be here. You have that confidence. What about in the future? Is this going to be a team that we get to see a lot more of?
I don't know. I mean, we just all came together like last minute, and we are winning everything, but you never know. One of us could get poached by another team. I think we already have some trials going from a few different of our players, but I mean, I hope we can keep playing and keep winning.
I mean, we'll definitely get to see you guys keep playing tomorrow. You get an early night. You're in the grand finals, so go rest up, have fun, play some more ranked games. Often, thanks for chatting. Good luck tomorrow in the grand finals.
Thanks. Have a good one.
Too. All right, so a quick one to be starting off the day here, 2-0. Next up is going to be lower round 3. Still waiting for the results of that much, so short break, and on the other side, a little bit more Valorant.
They say in life, there are no guarantees. They say a lot of stuff like that. Slow it down. Play it safe. Hedge your bets. So what? You gonna listen to that? You gonna stop because they can't guarantee you'll pull this off? No guarantee you'll win? No guarantee everything's gonna be fine? life, you make your own guarantees. Nobody else will light your way. Start your own fire and keep it burning. And we guarantee you'll have one hell of a lifetime.
Came through with it again. They know that I got spirit with a pen. Don't know why they try to compete when they know that in victory it's never gonna end. Them in a week, that's why they could never speak. They ain't like me, I take it to the peak. Different type of steeds that I breed. Wheel up on the mic, they won't get one of these. Please, I don't wanna hear no talk from them. I don't wanna see nothing at all from them. They can't do it like me. So all I wanna see really is a round of applause from them. Vibes in the air, we caused it again. Life isn't fair, but we rode it again. All of my teams being ready for the war, there's no warning for them. Tell them again, I ain't here to make up no friends. I just came through yet again. We look, you never got one of them. Top of the pound yet again. They can't stop this child not again. Reigning champ, I won't lose it. So you know I'm gonna win that again. Tell them again. Tell them again. Tell them again. Tell them again. I ain't here to make up no friends. I just came through yet again. We look, you never got one of them. Top of the pile yet again. They can't stop this child not again. Reigning champ, I won't lose it. So you know I'm gonna win that again. Tell them 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 again. I ain't here to make up no friends. I just came through yet again. We look, you never got one of them. Top of the pile yet again. They can't stop this child not again. Reigning champ, I won't lose it. So you know I'm gonna win that again.
It's about time to get it. It's about time, not forget it. It's about time. Never gonna get up, never get up now. Never gonna stop now. Whoa, you roll with me. Whoa, you roll with me.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for your patience. Rankers won their game just a little bit too fast, so we're still waiting for the results from Lowers round 2. Currently, SAD Esports, YFP in game 3 on Abyss. Winner going to be moving on into Lowers round 3. Make sure to go over to TTV/Knights Arena to catch the action there, and then come back afterwards for Lowers round 3 up against Blue Water.
I was taught to hustle through the pain. Mind, body, and soul, without each what will I gain? So many try to use me when I help pave a way. But man, that's just life, there ain't really much to say. I'm the one, I know I'm the one, everybody follow me. The one they all trying to beat, I know that I gotta be. I've been training hard, I'm ready for any rivalry. I lost it all but kept the fight in me. Now look, I've been laying low but speak on me and I'ma show up. My squad full of bosses, can't let anybody hoe us. Yeah, my life is sweet, I got the whipping doing donuts. Wanna live like me, well here's the contract you ain't know of. I signed up to grind, I signed up to be the best, man. Chin up when I hustle, I can't focus on the next, man. They said that I gotta work, I said, oh yeah, I'm on it. Cause when it's said and done, we gon' see who really want it. Yeah, who really want it? Who really want it? Yeah, I'm getting better and better and only focus on cheddar. Who really want it? Yeah, who really want it? Who really want it? Yeah, I'm working hard and I'll show 'em when out the water I blow 'em. Who really want it? Who really want it? It's really the question of the day. Y'all talk a lot, but I don't see y'all walk a lot. You know? Fighter is my name, legendary is my aim. Already legendary, y'all know that we ain't the same. Whether sun or rain, ain't nobody else to blame. The life I live is mine, so I control the change. Tell me that I'll lose, tell me y'all don't see my vision. Tell me that I'm no one and I got some competition. I'ma show you what it looks like when you never listen. Open your eyes and pay attention. I'm on a new level. Hell no, I can't settle. Gonna be the best and I'ma show more than I tell you. I am not impressed because you got a little metal. I'm here to take you down and bring the heat like I'm the devil. I can show you light, yeah, I can show you heaven. I can show you how to win when you think that you're failing. What I tell you, yeah, you gotta work, yeah, you gotta be on it. Cause when it's said and done, we gon' see who really want it. Yeah, who really want it? Who really want it? Yeah, I'm getting better and better and only focus on cheddar. Who really want it? Yeah, who really want it? Who really want it? Yeah, I'm working hard and I'll show 'em when out the water I blow 'em. Who really want it?
space.
They say in life, there are no guarantees. They say a lot of stuff like that. Slow it down. Play it safe. Hedge your bets. So what? You gonna listen to that? You gonna stop because they can't guarantee you'll pull this off? No guarantee you'll win? No guarantee everything's gonna be fine? In life, you make your own guarantees. Nobody else will light your way. Start your own fire and keep it burning. And we guarantee you'll have one hell of a lifetime.
And we are back. Lower round 2 has concluded, which means shortly we can get underway with lower round here for Valorant Challengers. Are you guys ready? We got to see some sick Valorant.
I mean,
Dude, I'm tired of
on account of the fact that I just sat for an hour waiting for
Exactly.
these guys to finish their games. I'm extremely chomping at the bit. I'm ready.
How come nobody could play like the rankers right now, dude? So could actually get into the series right now. So I'm actually happy. I was getting very, very impatient. Also very tired because I'm old. So let's get it going before I fall asleep during the cast.
We can't have the boomer falling asleep here, guys. So we'll keep this rolling. Let's pull out the brackets. So if you're just tuning in, you can kind of see how things have been shaking up on the day. We got to see that upper finals first, and yeah, pretty strong victory for Rikers. We know that. 2-0 moving on. Blue Otters, I mean, if you're looking for a match in that lowers to kind of be finishing up a little bit sooner rather than later, I mean, Vange, you got the wish there. It was the YFP SAD Esports match that went the distance, but YFP, that's who we're going to see next.
Yeah, it also breaks my heart at the same time, too, because I'm always going to say going from Challengers to Challengers as SAD Esports, the players playing behind that and the players representing this org are also from the Northwood University. They also had like a big run back in like 2022 going through the Red Bull Campus Clutch. It's nice to see that they stick together, and usually the formula around Valorant is if you're able to stick together, you're able to work things out and go for a deeper run. But just unfortunately, something happened, some roadblock where they can't really get into that line where they could cross that line of finish to actually make a mark in the scene. So it's just unfortunate they had to lose against you know, the stellar IGLing of YFP, and then unfortunately they're out.
Not bad, Vans. I'll give you that one. Yeah, I think like we are talking about teams that like stick together to look for the results. That's kind of what YFP are doing here, right? And if you looked at the bracket coming into this tournament, you look at them as being like one of the favorites, right? I wouldn't have had Blue Waters there. They qualified through freaking Premier. Guys, they qualified through Premier to get to this tournament. They were like, that is the wild card team coming in here. And looking at it, like you see TSM and YFP in this tournament, you really feel like those are going to be the strongest teams. Well, YFP and TSM end up playing against each other very, very early on, and then Blue Water actually eliminate TSM entirely. So that's the Premier team knocking things basically on their head. Now, there are very known names on this, Blue Water team, especially to us that have been part of challenges this year, but that's still really impressive because they not only take care of TSM, they 2-0 Winthrop, who were also, I'd say, like a top 3 favorite, just on paper to win this whole thing.
At least on stage 3, because anything leading into like the regular season for Winthrop was not the cleanest Valorant that we've ever seen. Also very hyped up that they went through the open bracket and like the gauntlet to make it to that point, but ever since they started the season, it didn't turn out too well. But you bring an interesting... I'm sorry?
From challenges? Didn't Winthrop lose in the relegation?
We don't want to talk about that. I think they lost like lemonade stand.
It's in the past. It's in the past. You know, we don't have to bring that one up anymore.
Be relevant.
Let's talk about a team that's done a little bit of winning. All right, at least winning in that last match. Let's talk about YFP. Uber, we got to see this team play out yesterday, and a team that going into this, if you talk about teams that the expectations are on. YFP, I mean, the expectations were there, knocked down to lowers early, but hey, just went out from there, right?
Absolutely.
Sure.
I mean, they had to fight through some pretty tough games. They beat TSM. They go up against Rankers, and all of a sudden, we don't stream that game, right? I think we are actually on the other upper semi-final. So this is all going down while we're busy casting moves, play Rainer or something ridiculously, some ridiculous pick on a map that doesn't belong in. But YFP, their own path, like they obviously had to go up against SAD Esports in the previous game, and it's another hard-fought game. I mean, I really thought Physic has been sick over this tournament. Really enjoyed what we've seen from them. Guy feels like he has a Zippo in his front pocket. He's getting shot, getting back up. It's like, oh, save my life. I'm this guy.
Actually, I was a hand warmer from Zippo.
Oh, thank you. You reckon they're that durable? I don't know, man. We need to do the crush test on it. You've got quite a grip on you, Van.
There's like a full pallet
honestly,
at Costco every time I walk by one, and I'm like, man, maybe I should get. The amount of times that I'm casting challengers and I'm getting owned by the Zippo commercial, I'm like, maybe at some point I need to convince my wife that I'm gonna get one of those hand warmers.
Are they paying you guys extra for this right now? Like, what's going on?
I mean,
how do you think I remodeled my basement?
What? Setting your house on fire and then building a new basement?
A flood.
Oh, okay. I thought it was going to be Zippo relevant. You know what I mean?
No,
you had me in the first half, bro.
They do jump into water in the commercial. Who knows?
I think that's the opposite of where we want that sponsorship money to go right there.
No, it's waterproof. They're waterproof.
True. Okay, YFP, lower round 3, meeting up now against Blue Otter. We are losing the script here so fast, guys. But this Blue Otter squad, we haven't gotten to see them on the main broadcast yet either. But when you're looking at the players, I mean, we've seen these players. I mean, especially Vans. I mean, everyone talks about Bob all the time, as we should. But across the board, like, this team has been putting up wins, and honestly, really strong ones at that.
That's the thing, too. And Bob is, I think, the recent addition to this roster as well. And the most fun part about this storyline is that Bob, we always think about her as like this Sova player back in like the Game Changers days with Cloud9 White and like the Magical team. But ever since she went into joining this Blue Otter team, she's been switching over to the main duelist role, replacing Paint, who was actually the main duelist for this team before. A team that kind of stuck together as well since the Red Bull Homegrounds, trying to qualify through that. And then Paint, I think, had the opportunity of joining MXS, so they needed to find a new duelist. And they found great success actually with Bob. If you're looking at it, unfortunately, like again, MXS did not qualify through groups, and then you're looking at Bob joining this team, and it's just like, we made it further than what Paint could have done with us too, and that's bittersweet on the side of Blue Otter. And again, it's another one of those moments where challengers in this stage 3, it's a free for all, but there's just so many good upsets that ends up bringing into good storylines to potentially even good teams going into 2025.
Yeah, and even in the loss to Rankers, I mean, Bob's performance was just outstanding. So Bob on this duelist, I am absolutely loving it. I am here for it. And if Bob is putting up the numbers like she has been in the other series, I mean, this is going to be an absolutely dangerous one for YFP. I mean, when you look across the board, even when Bob was more so playing the Sova, always the pinnacle of consistency. So seeing that now,
100%.
we get Yoru, we get Neon, amazing.
Yeah, I mean, I'm obviously pretty excited about this. Bob, she's obviously a great duelist, also Australian, so big shout out to the country one. But yeah, look, like the ACS obviously, I think her average ACS is like 250 on the Neon anyway. But she's she's made a huge impact. I feel like back on SAD Esports in challenges, we saw a lot more like am I crazy? Like Sova play from her, but I mean in general,
I'm pretty sure, yeah.
Yeah. But she was incredible there as well, right?
Yeah.
But now has the opportunity to make a really big impact. It looks like this Neon meta, this Neon Yoru meta has been really good for her. So yeah, I expect to see her pop off here. She does get to take on her previous teammates on that SAD team. Obviously, Bob and Zostal, come across as a half of that SAD roster joining this team here. So I was kind of hoping for that matchup here. But YFP, we need to have a look at this team as one who struggled through challenges for much of the year and achieved middling results. Like, this is really how they'd like to cap it off. And instead, they're looking at the upper bracket with these young Zoomers, these cracked aimers from Ranked that are getting into the grand final and going, are we washed? Like, what was going on here? They've got to fight their way back up into that finals match.
Yeah, I think that's the only thing with Bob as well. I think it naturally almost felt like she had to get the axe over with SAD Esports. I mean, I'm just speculating at this point, but if I'm thinking about it, when Dip kind of joined as the IGL for the team. He's pretty much like, we talk a lot about a lot of one streaks, but Dip's been doing a lot of Sova until he finally like deepened the map pool or his agent pool a little bit later on. But overall, if he's going to be taking the main role as a Sova, then naturally Bob is going to have to play sometimes Sova, most likely second initiator. But now that she's able to go into roles where, you know, I've never expected this coming from Bob actually in the first place, to see the space that she's able to create, to go toe-to-toe against some high duelists, and also to not be afraid to just overheat and finding great value in entries as a Neon. I'm actually putting a lot of stocks actually into Bobsta moving forward.
Yeah, this Bob to Penny head-to-head that we're going to see, so ready for it. So let's head over to the maps. See, we're heading for this. See if we're going to get a couple of those, you know, crazy Neon maps where we could maybe see a little bit of shenanigans going on for today. Not Abyss, not Haven. All right, Uber, we're kicking it off on Ascent.
Okay, I mean, this is fine. I think YFP, you know, happy to start on defense here, but this is like a good map so far for Blue Waters. I think they're 4-1 on Ascent in general. Seeing Sunset picked up to follow it up is not a huge surprise. YFP look really good there. It's been an okay map, right, for Blue Waters. They played Neon, nothing sort of too crazy outside of that here. And Split, I think, is a big coin toss as the decider. I don't even know if Blue Water have even played that map here in Challengers yet. So it always is a wild card, and I always feel like the team choosing that one, or rather the team that allows that one to stay in the pool here, feels favored. So yeah, I'm curious to see what Ascent looks like, because if YFP get off to a great start here, then it could be over in a 2-0 if they are feeling confident on Sunset.
I could definitely see a map 3 coming as well. I mean, Sunset, everybody could play. I think if it's not Ascent, the next one is Sunset, because it's just the main one that people take advantage of the Neon as much as you could. But if we get to a point where it goes on to Split, where we haven't had a chance to see Blue Water play that yet, it's a good opportunity actually, because they had tape on how Rankers played against YFP yesterday, and Rankers played it with a Yoru. And if that's going to be an agent that also Bob likes to play now under this roster, it also gives them a huge advantage on how they're able to play such a strong defense, like, for example, just like Rankers did versus YFP, because YFP had no answer on their attack side on how they could take middle control against both a Viper and a Clove, while you have like this Yoru rotating across the map. So this could be something very interesting, and I'm looking forward to that, to see that, you know, maybe from a standpoint from YFP, that it was a fluke that they lost that to Rankers, for example.
Worth pointing out that these are the two maps that Blue Waters just played. They just played these in their series against Winthrop, where they played the Yoru Deadlock comp on Ascent. Bob was like 7-1, first kill, first death, like, you know, 259 assists, like a very, very, very good game in general. So they should be ready for this. I think we're going to see like a real test of fundamentals here. I think both of these teams stand on equal footing in that regard, or relatively so. Maybe it's the experience of YSP that sort of carries them through this first map especially. But it's good on us VALORANT here. I'm hoping for a third map, because I'm looking for something a little bit different in Split, to see what these two teams have up their sleeves, especially YFP.
Yeah, how many times have we seen Ascent throughout our day and a half of tournament so far? Just every single time, every single side stream, something along those lines.
Yeah, a million times. But
yeah.
I want a 1-1 because I'm pretty sure that YFP play Vice on Split. So
yes,
that's fine.
Yes, that was the other thing too.
Most teams are only playing it on Abyss here, so you can kind of see like the applications are pretty similar, but you know, against the, you know, comps that normally feature Raze and not Jet, we've seen like how Vice is good at shutting down the fast Jet hits. I'm curious to see what the application is against like a Raze comp, for example. So yeah, I'll take a 3-mapper just on the basis of curiosity here.
I was just gonna try to like say that the Vice 2 is like something that even EG pulled out during like was it the Ludwig or the Sentinels one, either or. But Ye was actually playing that Vice on that as well, which is actually very good to take control of the top B. But when you're playing against the double controller that Rankers had, that kind of like just threw them for a loop. That said, we'll cross that bridge when we cross that bridge to see if we're going to be able to fight against that Vice. There's still 2 maps to play in the first place. That's the most common maps, so there's an opportunity of still a 2-0 from either team.
Yeah, and heading into our agent select for Ascent here, it might be a couple of the other usual Sentinels that we just get to see coming on out. I mean, we've gotten to see both of these throughout the tournament. So yeah, seeing the Cypher, seeing a Deadlock here, Vans, not really seeing too much surprises.
Yeah, I think at some point during the mid-season, we're like, oh, it's cool, man, a Deadlock, and then like Yoru, oh, there's no more KO, this is so sick. But then it's just like, okay, well, now that's kind of almost like common, where there's a good 2 or 3 type of like meta comps that you can really play around this this map right now. I still find it a disadvantage going into this map lies onto YFP side because they're playing a Jet still instead of a Yoru, so they have a lot less flashes and less capabilities of like retaking, but they still make it somewhat work in their games. As you can see, they're still 100% under comp pick, but not always the best on winning.
We'll have to see if Blue Otter with this Yoru in Bob's hands can go ahead and take this map 1, or YFP, how it's going to shake up for Ascent. So I'll let you get to it. I'll see you guys soon.
Thank you very much, Sierra. Yeah, and obviously you make a really important point there, Vance. It's a double Sentinel composition for both sides, and with a Jet, you are extremely flashlight. You're using your controller util to try and break up the map and take space behind it, but eventually if you have to pop, you have to contact, that's where you could be really susceptible. Whereas obviously the Yoru gives you a lot for those little, pop plays. You can obviously flash yourself in, and Dimensional Drift is great for info gaining. So we're going to jump into the pistol here. YFP on defense. They are the ones, of course, with the Jet and not Yoru. That'll be Jake trying to play around that one way, but has to clear that recon and is forced off the line.
And just by breaking it, it allows for you to get the shock dart very quickly and then push them away. So a very good start for Blue Otter. The quick tempo for a split into the A side. Not sure they're going to be ready for this until this wall comes down. Great timing coming out from Stellar. I mean, he is the mastermind IGL for a reason.
Yeah, he's got a great feel for it because he doesn't really get tipped off by anything in particular. He just seems to know that this is the timing. So Zeke's going to have to try and clear this now. Cyber Cage also to sort of protect Zeke from a push out of grass, but it's not there. Bob's going to move up here. Grabnet, you see, deployed over towards the side. Another
Penny
recon that has to be respected because there's a smoke in the way, but Penny has a flank timing here. Catches out Bob, and this is a good start. But Blue Water's able to hold it down. Now they know they've got to go forwards into the site with a clock. And they know there's a player up towards Heaven here as well.
One enemy remaining.
And that's it. Easy as you like.
Super nice from Blue Otter. And that's something that's just very simple, as when Blue Otter is getting stopped by a wall and they're breaking this and they're still not getting too much pressure coming out from YFP, you have to expect that there's going to be a stall from the side of the defenders right into the A site so that they could probably activate some sort of a late backstab. So great on Blue Otters. As soon as they break the wall, start brute forcing in, making sure that you have power of numbers for those players that are anchoring and delaying in the back of the site. The door has already been closed. Yes, you lost a player in the first place, but Penny cannot do more after that first kill. He's the only one that resulted in a kill in that pistol round, while the rest of Blue Otter kind of just worked together. And you're starting to see here like the aggression coming out, and it's a super easy kill for Bob. This is a full classic round here for YFP as well. But this is one of the things that, it has to be important, where for a Yoru on this defensive side, you could actually do these solo pushes on that line and just TP away. But then for a Jet, yes, you could do it by activating a dash, but if you activate the dash and there's nobody there, you've wasted it. At least for Bob as a Yoru, you still have a second gate crash, so it allows for you to get those repeats, which is very strong. Again, when you don't have like that KO in your combat platform of repeat for you.
I mean, that's the punishment I get for not letting you talk in the pistol vans. I'll keep that in mind in the future. My bro. Anyone order a yapperoni?
Let me color this for you. Okay, well, they're still holding it in B main with pistols, Vans. Back to you. I mean, it would have been the same thing, bro.
No, you're right. Especially, we've got a round here where the Marshal was brought up against unarmored targets here, and Bob was able to use the camera to potentially soak a sheriff shot and just sit behind that. So Blue Orders are very much chilling and finding so many of those kills there towards B main. Jake has to probably surmise here that we might actually see a rotation off that over towards A.
Yeah, at least if they're able to get a plan, at least that's something, right? That's something to go for their side. Grabbing orb control, I think that's also very good too on the attack. Keep the money up for the team. Oh, you're screwed.
Get your money up, baby. That's it. Heard that from NPC Miles Morales. He was right.
Oh my God. I was just trying to remember what are the words that he would say to you. I was like, I'm strong.
Don't mention the next part.
I'm not gonna get into that.
Get your money up is the only safe for consumption part of that phrase.
But at least you saw it from controlling from the map from left to right? So getting these picks, getting Zeke the opportunity to pick up these orbs, getting a plant, getting the last kill too as you're baiting the last person towards the door. So you have now Annihilation on your bonus round, which is going to be huge here for a take on the A side. It's even weak side on YFP. There's only an Omen there. Yes, the one way is not going to do too much. They're already peeking into that. Now you have to react very quickly here on the pressure that Blue Waters is currently bringing here towards A main.
For a second, it looked like Bob might end up getting inserted there over towards Wine, but
My ult's ready.
you know, the gate crash that you throw out can be seen. So Blue Waters don't really opt to commit there. There was obviously the concern, Vans, that have to deal with the node and over towards the B side of the map here. I like the little angle there from Zostal up in mid. Unfortunately, the Outlaw only has 2 targets to turn into 1 shots, and YFP don't really care to contest mid.
Yeah. But the thing is like giving up the
Right
pressure to fight back towards A
Revealing
main.
area.
Look at the extra objective that was taken. Bob now picks up the dimensional drift. She can now use it into the B main, figure out where the Cypher could be, so maybe they could wrap him up. If they wrap him up, that's all that util gone too.
All right. YFP is in amongst it on that B side. Potentially being able to emerge there from Boathouse, calling a clone instantly. So already some pressure coming from the backside here, but Physic is holding it down. I think Blue Waters are getting a little bit scattered by that one, and great timing from
30
Thief.
seconds left.
Here's the TP go across, interrupts, and gets the spike dropped
enemy
loose.
remaining.
Stella there also emerges. Great grab net play in the second. Some beautiful spray prediction down through those boxes. YFP get onto the board. Not always a great feeling to lose the pistol on the defense side, but they hold onto a lot of guns here, winning their first round.
And it was important for Thief to have the perfect pathing to avoid this Yoru that was ulting into the site. I think it was a slight mishap actually for Bob to go down towards the lane, because you're looking at the rest of the team that's behind that. Nobody really is able to scale back within the site or really fight towards logs or fight towards the trip or the switch. So to not clear that area, to make sure that the stairs is not clear, it really allowed here for Zeke to come, or for Thief to come through, and then also for the Odin from Physic to just lay a hail of bullets into B main. No opportunities to gain control, but at least they still have the annihilation into their gun rounds for Blue Otter again, continuing this conditioning one more time. Double pressure back towards the A main, but there's a sonic sensor from Stellar that just holds up the side. Kind of like this though. The way that they're playing like the smoke with the sonic sensor. So you're forcing out util. If people are going to try to run through with the, let's say, an owl drone to fight, you get stunned by their sonic sensor, and then you're able to fight back on the defensive side. But there's 2 sonic sensors there, so they're just playing the same chess match.
Zeke was lit there for a moment now. I wonder if Bob asks for more. That's a passive shoulder peek. Bob can actually get the drop on Physic here. Check it, they won't be ready for this at all. Love that. Bob gets straight up mid. Not spotted out by Physic. But again, Stella with fantastic util usage. A grab net pick up there on Welly. It's all too easy. And a great little adjustment there for Bob to claim Penny. Annihilation time is ticking there over on the side, but Bob is playing aim labs over here in the middle of the map. She found 3 in the round, and that's probably going to be enough.
30 seconds left.
As now Blue Waters are going to head over to the side. Think there could be a problem. They don't know where he is until now. He emerges, and it gets a little bit awkward. Not able to complete the killers. Jake gets cut down by Zostal.
Over
And
there.
that'll be Blue Waters with another on the board.
That's Thief a second time that's able to dance around and almost finding a second surprise here around the dice, but unfortunately just whiffed 2 jiggle peeks right into an opponent in front of him and 1 onto the lane. I think he saw both at the same time, hesitated, and just decided to whiff between both of them. But the main story is definitely Bob. The way that she opened up that site towards the middle, breaking the trip, not having a camera to see how many players are actually spotted through. You're forced to rotate back, but it was a little bit too late here from Physic, and you're able to sit through the whole defensive line and even drop 3 players in the process. That
Standing ahead.
makes it so much easier for Blue Water to capitalize on the round. The tempo moving up, a kill from Bob up towards the tree as they tried to go for the sneaky Odin play with the recon dart, but that's a great start once again for Blue Water.
It's risky. I mean, YFP had to have known that there was a outlaw floating around. I think Zostal had it previously. And Bob's able to punish that attempted setup there. And frankly, Vans, Blue Waters weren't really set up in tiles anyway.
Yeah, good on them to like to stay back in that point, but there was only 1 player there, and it's Bob. And I had mentioned before, if she was going to get punished or if she didn't get a timing and they got the Odin spray, she could have TP'd out. So it's nice for them to continue to leverage your duelist to try to get that information. When you don't have a KO to throw a knife to find that second wave of info around the recon dart.
All right, Physic removes the gravnet there. They were happy to be crouched on that angle with the Odin, but they didn't know with that cyber cage up who would be crossing. So Blue Water's able to tempt some shots out of them there. Not a lot to work with here in this round. Bear in mind, Penny only really has a
Revealing
bucky.
area.
And then drifting back over towards the B side here with Thief, whilst Blue Waters with a full
30
5
seconds
players
left.
get ready to hit this A site, and it's only going to be Stella. Able to avoid the paranoia here. He knows it's about to get a little bit busy.
Pull them to their
She gives up that position, tries the annihilation here. That does catch Stella a little bit hard to see. That cocoon does need to be broken. released back into the wild now as Zeke just runs into the Odin at the top of heaven.
Trying to get the spray 2 on the default spot. Easy plant now. Weapons are now picked up to try to save into the next round unless they catch Penny here and is able to pull back for a bit.
I think this will be just a little bit of a brief foray here, but the Odin's a valuable gun and the money is not there for YFP. Just the one round, I think round 3 that they picked up, but since then, they've had to play on a knife's edge money-wise.
Yeah. Just a beautiful scaling done by Blue Otters after getting that first pick. So realizing that the Odin's playing towards the A side, they already got the punish onto Jake. And you still wanted to try to create some sort of pressure towards middle to keep those players out so that nobody could really swing from market. But after they get towards a spot and they get full control towards tree, before even entering it and letting themselves know that they're about to execute, they didn't show themselves. They focused more on a recon dart in front of the site. They don't have to worry about A main when they go for the full hit, because this whole time we talked about that sonic sensor, and Zolstol's also spotted there. Just anchor up that spot to make sure nobody's pushing them towards A main and to counter push the defensive side for YFP to take control of A main. So they have full reign to, you know, play against a YFP that's being a little bit more reactive and they take full space control. That was superb. As we go into round number 6, and that rifle and the Odin that was saved in the previous round, looks like it's not going for any type of wallbang sprays. They want to try to anchor up more towards the A side and give a lot of responsibility to Thieves, with a Karen.
All right, he's going to challenge this. A main fight here. Zeke going to emerge here. Stella. Okay, the flashes made things a little bit confusing, but that's the difference with this Yoru comp against the Jet setup. You have the ability to make these entries behind a flash. Penny gets away with it there, of course, as that's just the Outlaw doing Outlaw things. Penny was armored up, so it goes down to 10.
I almost felt it was red in the first place. It was just a throw from the get-go from a net with the flash. It wasn't really anticipating on contact, and they were just hoping that people would push forward, and he caught 2 in the process. That's a great start here.
Shondex there, just great jiggle peeks after removing the Cypher cam. Made it impossible for Thief to play off that at all. We are getting a little bit low on time now. That is the concern. Ultimately, it might have to be a flood from this Blue Otters composition, but again, getting this wall set up will be handy. And I think it's awkward for Penny. They're stuck on the wrong side of it, and they're down to 10 HP. They are in a very awkward spot, but they find a timing here to interrupt the plant and tuck this corner. Penny is doing so much with so very little. Zeke has to deal with his jet, and eventually Penny goes down. Zostal's able to pick them up here. Zeke at 3 HP, still no plant yet. Keep track of that. Smoke over towards that top side here. Physic trying to interrupt and hits a fat shock dart on Zeke, who is very, very low. But there is a spike down. It is a gun advantage for Blue, but a player advantage for YFP. And this door's about to get broken. Zostal not ready for what was waiting on the other side. Apparently, is Jake's going to be able to take the frag, and now the neural theft will reveal Shondex's location. Awkward now to try and clutch out from this position. Should be an easy double swing here to deal with the last remaining player. Shondex almost broke it up, but not enough.
Ends up being a good round towards the end for YFP. Again, they had the Laura by. The execution was perfect once again for Blue Otters to move into the site. But what really was the fumble was Zeke trying to chase after Penny at 10 HP, but he only had 3 bullets left in the clip. So he tries to go for a drive-by spray, runs out of bullets, is caught on a reload, and thankfully Zostal was there to save him, but he made it out with 10 HP. So that's less bodies to hold into the pulse plan, as Zeke even got hit by a shock dart. And YFP, again, we talked about just one single sheriff that was holding towards that B side, but at least he had a neural theft. I think he picked up the orb too to allow for them to get the ult orb and spot the last player. But Blue Otters, they want to tempo it up again. They spawn one towards market.
Oh, the combo off the Gravnet was absolutely massive. Bob has gotten into market now. And what's the response going to be here for YFP? It's going to be Zostal TPing into Boathouse. Risky business. Pulls out eventually. And Zeke is just waiting. Jake just serves himself up there. Not expecting a player outside of Bob to be over towards that market area. And now Penny's just going to throw himself at it. Stella's on the site. No plan, of course. Blue Otters get out of here. They're surmising correctly that the deadlock was sat there on B.
Both deadlocks are playing quite well. I think I remember back from YFP's pistol round, even if they had lost it, Stellar did a great job just stalling towards that A site with his util. But the value that Zeke has been getting in the last 2 rounds with these grab-net throws that he's getting, first off towards the A main to get all these trades, and secondly, as you've mentioned before, just catching the Odin Silva just towards that market, right where Bob got a free kill. And for them to add so much chaos right into that spot and still have inserts of lurks around the map, they're really outplaying YFP on their attack side so far for Blue Waters.
Scanning ahead.
Just the radius of GravNet is so massive, Vans, that you can deploy that without too much risk. It doesn't obviously turn off your guns, but it obviously does mean that you are rooted in place virtually. Jake very low after that initial spray down. A lot of value to be gained here by Welly. We want to say, okay, we're happy enough with this. I think Jake's actually mixing it up, getting into wide. I like this, but I don't know how he's really going to springboard off this position into anything more.
I also like the control, grabbing the orb here for Zeke, and then they give the orb to Welly, who usually Zeke is a planner, and what a pick by the Thief.
Shondex just on the move that whole time there.
Barrier
Maybe just
deployed.
jump scared a little bit by the player sat there with the Sheriff. So sloppy play here for Blue Waters now after a decent opening with some good damage on Jake. Losing 2 players now to just these pistols and that. Stella with the util use has been pretty bloody good.
So many good openings from both of these deadlocks, but somehow just like the, not necessarily over-rotate.
Ping. Oh, okay. I mean, that is the Odin play that Thief is shooting out there. A little bit risky.
30 seconds left.
Heading tucked in this corner now with the Blade Storm. Zostal, though, has a sixth sense about it. That's crazy. Okay, this round might still be on. 22 seconds left, so very short on time, but Welly quickly pulling out of that B side of the map here. Jake might look to disrupt and actually has picked up a rifle somewhere along the way. This could end it right here. Find the right timing. Welly's footsteps were heard, and that'll be the spike drop. No chance for a plant now, and Zostal knows it. Walking straight into a paranoia. It's all about exits and a bit of pride at this rate.
Thrifty.
Neither were gained. No exits, no pride.
And another round that was a low buy for YFP. This time even a full thrifty for them to win. I thought it was going to be a great 2v2 when Zostal made it towards middle and Welly's full rotating. Because I noticed that Zostal started walking towards the fountain. I'm like, okay, well, perfect. They're going to bait out Welly so that Welly could run across. And as soon as Jake comes across the smoke, Zostal is going to pick him. But Zostal decided to move forward and just leave the spike by himself, and Big Bean just went through the smoke and literally popped the bean off Welly's head. So that was a big pick that allowed YFP to win off the time, and a little bit of an overcook after Blue Waters were able to get some good control towards A main at the very beginning. But again, I've mentioned Thief, that Sheriff battle that he had against Shondex was probably the kickstart that allowed YFP to win that thrifty.
That being said, 5 attack side rounds here for Blue Waters. They've got to be feeling pretty upbeat about this.
To line up here.
Yeah, might be the same play.
Yeah.
Right here.
Maybe like a GravNet thrown in here from mid instead of from B main. That would be wild. I mean, that guy Crash is going to be there for a while. Bob might actually opt to walk up mid here. There's not a lot. There's no KJ alarm or anything. Okay, what? Shondex just takes a fight there, and again, there's no opportunity for a follow-up at all. Now it's getting a little bit messy. Bob does get in there, but eventually is brought down inside market. There's some steps to the B side here for Zeke at least, and yeah, after that cyber cage goes up, they straight up walk across. I like that decisiveness, but the side's been reinforced by Jake.
My territory, mine.
Okay, Annihilation. Yep, that catches Stella. They gave themselves away trying to shoot the ball there. Thief trying to interrupt here, but Jake, crucially, able to assist from the back of that B side, and nothing really working for Blue Waters this round, Vans.
At least they're able to backpedal back into the A side. This time they're staying as a group. So yeah, I still love the scaling towards the B side. Just trying to cross that line again down into the B side is what's slowing them down. And speaking of slowing down, this is going to be Nano Swarm. A trip finally gets broken, so at least the plan will be there.
Last player standing.
Oh, Zostal, it's a decent spot to post up in, but it would have been overwhelmed by YFP players. Now, either way, there's an acceptable buy here in the next round for Blue Waters. Already getting to 5 rounds is pretty good. Also, a Hunter's Fury available if they want to try and play around that. Over Welly, Nana knows it. Penny gets in there with a shorty. The YFP get their 4th.
Yeah, so we saw at least like the attempt that what Blue Waters is trying to do, trying to scale up on that map. You mentioned the grab net that were thrown from B main before. They could go through the window onto the net, but he has another lineup that he could throw just like a KO knife. It's going to land right through the roofing of the market, root towards the bottom, and then you'll have the TP come up from Bob. And she has the lineup coming in from top mid so that he could get market control. So these crunches that they're doing are not only on dimensional drifts. And it really had to come down to whatever recon that Physic was using, or any shots he was doing. Then they would hear the audio cues and probably go for that exit. But with him just staying fairly quiet at the beginning of that market spot, and you already see them ping towards that spot, they're like, okay, we got to be careful for these. We know these type of crunches now. So Blue Waters, maybe for the last few rounds, they have to change their look.
This time Blue Waters playing a little bit further off this B side. Giving it a lot of space, in fact, just the Cypher can to be played on. Both Sentinels just absolutely being chilling. I mean, the Deadlock Wall already deployed over at B. So there's a re-clear opportunity a little bit later on for that Sentinel duo. But elsewhere, map control only just beginning to be taken, and it's actually Zeke trying to get up mid solo here. Obviously, just the Sheriff player, so maybe considered a little expendable here. Likely to run into Stella's crosshairs. Able to get out alive and even get a decent shot off there. Hey, don't complain about that.
Who's next?
Now you get Dimensional Drift looking to a main, probably even TP towards Tree to see what's going on there. They did a good job breaking all this util before coming in.
Well, this is awkward. Is there going to be an emergence from the drift here by Bob? They don't know, I think, who's up on Heaven. Welly gets legged there. Oh, it's tough for Penny, but they take a second shot, gets those Dolby instead. Welly at 1 HP, though, still able to get involved. 5 rather, still low enough. Jake now wants to emerge, gives their position away. That clone still catches players out in moments like this. So that was well handled. Jake, great composure, albeit not enough bullets. Able to lock it down for 3, and we have an even game on our hands.
Yeah, I was going to say they did a great job breaking all the util, but it was the camera in the very beginning that they chipped down and then forced a little bit of overreaction out of YFP when you saw that the noise that they were making, the dink that they got up onto Stellar. There was an slightly over rotate coming back here from Tree, but then once the hit came through and they didn't allow here for Blue Water to give enough time for YFP to go for the full rotate, well, YFP still had too many numbers here inside that site, and playing passively around the op is a great thing. That something that Penny hasn't really brought out the whole half, so this is now identified by Blue Waters as well, and maybe they have a plan set for this to play against the op 2, take advantage of that, or maybe avoid it at the same time. You have to think about an Odin towards B main, you have to think about an op potentially towards middle or towards cat, and that might be, once again, one of those great opportunities to play for that net grab, the net TP that Bob and Zeke kind of does, take control towards market, so they can really flush out Penny or Physic playing towards that spot.
Crucial timeout here for Blue Water as they still let the last few rounds drop. Again, having 5 in the back pocket already a pretty good sign, but they're definitely starting to struggle here. We saw that like aggressive posturing from YFP on the B side, forcing both of the Sentinels out, and then when your round kind of hinges on Zeke exploring up mid with the Sheriff, like you probably know you're not really going to be reinventing the wheel. And obviously Dimensional Drift committed there for ultimately no result. There's one little Cypher trip. Catches up Blue Waters as they try and go in. Anyway, we move on. Round 11. Full buy here for Blue Waters.
Potentially even try to put Penny down the line too. So even not wasting out any of this of the Silva util to try to get that line forward. That would be perfect here. Hunter's Fury on the defensive side. So you see here that Physics playing very close towards spawn to assist on both ends with the Hunter's Fury.
Actually put a trap fire here in mid. This is a little unconventional. Normally that util is committed to the sides here, but Zostal can get across it. In theory, Bob can.
Cover going out.
Like this slow mid and break it straight away. Yeah, that's going to be the plan. 3 players up mid now. This is definitely going to get alarm bells ringing on the Blue Waters, or rather on the YFP side of things. But Spike is over towards the B side of the map. And honestly, really doesn't have much to do with it for now.
They don't have to fully overreact here with the Hunter's Fury yet, because Penny still has the line on the operator. So again, this is just Blue Water manipulating the map, but they think they forced the rotate. There's still 3 players here on A site.
Hunter's Fury here for Physic. Thinks that they've sniffed something out. Look at Welly right across the map there. Bit of damage on Shondex, and Jake so good at taking these challenges. They traded out there by Zeke. There's pressure from A main, and he wasn't ready for it. And also, their Physic wasn't in position at the time to stop that. Oh, Bob just sees a little bit of thief poking around the box. That could be a huge kill now. Penny quickly tries to get up to upside, and he gets to Heaven first. Welly at 31. Penny didn't quite know where they were looking, but had enough time. And it will be another defuse here for YFP. It looks like Vans, they finally, maybe a little bit too late, gotten a feel for this Blue Waters attack side.
Yeah, and it's off a timeout too, coming in from YFP's end to start feeling it and feeling the groove of how Blue Waters are kind of just scaling up on that map. And I guess that's the name of the game of what YFP is kind of doing. Just trying to suss out where the actual hit was going to be, because there's not too many of these fake outs that's really happening on the A site. Yes, they are trying to do like a lot of mid control, but then there's not too much of breaking utility on the B side main or the A side main, that those players anchored within the site kind of just stay there and not really force their hand and really peek out in these moments of like, oh crap, I gotta go and assist on the other side. And this time Blue Waters, they're just gonna, you know, go for the full gamble. 5-man hit towards the A site.
Fury as well off the rip here for Blue Waters. Nothing to see from this though. A little bit of team damage, but that's fine. Jake going to be revealed here though. Those going to get in there for the trade, but Thief's tucked in the corner. Ends up being back and forth stuff. Annihilation here. Zeke would be advised to hold on to this for now. It does at least clear the space like a showstopper would and allows Blue Waters to get here into the site.
Listening.
No catch though off that ult.
Sonic sensors too to try to make some noise, to try to bust some people as they're trying to come across. Gonna have to do as much delay as possible. The Stellar has his own annihilation.
Over
Welly
there.
leaving dangerously there, popping up to fire that shock dart. Can any sound made up on that high ground here could trigger that Sonic. Penny goes down. Beautifully done by Zeke here. Annihilation though. Oh, the angle was good. Zeke's able to get their third though. Now though, Physic hoping to get a quick kill off this. There's still so much more to do. The spike is also an issue and they know it. They overextend. Stellar will get his posthumous kill, but Blue Waters get one back at the end of the half. And man, he's come out with 6 attack side rounds and they've got to be feeling good.
A huge round, and again off the back of Zeke this time, not just on util, but just fragging out. But that was high risk. On a 3v3, he played the angle out in the open by Dice. Nobody was really watching his back towards tree. He thought his teammate was watching it, but his team was just tucked around the corner. Thankfully, nobody was rotating across, and you could see when Zeke is locked in to watch that angle, he's going to be able to lock it down as well. So yeah, you mentioned 6 rounds that they have on attack. It's a great start because, again, I feel that this still favors the Euro composition on the defensive side, head-to-head in these comps. We'll have to see if Stellar has a game plan to play around this, and it starts off here with YFP going for their own death ball towards this A site.
I mean, I'm starting to think already about when the operator gets in the hands of the defender, right?
Yeah.
Stop his contact hits. Going to be Jake's, control util is going to be stretched pretty thin. Timing here! For those told, can they get more? Right clicks would have been good, but P6 able to bring them down with a headshot. Jake, that was really hurt. And that is extremely... Oh, no. Everybody sit and wait.
And all of them just removed the dart as well. So they got the 4 audio cues that all 4 players are there for YFP. Although still plenty of Valorant left in this round. But because they have gotten 0 map control at this point, they have to scale with the least noise as possible. And the more that you do that, the more you're not going to have enough time to plant towards the B site. So they're going to go for the latter, the other option. Just a stop and go, a re-hit towards the A site. Leverage the camera that Thief has once they're ready to re-hit. But there's still 4 players to blue here.
So now you can easily get out of tree. It has to be re-smoked in that position. Bob here playing from heaven. A little bit of aim labs time. I've played this exercise more than once. Nicely done by Blue Waters there, holding it down. Again, that defensive util timing pretty nasty there from Zeke. And it means that YFP can't use the deadlock wall to stop a rotating from tree.
This is a nice.
And that was such a huge gamble though for Zolstol.
Yes.
Such confidence to push outside of that smoke at the very beginning. Look at if Zolstol dies, who else is there? Nobody really, right? So it's just going to have to be, okay, we lose Zolstol in the process. I'm going to throw a wall. I might get pushed, but then I'm just going to have to try to stall as fast as possible. But they could have broken the timing as Zolstol fell instantly. So it worked out. High risk with a high reward. They win the pistol round, a second pistol round under their belt for Blue Water. And they can play a 9-tie eco with an outlaw looking down towards middle. And for YFP, it seems like it's orb control at the very beginning here because Physic is already very close to a Hunter's Fury. They want to control both extremities to grab both of these orbs and potentially just try to go for a death ball into B for a plant.
Yeah, Bob instantly getting a scope weapon in her hands. She knows it's going to be contact city for YFP if they try to go over towards this B side. I might eventually get a drift over here from one of these extra Blue Waters players. It's just Shondex saying the strike here with Welly.
Got the orb.
Spam there through that cyber cage.
Hit. Physics now 2 away.
What? That's a smoke. You cannot see through that. It is designed to obscure your field of view.
One
Bob,
enemy remaining.
that is the purpose of that
Spike
mechanic.
down B.
Okay, we are just we are ignoring that. We are moving on. Thief eventually finds the head there. Bob chimes in. And there it is. Blue Waters get the dream start. After winning the attack side pistol, doing the same on defense here. Getting themselves up to a healthy lead that YFP have to chase on offense.
I thought your reaction to that kill just reminded me of James Bardolph back in like 2016. He's playing on a Game Boy time. You can't do that.
love me a bit of a JZFB throwback. I saw him on the plane the other day. He was doing well. I think he had 6 Rolexes on his wrist though, but
so I think he's definitely doing well.
yeah.
Lots of shoes, lots of watches, lots of guns. He's doing good. Nonetheless, though, so are Blue Water. They're able to capitalize on a nice little anti-eco and almost an entry for the first one here, but that weakens up the site. The TP goes out, but there's still 2 players there on the defensive side.
They're pinged out. As they get into the cloud burst there, and Challengers is not going to draw a beat on them. Physic here, I mean, this just seems excessive at this point. Well, he's just having to dodge and dance away from the shots of the Hunter's Fury inside that boathouse. Yeah, it's a pretty inauspicious round for Blue Waters. Didn't start great, and it's not going to end any better, folks. This is YFP on an important buy round, potentially keeping every gun into the next.
Which would be huge. But now with the wall being thrown, I don't know if that was heard by Bob at the very beginning. I guess she saw it after she TP'd out and realized that, okay, well, the attackers are technically not going to push through the defender spawn to exit. So they're going to try to find the exits on the B main, which is a great read. Thing is, they don't have the best weapons for it.
All right.
Bob does.
Penny walks into Bob. That'll at least be something here. Of course, Blue Waters
Last
don't
player
much about money.
standing.
They can go buy up later on here. But it will overall end up being a pretty clean round. I guess, yeah, YFP has so much about getting the guns away. I guess any economic damage that can be done is worthwhile, but Blue Waters will be armed to the teeth in around 16.
Make them regret their
You even see
choice
here,
of
Bob was
profession.
trying to avoid, after missing the shots from the smoke, no shenanigans this time around. And she was just trying to pull back to die from Spike, most likely, to not give an extra ult orb away. And it looks like somebody was able to pick it off. So somebody here, you maybe call like an overheat from having physics with a Hunter's Fury, but I think they hurt the Owl Drone. They wanted to make sure that they catch Welly towards the back and to confirm the round 2, right? Because this is also potentially one of those games where YFP feel like they don't have full control of this map yet, and the IGLing from Stellar is good, but
Revealing
maybe
area.
just not the rounds that they are expecting here and how it finishes. So you are making sure here that you're trying to close that gap as possible and try to leverage other people to get ults here, which Stellar is very close to.
Stella gets the Sonic down just in case there was an attempt for the defenders to fight out of A main.
Enemy.
Up here, a little bit frustrated. Them off the line. They are glass cannon right now, so they can't take the risk. That is a pretty bloody massive Owl Drone, all things considered.
Yeah. Even Bob's trying to find the timing too, just before the Owl Drone pings that she could try to get a shot. But great timing for YFP to stay patient and try to punish people overextending to regain map control.
Bob trying to get back into position to make this operator relevant, but YFP now putting all their eggs over towards mid and B side of the map. Thief, though, always reliable in a moment like this. Might have heard Bob
No more
spawn, but
secrets.
Welly, patient, holding the line.
Thought he had the timing to cross over the camera, heard like the jump spot on the fountain. I was like, hey, I have a timing. She didn't even spot me. Literally, you know, there was Welly just around the
30
corner.
seconds left.
Scanning ahead.
Yeah, that hurts. Still though, YFP gonna commit to the site now. They're basically priced into this here. Bob never got a chance. Oh, she never had an opportunity to make use of the operator. Spam down through a dark cover. And that's what going glass cannon gets you sometimes in rounds like this. Blue can't, I mean, shot next row, they can't play off the trap wire here, but wait for the pending to strong. Time is getting short here. Stella goes down. This could be very ugly. Physic drops. And it's all up to Jake here. He's too far away from the site to make an impact. And there it is, YFP. Run out of gas a little bit, but the money situation for Blue Waters has been better.
Definitely. And they, in their gun round, they still put a lot into the buy. Putting the glass cannon on an op. You're even seeing here that Shonix that won't have the best of buy as possible. Maybe like a Spectre, maybe a Judge even, because he's playing a Cypher, which would be kind of good. And Zolstal's kind of being selfless. They're going to be the one playing the Judge instead, which is totally fine. Judge on any site. We've seen Sadak do some crazy things on a Judge as a KO, especially towards Tree. And we've also seen what Zolstal's able to do towards main when they throw their own smoke and play around it.
Damn, bro, no mention of the Jogamo Bucky. I see how it is, man.
I mean, it's a Bucky. It's not a
Cambodian
Judge.
erasure, bro. That's cringe.
It's a Judge. It's a Bucky. It's not the same weapon. What you think?
Thought we took shotgun shenanigans on the A side. That would definitely be on the short list. So far, this hold has been pretty good. Jake gets there, though, with the Judge. Those two all trying to play through from three, much like Sardak that you referenced.
Oh, you mean, don't you mean Jogamo with the Bucky?
I don't know. He did run onto the site with updraft. You know. he just hates Jorgamo. That's crazy. I'll let him know.
I love jogging. What are you talking about? Now you're just gaslighting me. Stellar spotted though, and the post plant is not going to be the best. They still have an operator for bomb. She could use flashes and decoys that can help out, and this hat is actually going to help out now for the defensive side.
Oh, that's an interesting
Player
right up the
standing.
side here. Beautiful. Zostal jumps into it. Normally, you'd probably just smoke a main there to try and cut the player off, but Zostal's holding a judge. Says, no, I need to kill the player on Gen. Nice looks.
I was going to say nice job, Joggimo, but I apologize. It was actually Zolstal with that judge to get the kill.
Yeah.
They're going to pop out a Blade Storm, something like that after, right? Updraft.
Damn,
What
bro.
is that? From Red.
He's going to have words with you, man. You didn't mention him when applicable in a Valorant Challenge broadcast. That's crazy.
I'm sorry, Joggimo, if you're somehow watching this.
That goes there.
All right, so looks like we got a trap for Yao Ming, but also for the Jet Dash. We're playing full anti-Jet Dash here for the defensive end of Blue Waters here with Shondex. And with Sonic Sensors too. There is a lot of util around this because they're expecting such a huge flood around the double ults.
In goes Bob, sees four. Right away, Zostal realizes it's about to get hectic. Nice little correction there, but ends up being a 1-for-1 affair. Zeke up front and personal there. Interesting spot to be. Now going to be caught inside. Passing like two cocoons in the night. They are. Zeke eventually goes down to that. Deadlock ultimates for everybody, but more rounds here for Blue Waters.
I don't know why that was so funny to look at, but it did definitely get chaotic, but this time not towards the A side. But I mean, still the counter is very good that you had from Blue Water. On one end, you're trying to funnel everybody towards the A side if they're afraid of a Euro ult, and then secondly, the Euro plus the Omen was such a huge combination that it didn't allow people to move through this own cage right here. Look at that. The flash hit 3 people. You stay within the cage, there's nothing you could do.
And look where Zeke is playing from. They are playing, I guess they were trying to probably hold the off angle there for Zostal. And they end up still finding a huge pick off, and then the annihilation occurs. All right, well, YFP can buy into this route, but definitely need to be a little bit more careful about it. Hunter's Fury, Blade Storm at the ready. So a neural theft at their fingertips. This is about as good as it gets for YFP, a round that they can't afford to lose at all.
Yeah, because if not, that's pretty much econ broken. Maybe with bonus, you have half shields or something like that. But YFP has to be clean here within the next round. Not only win the next round, but they have to win it cleanly with hopefully bringing a lot of weapons into the next. They have ults to work with to support that fact, to support that objective as they're trying to push into mid.
Full retake on B. Attention over towards mid. Penny, though, plays off that beautiful paranoia laid down by Jake. There's still a layer of defense there in Welly, but not in a good position to do too much here, and YFP starting to snowball things a little bit more. And yep, those ultimates are coming out.
One enemy remaining.
No need for any more, though. YFP have done more than enough.
Here.
And it's honestly a bit of a funky
30
situation when it comes
seconds
to economy for Blue Waters. There have been some very expensive rounds for them, even though they've won them out.
Can't get cleaner than that either. That's a very good round for YFP overall, and I think even the engaging the paranoia into the dash into market was a clean reaction and answer to Welly that was playing that single spot when he got the backstab onto that lurk up from Thief. So they just went for the quick play, got control of that. Look at that. Shondex can't do anything whatsoever, and that was maybe a mishap of saying, hey, I've played that position before, just be careful for that. But after that kill, YFP had full control of the whole map. You could go anywhere you want. And by the way, I stand corrected. Apparently, it's also Physic that's calling for YFP now, not Stellar. So now you have a double IGL that could work things out too for mid-round calling or whatnot. So that's extra brains. But so far, the brains are not enough as they're still falling behind by, or trailing behind by 3 against Blue Water here.
Yeah. Obviously, this is definitely the point we want to call a timeout. Blue Waters, they don't really want to let YFP start to run away from this, because you have seen obviously 3 out of the last 4 rounds won by Blue Water, but they've all been really tight. There haven't been any particularly clean ones there. So that has meant their economy has started to get eaten into. And YFP, of course, they themselves take 4 guns out of that prior round. It gives them a real foundation here. They're going to have to fight hard for this, make no mistake, but having Hunter's Fury to work with here, alongside Blade Storm, gives them a ton of options. Last round, great mid-emphasis, and it was actually a setup for Blue Water designed to counter that play. They still got the better of them. We might even see a bit of a pop here aggressively. Is this a tiles crunch?
Yeah, maybe even with a recon dart if they somehow get lucky. Just depends on the picks they're going to get. They're just going straight for it.
Big pings. Bob might be in a position here. I don't think they realize just how far ahead she is. Oh, it's a disaster. Jake's able to shut her down, but the damage surely already done.
Thankfully, at least, silver lining is that they cannot move forward on the defensive side to pick up these weapons. So the last 3 weapons that remains here for both Stellar, or all 3, Stellar, Physic, and Jake, could still be very doable, as they could wait out walls, they could wait out a default, and stay as a group here to play contact. Physic's a little bit overextended here. It's just to keep them towards the A side, so the other 2 could scale up towards middle. They'll be jump spotted, though, by Zeke.
Risky business that was by Physic, though, in fairness. They respected the shock dart and backed away.
Over there.
YFP, it's a big question. Are they watching from market? Quite a few rounds we've seen I think Shondex camped up there in market. They've gone right to the back of the B side. So this little variation here might really throw YFP for
Here's
a loop.
Jogimo.
1. Like that. Updraft. Tailwind.
Bladestorm?
30 seconds left.
No, it's Omen.
Bladestorm's down at least.
One enemy remaining.
Okay.
Okay, break the crosshair placement. I do respect that, but that doesn't really account for another player to be there.
escape.
So YFP trade their way in, but they're at a disadvantage where you cannot be right here for 1. And Blue Otters get to map point here, Van Silly. A much slower round. That one really went down to the wire.
Yeah, I did not expect that we're going to have some sort of a Hunter's Fury. And I'm going to have to say it's a blind Hunter's Fury, because that was popped even before the recon dart actually got a ping on top of that. And I think it's just a full bait, because somebody's going to look up and try to break it. They're not going to be ready for the Hunter's Fury coming out, and then they can't escape. And it worked, because Thief died. You pick up a weapon right away, and then you just kind of keep YFP in middle with no map control, no idea what to do, no extremity control, and to just keep walking to a trap. Beautiful 50 round. Thankfully, YFP still has money. They have a Odin to rush towards this B site, all 5 of them together. And Welly is going to be tested now with Shondex.
Penny over the top there, though, gives away their position. Just avoid the arming trip. Bob's able to get rid of Jake. Here we go. Lucky time, baby. So many players to shoot at, and Penny gets them all.
How? Outdrafted towards here, whiffed all of his blade storms. There's 2 guys. Well, at least one of them had his back towards turned towards them.
Hey,
but Shondex should have had that.
That's the spirit of the Schmeeg right there, bro.
I guess so.
Don't worry about hitting the blade.
This guy's still going old school, man. You missed 2021 Rowland, do you?
Oh, yeah. Okay, that is a teammate. Good one. We've got 4 players grouped up here. YFP anchored in the side, ready to try and retake this. Clone, of course, thrown out there, mostly ignored. And a big paranoia here. Could be a difference maker. But the recon bolt's a problem. Time starting to run short. Penny with the tailwind going to get into the fight, and then out instantly. A free kill, and Bob going to have to walk away and try and maintain this operator. Still, back and forth economic situation here for these Blue Otters, and the scope weapon will be dropped.
At least it was a thrifty that Blue Otters won 2 rounds ago, so they're still going to have a pretty decent buy. They could hash shield 2 players potentially, and the rest to still go for some rifles. Unless they're just going to go for a buy for the next. And Guardian comes out for Shondex. Welly probably is just going to save his classic. They're going to be okay to buy for the next round. But this is still going to be a tough ask. Looks like Penny's going to play operator on the attack side. They're trying to take mid control from the very beginning. These pings to watch out. I'm wondering this is some default. Owl drone out from middle to try to scale up towards tree and also towards middle. But here's the dimensional drift instead. That gets a lot of info.
I don't know how much Bob really sees there, but she opts to pop out of that anyway and take the fight. Okay. That allows the battle line to be drawn quite far forward for the defenders, and Zeke can throw down a barrier to bleed even more time off the clock. This would obviously put YFP at under a minute by the time they'd be able to walk up into B again. And now we need to re-clear so much of the map. Tree definitely seems to be the weakest point, but that site is littered with Cypher util.
I think it's still a great call, though, for Bob to get out of that ult, but we'll talk about that in a second. A push here coming out from YFP, a split, but there's still double Sentinel util smothering this A site.
Shock dart to keep Jake at bay here. Thief up on Heaven. Well, now they know exactly what the last few plays are. They're in hell, but Welly's able to find one already. The Ares rings out. Zeke now gets into position up on upper, and this is going to be it. Stella has to go up against a wall of bullets. And last only a few seconds, it's going to be Blue Otters to take away The first map in the series.
That is crazy. Another one of these rounds where you don't think that you're going to have some sort of aggression coming out from the defensive side because they have lower buys, yet they come out with another trap this time around, and it works out well. I got to say, I like the fact that Bob went out of that TP. You mentioned it. We don't know. We're not too sure what she saw, but the paranoia, she saw that come through. They forced out the cloudburst so she could get out of it and get a spray. Only got one, but got great value for the rest of the team to set up here to win that round.
I mean, it's a 1-for-1 that gives you a ton of space, right?
Yes,
So you
100%.
can definitely see why that's worthwhile here. That was the map pick, of course, of Blue Waters. They take it away, and coming up next will be YFP's Sunset pick, so don't go too far. It's our last game of the day, and this is an elimination match in our Challengers Stage 3 tournament.
elimination match, and coming off of Ascent, Blue Otter find themselves one match away now from moving on into the lower finals. And hey, YFP here, Vance, finding themselves in the hot seat. It was decently close. I mean, we had that 6-6 at half, but Blue Otter, they slowly started creeping ahead, and they weren't willing to give up that lead.
Yeah, I have to go back and reiterate what I was mentioning before. Like, when I was looking at the bottom side of this top 8 going to playoffs, again, I think a deep run would have been from Rankers and Blue Otter in the top 3, but not necessarily at number 2 and number 1. And Blue Otter is on their way to at least get that, or potentially get that number 3 if they're able to win the second map against YFP, to play against potentially even Rankers in the grand finals. And that would be an insane run for stage 3. But it all makes sense after you watch this game, if you haven't been watching Blue Otter at all during Challengers. For a team like this that's able to play so well against Ascent, against Stellar, by the way, who started off this whole deadlock meta on this very map, and to play even better, dude, this is a sick match to witness and a sick map to witness from Blue Otter.
I mean, go for it.
I'm just like, again, I really think we got to see like what the Yoru comp has over the Jet comp. On Ascent now, and why so many teams are moving towards like playing the Yoru deadlock style instead. The fact that you can like take these fights early, but just have an immense advantage. If neither Omen player is able to get value out of the paranoia, it's the Yoru flash that can really edge things out for you. Bob is 7-2 first kill, first death, over the map. She's really active early in the rounds, where both comps really have to contact quite heavily onto different parts of the map here. So that for me is like a, it definitely shows that that comp is favored here. And as good as Penny was, and they were, they had to walk into some of these lines where you could even give the op to Zeke on the B side. They could get kills there because they knew they were just going to get walked on.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, you two had highlighted the differences between the two duelists, and we had talked about Bob as just being an outstanding fragger on this team. And it was how everyone was able to just get kills off of her in that space and the utility as well, and just able to hold their own. I mean, we were seeing Zolstol, there's the jump down from a Heaven Judge in hand. I mean, the whole team really being able to step up, but being able to see just kind of those micro differences in here in fans. I mean, that's going to make that difference in the end for them to take the dub.
Yeah, impact frags that came out from players like Zolstol, it just made me remember the piss round 2, where they pushed by themselves right around the smoke and almost got 2 out of that, but did some great damage to even on a second player, which I even think was Jakey on that round. So again, I think every single one of these players kind of just did their role perfectly on the side of Blue Otter. And I gotta say, YFP did a great job as well to fight back against Blue Otter, but the difference of how much pressure Blue Otter was able to add on the defensive side, especially involving these ultimates. I think looking back, and if you're going to rewatch this match and you want to learn from your mistakes or how you can improve against a team like Blue Otter, a lot of these crunches and a lot of the pressures came through around ultimates, right? Remember the Sova ult that went from Catwalk, then we had the Yoru ult from B main. So a lot of these happen in that sense that maybe in the future this could be learned where they could play a little bit further back. But if not, when it comes down to mid-rounding, there was still some good stuff that we saw from YFP.
I mean, if you want to talk about ult and you want to talk about the pressure, we got to look back. Pulled round 18 here. First off, a couple of these ultimates, they were hilarious. Just a good time. Shift fast in the night. But the pressure that this is able to put for this B crunch was fantastic.
It's such a big paranoia that comes off this, right? And Zeke gets into position, and instead of just peeking that line, they throw in an annihilation here, basically just to even the odds a little bit. And then they reassume that angle and find a shot with that operator. Because again, this is just a matter of YFP walking up and trying to take a fight. I mean, you want to know why Blue Otter won this game. It's not only like winning both the pistols is pretty big. I think getting like those 6 attack side rounds off a pistol round win, but they also win 2 really important thrifties. And both of them actually happen in that second half, just as it looks like YFP are about to build some momentum. Those are the kind of rounds where, yeah, like Zostol is in tree, has like smoke, runs into the smoke, gets a judge kill, and then does the same, dropping down onto Jen on the side. So, Blue Water did very, very well using the inherent advantage of being a defender on this map, but, being able to eke out rounds when they are unfavored economically there. They're really very solid play. It's their map pick, so definitely expect to see them look strong on it. But yeah, I was impressed.
Yeah, I think two things based on what you were saying as well, Mitch, is just how they were able to capitalize on thrifty rounds. That just gives me like EG vibes when you're trying to leverage ultimates around the Laurel buys to capitalize on wins, which worked. Secondly, is just the value that they have from the deadlock on Ascent. Again, I give a lot of praise and credit onto Stellar and Turtle Troop on how they were able to develop the meta with deadlock, but it almost feels like you're looking at the same way as the old cookie cutter meta comp used to be played, right? I'm talking about the KO Sova, Cypher / KJ, the Jet, and the Omen. With that composition, the more that it's being played, you have more ways to fine tune and perfect that composition. Where I feel like I've seen that from Blue Otter more, because the value that they're getting out of the grav nets for throwing towards the market, for getting control towards main from the pop flashes and whatnot. It's not just on, we need to get our deadlock ready so we could throw a full execution and just pop onto the site. They utilize the deadlock to scale onto the attack side so well for the side of the attack of Blue Otter.
I mean, if you want to talk about cookie cutter comps and just kind of improving off of that, we got to talk about the next map of the series and look at Sunset. Of course, this is both of these teams' second best of 3 of the day. So they're warmed up teams, and they also both got to not only play, but win Sunset in their last best of 3s. And Uber, when we're looking at this now, Blue Otter on match point here, this is something, too, that I'm intrigued about when we're looking at this potential, most likely, of a mirror composition.
Yes. I do think that Blue Water, they tried to play Sage against Rankers in that, like,
Yesterday.
upper quarterfinal game. It didn't work, but Rankers are really dirty on that map. I think it's their best map from what we've seen. The Sunset looks really good. And yeah, I mean, like, you know, Bob had to turn up on the Neon, had to play against Infiltrator on that same role. So definitely, you know, she was put to the test in a big way. But yes, outside of that, you should expect to see both these teams play like Neon Breach with Sova comps, like nothing crazy out of the ordinary. I'm actually looking pretty closely at the Sentinel play here, because we're continuing to examine how well Cyphers can now lock sights down with the changes onto that B side of the map, where you can't just have this unbreakable trapwire, right? You have to mix them up and get creative with them. I mean, we think back to see what we saw from Inspire, right, on this map. Always a different setup every single round, getting a lot of kill trips, catching people out. They look very, very nerdy. So that's something we're going to examine, and how well the attack side team is going to be able to like work the map while clearing some of that util without fully committing. It's a big part of the game plan on Sunset.
Yeah, since they played them earlier, we have a good idea of what agent's going to be played, but let's roll the agent select. See if maybe Blue Otter want to throw a little bit of a wrench in the plan for that. I mean, I like the Cypher, so I'd like to see them kind of stick with it. And heading to it, Vans, yeah, Cypher's for the house.
And it only makes sense. I think Cypher is still quite good in 9.09, especially still with the changes around Sunset. Because, Uber, you were talking about just the changes that you have to play around the trips for Cypher because of, you know, the B main. You can't play Bunset anymore. But at the same time, it also forces the attackers to play more pushed up towards the spawn, maybe even try to fight towards Boba. So a lot of these trip nows are being focused on controlling that area to contain the back of the site, so that the rest of the team could rotate across and take control here from Boba from the middle of market and try to retake the site if you can.
Now, with this mirror composition, heading over to Sunset, Blue Otter, an opportunity to close this out and move on into that lower finals. YFP fighting for the life tier, so time to head on over, get this started.
Thank you. Yeah, well, we've seen Bob on that Yora earlier on. Neon recently is her best agent, not by a huge amount, but we're talking about, you know, north of 250 ACS, right? So that's definitely where you want to be as duelists. That's a really solid performance overall. We're going to see Blue Water starting on the defense side here, and it looks like they're going to get very busy in sort of to taking a bit of mid control early in the round. If they see nothing, they'll probably pull back here, but this could get messy if there's a commitment here by Stella.
Yeah, there's already a ping coming out from the attacker side too. Just be careful of this breach potential on the top of tiles. The end of the day, it looks to be pretty reactive. Instead of having a camera, Zol still trying to ping it down on the top of the market. If they spot something, then it's a crunch back towards middle instead of trying to over-aggress back towards the market. So both teams are going to be in a stalemate, but it's going to have to be on the YFP at that minute mark to try to activate a little bit more.
Go, go, go. The A side is the weak one, though. There's little to no elbow presence at all. Even though Penny being careful about it, just checking to see if someone's tucked in the corner. Shoulder peeks there for Willie. They don't see anything, but they make noise and get pinged out in that spot here. And Blue Water still not convinced So this is where the action's going to be. At least an orb secured there for Stella.
Everybody's going to hit tab for sure when they hear that orb being picked up. They know now the breach on the attack side is over towards A, but they still don't want to react on this yet. They almost feel that they like to do these double bumps and these fakes. Recon Dart finds info, but there's still so many smokes being thrown towards B. So again, it's all up to YFP. Yes, they hit towards the A side, but it's going to be a late rotate for the players from B to A. And they're just double backing. There's a lot of hesitation onto YFP's hit so far.
Didn't always see this in YFP's
30
game
seconds
yesterday.
left.
They ran out of time on their attack side because they
Just like split.
Yeah, exactly. It took so long. Even against TSM in the first round, yeah, they ran out of time. YFP, they really like to drag out this pistol, and now they're being contained in mid. That cyber cage, and they're sitting behind it for the time being, and then they come. Penny and Thief get on the board at the very least, and Zeke though sees a very low health Physic able to be picked up. It's Bob now. Thinking about working into the smoke here, but that would be to the detriment because it was being covered by Jake.
Out of charges.
And there's Penny getting lit, but Bob's not going to fully commit now. Sees the shoulder pick and the cat's out the bag of it. The Neon lurking on this corner. Welly though, 2 headshots, 2 kills. Jake is at least able to salvage things to YFP. A typically glacial round from YFP, but they come out just with the pistol.
You got to say that Thief's cyber cage really saved them in that moment, running that clock down, or is Blue Otter and doing a great job at that. But when there's 20 seconds left and you're trying to funnel inside and you're getting hit by a fault line right in the middle and you can't make it through, you waited for the cage, you waited for everybody to get unstunned. You have a Jake TP, a Penny slide, and then a triple swing overall to just brute force your way into the B site to overtake that in the end. It had to come down to just being pristine of coming out of the smoke and winning those fights, and you did. Both teams played that to the best of their abilities and capabilities, where IFP are able to win that pulse plant towards the end. So this eco round for Blue Water is not going to be the strongest to Sheriffs, and they're playing it separate across the map and try to use Welly with the Sheriff on A, and then Bob with the Sheriff on B, who's still holding that line semi-aggressively. She might get caught here.
Bob just, thought just the shoulder peek, but Penny is too sharp and is an instant pick off there of the enemy Neon. TP4 on the side here, pretty straightforward stuff now for YFP as they get that opening. And they don't scale any further into the back of the side, in fairness. They kind of draw a line there, halfway through. Secure a plant. Thief just piecing the mid-C. Shondek's coming. This is the Ghost player, the low econ player on this second round buy-up. And Thief's doing it all.
And has a hat ready for the next round. I mean, Thief, we haven't had a chance to talk about him too much here on Ascent because a lot of the action came from the rest here of Blue Otter instead, more than YFP's side. But Thief and Sheriff and pistol rounds, he is still cracked up. You remember Reina days of Thief? He's definitely got the aim. And now switching over to the Sentinel since those LG days, he's still quite good and quite prominent here with the pistols and with the Cypher roll. Makes it good. Now you're farming even potentially an ult for Penny in the bonus round.
I mean, he was more glazed than ancient Greek pottery yesterday by us, but it was warranted. He had a fantastic series. And here already off to a great start. 5-1. Now though, Blue Water's time to buy up here. 3 sets of light armor. But again, crucially, that neural theft already being developed. Getting 5 kills in the first 2 rounds definitely doesn't hurt. So thought about skirting around the edge of that cyber cage, but probably would have triggered it. And there'll be yet another one thrown down to hold the masses at bay. It's Thief versus the world over at A. And Welly and Stella on the inside in this box here. And have a peek for it. Timing just favors Welly there hugely. Well,
Slipped
sometimes
through, though.
better lucky than good.
They made her cross gate. So they only thought there was one single lurk on the top and middle, but there's still 2 players playing contact that will get this backstab onto Zolstol.
Zeke. Oh, Jake's gonna have the one easy. And now Zeke, despite the fact that they might have been looking, Penny was able to get in and pick them up, and now just 3 players here left.
I know exactly
For the Otters. And there's that neural theft that we talked about. Thief builds it up so early and now realizes that, yep, there's no backstab potential here, and there's a trip wire in the way anyway. So YFP can set their feet and get ready. Weapon-wise, fine. Guardian Outlaw to play with. Crucially, Jake's perched up on top of the boxes, which is going to have to be respected. And here is that fast lane. Now, Bob might want to try and clear Thief's position first, but it's a pretty timely paranoia that's going to force Bob back into hiding and shut down that fast lane entirely. Thief just wants to look for a sound cue here to play off of. Announces his presence, and Penny decides to pop on out in whack-a-mole here. Shondex with some big work to do, though. Found 3. until Physics saves the day with the Outlaw.
Oh my god, and it had to be an outlaw shot to end the deal here and end around for Physic, but that was a nice attempt by Shondex. The timing from Willie off that pick was super nice too. Also, another round where both of the teams are playing some great Valorant. For the defender's side to actually contest towards the orb was actually a great start. Deny that ult available here for Penny, and then also on the other end, when they realized that they lost control of that orb, they went up towards middle to actually rotate the map and flip the map in their favor. And those backstabs were everything to allow YFP to win a bonus round. So this is going to be such a detrimental buy for Blue Otters this time around, and looks like there's not going to be any trap plays moving across too, just to try to get a lot of value on Bob, for example, with a classic slide. This should be an easier round for YFP to take because of this passive play coming out from Blue Otter.
Yeah, I mean, they're giving up so much space here. They've got really poor weapons. Zostal just basically going to be sat over towards Elbert this whole round. There's nowhere else for them to be particularly relevant with that weaponry. And so YFP happily take up this space that is given to them. Get into mid. They're already starting to sneak a player in towards market. Deep has gotten up very, very close here. I don't think Shondex will be ready for a timing like this, but now Jake will get Shondex looking over here. Thief there gets doubled down on, and this is going to be a good application of the neural theft as YFP indicate that they're still willing to commit to ending over on this B side of the map. This also allows Zostal to take some space over towards A here and maybe set up in a position to disrupt this advance. He's going to hear everything. Penny walks straight into the Bucky, and that's the problem. Following up the paranoia. No chance for Zostal to get a better weapon here, but still, this is going to slow YFP down massively.
On target.
Oh, man, what is happening? Welly up mid, alone.
A flawless?
Nothing to be found there. That would be unreal. 2 rifles picked up, and that is disgusting. A thrifty, flawless round here for Blue Otters as YFP. They have no idea where the next punch is coming from.
Dude, I don't think I've ever done the worst caster curse ever in my casting career. That moment.
That was pretty bad, man.
Dude, it becomes a flawless round for all of these guys to get these picks. I don't know how Blue Otter was able to pull that type of magic out of their hat to be able to win that round, but they just disrupted YFP and just picked them off limb by limb. No opportunities for YFP. I mean, that's probably the reason why. They were so spread out across the map, despite the space that was given to them, but they just gave so many individual fights, and now you have such a healthy buy. A great chance for Blue Otter to come back in the game.
Crazy to see such a sloppy round from such an established team. Penny, affected by the relay bolt, excuse me. And they're surrounded now, trying to use the fast lane to get out. Things looking very, very awkward here for the Neon. Still though, they turn around and get into market. Bob though opens up the account. It's Jake dealt with, and Blue Otters this time happy to give a bit of space. They know they're in good shape when it comes to the retake. They've got an overdrive available for their own Neon here. I'm going to use it instead just to try and speculate through that smoke, and what a timing physique into mid now. Hunter's Fury, smacks of desperation here for Physic. Did get a tag. Bob's already on the site though and has taken Stella down. Where's Penny at? Sat towards the back of the site here in a terrible spot. And now it's only Physic to lock this down, but they've already used a Hunter's Fury. And they won't want to use it in a 1vx scenario anyway. They're going to get out of here.
Nice fight here by Blue Otter towards the end. And yeah, you were asking that question, where the hell is Penny's at? Well, they did a great job as well for, oh no, can't even save the weapon. They couldn't even do it on the side here for Blue Otters. Whenever they were losing map control, but still getting fights at long distance, they just played back and waited off to play the retake because they were just waiting for the overdrive to finish out of Penny. And when Penny couldn't do anything anymore and only has a Bucky to work with, you can't really jump out to go for picks when Stellar's lurking as a breach on the top and middle. You can't flash, you can't support, so you're kind of just stuck there on an island. So he gets picked off and traded off as soon as he went for a backstab kill, but there's really nothing else there to help out YFP in the post plan, which is unfortunate on how, again, they scale up that map of that round. But there's a lot of util at the beginning here. Camera up, aggressive. We saw that earlier on in that previous series, just to try to look back towards the elbow. Recon towards main to see if there's any aggression on extremities. And now YFP could just group up towards middle, knowing that there's not real pressure coming out, and they have an opportunity themselves to isolate 1v1s.
Okay, Zeke, though, a little bit too sharp for a Penny. He's just not in a position. The spacing wasn't remotely there. Oh, buddy, this is ugly stuff. Oh, YFP had to take a save round here, so just with the Sheriffs, but that did not go well for them at the top of mid at all. And this is what we've seen from them a little bit. They have tried to use that part of the map quite extensively. Welly, okay, does eventually get the shot and kill.
Hey, jumping share shots, why not? I feel like despite the score only being 3-3, they're kind of feeling themselves and feeling quite confident, especially after the round that they got on at Thrifty. So all that momentum that started at the very beginning, Oldie, Penny ult on the second round already available, Thief getting a neural theft after the second round and how good he was doing on the anti-eco with just a pistol, all that is gone and out the window, and Blue are back in full control. Bob with an operator looking down towards middle. Heavy pressure coming out from YFP though. This is an aggressive can to potentially even try to push out on contact, but they'll have to figure out here very soon that there's an op that they're gonna have to work against.
Also, Stella's not... Okay, he's going to throw a pretty deep fault line if he's not setting up in tiles for this.
Yeah.
Already a lot of control being taken. No one way for Zostal this round. Maybe hoping to bait some confidence in here. Spots Penny. Ooh, okay. Well, we don't mind home about those ones, folks. Zeke now able to step out though and at least trade it. That was a 40 health Penny. Zeke might want to fall off this side though. They've got a Rolling Thunder to work with, and yet they do seem to be embedded to some degree. Now they get back, so they can make use of that ultimate for a flood retake, and it's going to come in pretty quickly, in fact, to disrupt the attackers. It cuts through, but Jake is going to be ahead of it now as Shondex falls, and up on that high ground, he can try and spray for Zeke through the smoke, who's down to 6 points of health, and eventually he falls.
That's interesting. It almost feels like the Rolling Thunder hit nobody. We clicked through the players and nobody was affected by it, so great job by YFP to avoid all of that. And that might be the call for the last two players to save. You're hoping that off the Rolling Thunder you could take down Thief. That would activate here this lurk from Bob. And even in this position, I wouldn't even let Bob go for a shot because they don't know that she's using that this current round. And I think it's still a great element of surprise moving on to the next.
Yes. I mean, Bob was sitting in market watching that mid play, right? So it's actually a great call against YFP's tendency to walk up into mid and slowly take control with a smoke top mid. So Bob can stow this and make use of it on a later round, because there's a good chance that YFP end up going back to that. Bob has to take this kill if it offers itself up to her. Well, she's out of it. Paranoia is definitely going to make that a non-viable option. And YFP will be allowed to move away here, getting themselves back into the lead. A pretty messy fight over on the A side.
Yeah. Again, it was just Zostal starting off. Similar things on Ascent with a judge around the corner, hoping to catch one, but was a little bit tucked too close in terms of the crosshair around the corner, and just unfortunately with the first shot here onto Penny. At least Zeke was able to answer back, but everything got very chaotic. And even on the exit though, Stellar, yes, he didn't get an opportunity to get the pick here onto Bob or vice versa, but I'm pretty sure he saw the op come through. So they're already pinging this out towards the market, towards top Boba. This might be a finish for a split back towards the B side, depending what they see here towards the mid round.
Oh, they are drifting back to mid, but this is going to have to be a huge... Okay. Not really. She has the time! And now Jake's still in mid, though. Awkward stuff. Bob's going to find a third. And that fault line, there's no one to play off of it, despite Stella hitting the Neon squarely. Just when we thought YFP were going to hit that A side again, they end up falling off of it and go straight up mid, which is their downfall. So Blue Water's definitely getting a read on this tendency for the attackers.
Found you.
Thief now eventually is going to go down. It's funny now, like, right, with the Cypher comps, it's hard to play 1-1-3 on this map. You can't overstack that A side. There was another round where Blue Water's just had the single breach playing there. And yet, YFP don't go for it. He's down to 6. He's going to be in trouble here. 4 for Bob on the round.
She'll go back and probably pick up her... Oh, no, Zeke has it so far. They can juggle it back for the next round, which is great. At least the op, they know, wow, now that for YFP, that Blue Water is using it. These are some great shots coming out from Bob. Easy on the first one, but landing on your feet and then getting these shots are quite nice. Overall, though, yes, you're talking about, like, you can't really play a 1-3-1, but you could still definitely play a lot of 4-1s with this composition, where has been part of, like, just maybe the basic way of working and scaling up a map on two-sided maps, because the Cypher could already cover so much ground, and you're already seeing it this round. Solo play coming out from Thief, 4 players heading out towards this B side, and it's going to be another bloodbath.
Bob's going up mid. She eventually gets it. Affected by that fault line. Paranoia also came on in. I love this aggressive turn of pace here from Blue Waters, and this is bad for YFP. This is their gun round that we're really hoping to bring back in action with. Getting pretty much destroyed. And passively, Shondex is looking straight down towards mid. Covers the A site with the util. So again, that sort of 4-1 idea definitely plays itself out.
One enemy remaining.
Blue Water's overload.
And that's the difference here as Shondex picks up the last kill against Physic is we talked about the 4-1 position that you could do on both ends, but most likely you're seeing it on the attack. But the thing that was missing this time around that kind of punished YFP on scaling towards this B side was after you place this trip towards A, you kind of still, especially if you don't have any type of pressure towards middle, for me, you would want to give that responsibility to the Cypher. So if the Cypher is grouped up with them and you throw a camera on middle, it would allow for you to get a little bit more prepared for these type of hits and these types of quick pushes down towards middle. And this round, they're going to keep doing the same thing. They're like, well, Bob already used her finger blaster. She's not going to do it again. So let's just go back into the tried and true of what we're trying to do in the previous round. Go for a slow 4-1 and then potentially activate Thief on a late lurk, but they have a much lower buy, which probably will not get the same value.
Also, Tiles is being watched pretty closely right now, so we do spring into action on this B side. Penny trying to get deep on the site. Jake got to be pinged out there and hit pretty hard. It's going to be another shot that claims him. Penny, awkward. Caught at the back of the site, stunned up here. Shondex can see them. A lot of spray there through the masonry, but only 2 bullets left for Shondex, and they're feeling the pressure. They take a moment now to reload. There's an extra player to back them up as Bob comes to the rescue. And yeah, pretty uneventful round here for YFP. Blue get themselves to 6.
And that's exactly those trips that we were talking about, where you can't place those unbreakable trips towards B main anymore. You want to make sure that you're at least able to set up trap kills that you play now back towards Boba. You can even set trap kills on the crosses that tucks in towards the palm trees, and you get spam kills from Market. So there's still ways to be creative around playing a Cypher on this map. Maybe it'll change in 9-10 with the changes onto the Cypher trips itself, but at least for now, still great value, and that's a trip that I'm talking about that Shondex just placed there to look towards that side. But overall, this is still very good to allow the defenders to contain the backside and not get overwhelmed just like Penny was trying to do.
All the guns are back. A lot of ultimates here for YFPA. Must win round. They do a lot of this rolling thunder now. They get the same inclination to get themselves in towards mid. It is still Bob with the operator. This time she's headed over towards that A side, and she actually might get the payoff here. Thief with that low cam that we're starting to see. Bob has to have heard that dart get fired off. And now we're going to walk up into this. First kill. Yep. Bob gets one. Fall back to Link here. By time now for Zeke to get in position. Looks like YFP still want to end here.
And that's camera being thrown in an end, so they can't really watch the op on the line. Bob, full confidence, peeking again.
Gosh, he's asking for so much, and no one is watching for that at all. Jake, looking a little bit sheepish there behind those boxes. And Zeke kills the Penny pretty comfortably now. Fizzy going to try and use his ultimate. So many ults available in this round for YFP, but never really a good chance to use them, just because Bob audaciously reposts up on the angle to find a second kill. Physic's not long for this world either. And that's kind of, I mean, a huge flawless round here, first of all. That's kind of what we see in this strategy, right? Control the extremities with these ops, because you can't really use your util until you get in striking distance of that A side.
She's getting so much value with her operator right now, and there's not enough utility clearing her away, which is why, again, the camera being thrown around the corner, even then, I feel like the camera kind of missed, because you're trying to throw into a portion where it could even look into elbow at the same time, and you kill 2 birds with 1 stone by looking short and then the right side elbow. So by throwing a camera on the right side of the wall instead of this one that you currently see here that's looking out towards short, Bob gets free reign the whole time if you're not going to use any util.
That's a nice fault line there for a solo side hold. He can stop YFP in their tracks for now. Still probably wants to play off the site. I respect it, Penny. Full face.
Looks like me.
Okay, down to 45. They're trying to push up with the judge. They might get something here. Oh, that is...
Yeah,
well,
they get
doesn't look like anything to me, Vance. No siree.
Looks like me again.
I saw nothing. Physic now with the judge. We're able to find a trade there. Thief gets in, at least gets a neural theft. Yeah, very surprised, of course, to realize that all the blue are waiting to pounce on the A side.
Yeah.
Shocking, in fact. Nicely done by Stella here. Bulldog starts to bark. 6 HP they're left with the breach, and Jake has to go pretty mental here. 22 points of health. Okay, hang about. So Salt. Not expecting that emergence there from Jake, and time is short. Time is real short. This is the unreal clutch for the man. That's disgusting. Huge Zippo clutch for Jake.
Oh my God. We were ready to write off YFP that round for sure. You heard it in the play-by-play. I was ready to write up the comment as well after digesting that round of how good Blue Water were to just wait off the Rolling Thunder and re-hit towards the site and even punish the overheats. But sometimes you just got Big Bean that's still alive here, that's able to clutch out for the team, and he did such a good job dancing around that generator and really go into these 1v1s. So many players got caught off guard. Zostel never expected from them to re-peek while they were tapping on the spike. What a nice little round that keeps YFP alive in this game. A huge important round because this is also a momentum swing. You get that type of clutch, you're moving high hopes, moving into your defensive round, and you're hoping here that you're going to hold off. A lot of pressure coming out from Blue Water towards this B pressure.
All right, let's run it back here. Second half of Sunset. YFP's map pip. Things did not go so well for them on Ascent here, but so far it's been good enough. See Bob, though, look to try and show off those neon chops. Caught by a very deep trap wire by Thief there. A very easy kill.
You want to fight back with Boba.
Okay, this could get ugly. YFP, though, received that push pretty easily. Welly going to be hit by that relay bolt. Heading to swoop in and takes them out. Pistol one here for YFP. Well on the ways to making this a very competitive map too.
Very, very nice round two. You talked about that trip towards that back, but flipping the map and trying to push back and brute force your way through. I think it was a little bit of a miscom. You probably needed to just time your swing into the smoke a little bit better. And even a dart went right onto the chest of Shondex, and at that point, there's probably no way. Even if you just found 14 players inside that smoke, it would have hit every single one of those players on the opposite end. So very nicely done. I just realized that these two animals are doing kind of like a Spider-Man type of scene.
Yeah. Well spotted, Vance.
Thank you.
Well spotted. Defensive relay bolt there, but nobody remotely close enough here. Blue is actually slow it up just to kind of get the orb and play back from it. Lava shot there will allow Jake to get in position to make the judge sing. And that'll be Blue pulling out of A entirely. But look at this, they've got Shondex on a bizarre wrap. This is being pinged out by the defenders. Everybody. He's got a 5-star wanted level in GTA.
And didn't get out of that radio, so that one couldn't escape the cops. Jake caught him, and that's the rest of the team moving out towards this B site for a plant. So didn't work out, but at least the Omen made it through. This could at least allow for you to get 300 credits for a plant.
I don't know about that. Zeke. Oh, okay. I thought that Shocky was going to hit.
Same.
Something got lost in transmission there. Thief on that, up in that corner, in the cam, so to speak. And yeah, we check that corner because we're reasonable gamers. Jake carries 3 kills out of this round here, and it'll be a comfortable defuse, another flawless for YFP.
So that's 3,000 credits for 2 rounds in a row. Of course, they bought down with whatever they want on the pistol round, but looking very healthy on the bonus and going to have a very good round in round number 3, which could potentially even activate an early op for Penny if they want to use that, which would be a great call with how Bomb got so much value with her operate on the first half. That said, though, with this round, let's focus on this one for the defensive side. They do want to look like they want to add a little bit more of that control towards the A, using both of the stunners to fight back on this aggression. The ping coming out from Blue Water, who seems to want to move very quickly back towards the elbow too. Although the bear is coming up, Bob made it.
Straight away on the fault line here to stop that early push. We're just seeing that thrown now without the geckos in the comps. We're just seeing that thrown off on an early timing to stop a fast play, as opposed to trying to set up to play off with a dizzy or something similar. Okay, Welly, maybe a little bit too slow on that slide out here. YFP are having a fantastic time of things here on their defense side. Bonus round here that they've already gotten themselves a nice little lead in. We're backing on up. Jake gets himself a judge.
They found my wife.
Shot missed too, but not that one. Very good for YFP to convert their bonus so far. And as they hear players pulling back, they could potentially even pick up this Vandal towards the end. But I like that you're not being overreactive to try to pick that up, especially the recon dart to confirm presence on B main.
Thief is doing so much here with nothing but a Spectre. Dirty. That is a brilliant conversion here on this bonus round, like you pointed out, Vans.
Yeah.
A little bit, yeah, I mean, we're still carrying judges, we're still carrying Spectres through from the prior.
Jake,
30 seconds left.
Win this one? Okay, maybe not.
I respect it. 3 seconds. Spike a long way away, and Penny comes in to put Bob out of her misery. YFP here, take that round 15.
My advice?
Perfect
Don't get
conversion
shot.
off the bonus round here. Knocking once more Blue Waters down a peg.
Look at that, just so focused on trying to break the Cypher util, clearing out towards the corner, and Thief is just playing out in the open. So that's, I think it's just the confidence that you have on the defenders on that side, knowing how much of util is being used on that A side for Blue Waters on the attack, right? They already knew they were playing against a Breach and a Neon on that side, so you could play a little bit more out in the open. You're not afraid of getting flashed out on the first entries. You talk about 2 flawless rounds, a bonus that they were able to keep 3 players alive. This is starting to be a steep uphill fight for Blue Water. Sunset, a map pick for YFP. Looking much stronger now on the defensive side.
Yeah, constantly Blue Waters just going for this A hit. YFP are handling. Not so much this time though. A little bit of damage on Zeke and Bob, but that is a rifle drop. Bob will have that for herself here. Still, she's unarmored though, pretty low. Recon did ping out Jake now. With the side is fully given up here by YFP. They can look to come back in.
Ult.
No neural theft opportunity here.
Spike
He doesn't have a
planted.
corpse to work with. See what happens as the TP comes across. That are also just trying to clear there. And here comes a rolling thunder from Blue Waters here. They're really sat on that one. Zeke does go down after the fact, but the shells are starting to sing out, and Bob's recovered rifle downs Jake. Okay, well, let's just have a thrifty right here then. Just as we're gassing up YFP for having a great time on the defense side, Vans. You've done it again, buddy.
Dude, let me just, you know what? Solo cast this.
Okay. I mean, I wasn't really ready to have my Overwatch experience casting Valorant, but I mean, I guess we can.
I gotta say, it's nice little jiggle too. The triple swing that came through from the elbow, I could still respect that Penny was ADSing down that spot and trying to land a shot, because it's still Penny. He still has sick aim. I think he was a little bit leaning toward, a little bit more towards elbow, and it was too much out in the open to get punished. But to juggle through and allow Zeke to get the plant and the rolling thunder, all that pressure that was being pushed here by YFP, well read and well controlled.
That fault line again. This time that Penny really wants to fight for a good variations here. As YFP looking to get their duelist value early in these defense side of rounds, but Jake won't be allowed to get away. This is Blue Water now. After that thrifty, firing on all cylinders this time in terms of their arsenal, and Bob has that overdrive. It's a little outranged there by Physic though, and there's the corpse Thief was looking for. 2v3 for YFP.
That's a huge hat.
Last
Forced
player
them off the
standing.
plant.
Just Physic now. Couple of shock darts here that do get some good damage on Shondex. But Zeke is still going to look to plant on this side. Adamant, of course,
Spike
this is where it's at.
planted.
Physic will naturally clear away that recon. But you're so distributed as Blue Waters. You've got one towards spawn, one towards elbow, one on box. The standard 3v1 setup. YFP just cannot take the 1v3 clutch this time on this site. And all of a sudden, Blue Waters well and truly back in the game.
Yeah. The thing is you mentioned a 3 versus 1, but it didn't have too much util left on the pulse plan for the attack side. And from the positions that you were enumerating, they were not really in great positions to trade. So that was a chance here for Physic to even win that first fight on some heavily damaged players on that 3 versus 1. But the 1v1 ends up on the side of Blue Water. They take the lead at this point, and the economy's broken. Overdrive, though, from Penny doesn't look like they're trying to go for any type of aggressive play to catch Blue Water off guard. But they are still staying in spawn just in case. So they're okay with that. When it comes down to just scaling back towards the map and working as a group, they're still executing quite well.
No interest in working mid for Blue Waters. Damn, Thief got it. Still able to find one. Fair enough. Are they going to chase this? The Al drone will confirm at least that the Cypher is pulled off of the site properly. Thief never got to, of course, find a weapon upgrade, but still good damage done. Here comes the shocks now. Physic though playing up close and personal. Thief's able to find yet another one with the Sheriff, by the way. Penny's overdrive now looks far more deadly. And Zeke might have the spike, but he's got absolutely nowhere to go with it. Random shot. Okay, moving on. No util left for the breach. He's got to swing out into this one and might find a second one, but okay, we're going to thrifty right back as YFP's Thief comes alive.
Yeah, again, with the pistols. This guy should just keep pistols his whole half. He's been owning so far, being a silent killer at least. Again, I haven't mentioned his name too much in this whole series, but when it comes down to pop up and pop off on towards the B side, he's able to anchor it up. But you've mentioned it was questionable here for Blue Water to not try to scale back on middle to get some information, but it's also because they were anticipating this type of crunch coming through from Penny. So not hearing the finger blaster being activated right away, they're like, okay, well, they're not going to go for a trap play. Let's move in towards B. They play the contact, and they got instantly dropped by Thief. It would have been a different story, though, if Thief wasn't on one today, and it could have been a B site much easily taken for Blue Water, but great job for YFP to keep the game close, and for Blue Water to look for some orb control to potentially even build the Hunter's Fury on the exec.
Okay, cancel there. That was a from the shadows to the site by Zostal. Probably seeing all that they needed to. This time Blue Waters have gotten quite deep on that A side without Penny going aggressive against them early. And the Neon confirmed to be at B, still heads turning towards the top of the map. For whatever reason, I guess because Market was left uncovered here, YFP are a little bit concerned about Blue Waters players getting in there, and that's going to be manually re-cleared by Physic now.
Yeah. Even Zostal calls here for the rotate back towards the B site because they ulted within and look for the info. Now they think B is safe.
Okay, Zostal going to be peeping out of that one. Thief here gets pretty far forward now, and 35 seconds left of the round. It looks like YFP are getting the heck out of here. They're banking on Shondex to be a real problem here up mid.
30 seconds
He's going to
left.
use this opportunity to try and get forward. He's going to be good for a potential catch on the cross, but Jake knows better. And Physic just stops to slap Zeke down. Spike those will be steady heading over the A side, excuse me.
No smoke for
Position
Spike.
here up on Link for Jake. Comes off second best when it comes to the span through the smoke, and now we're down to 12 seconds here. Shondex, though, finally gets up the top, finds two through top mid. Got to be applied pretty soon here, and Penny tries to disrupt it. 5 seconds left in the round, but ends up being a trade. Who is going to cover Welly on this? No one. No chance. And Blue Waters run out of time.
Oh, that Hunter's Fury, the plant delays coming out from YFP was huge. I think just backpedaling towards the B site and then force out the ults was kind of good, but they were still missing a little bit of the extra insert towards that A side. Again, an overcook on the double backpedal coming out from Blue Water, this time around on the map here of Sunset. And it's off here, not punishing Physic with the Hunter's Fury, delaying the plant for a bit, and then also not being able to force out Stellar's early utility on that A side control. Well, the aftershock was still available too to push the planter away from the plant spot, and you just simply win on time, and that's gonna hurt. They were coming back here, taking full control, tying up the game, but now they're back into a broken economy. So now it's your turn, Uber, to do the caster curse, because you were just saying the last two rounds it looked pretty good here for Blue Water.
Yeah, Blue Water's definitely not going to win this round. Definitely not going to happen.
Wow, you're so biased, bro. What is such a biased caster?
Physically, it's just impossible. Just quietly, we were gassing up Thief on the YFP side of things. Bob and Zeke having a great game so far between the two of them. There's no real way to get a Hunter's Fury, I guess, this kind of round, not with the weapon ready to take some of those orbs by force, by shooting people in the face.
Yeah.
And I guess you have a Hunter's Fury here, but Blue Waters is more so planning for round 21 here.
I mean,
maybe.
As we say that, they kind of leveraged the Hunter's Fury on that Ascent map when they had a lower buy. You already have the spike here on Zeke, so this might be a early take control, grab the orb, Hunter's Fury to create space, and then they go for a plant, and that allows for them to get the Rolling Thunder. Just like scaling up the way that they did, they got good value off the Rolling Thunder on the pulse plant before on a lower buy.
Zeke does get that orb. One away from Rolling Thunder. Blue Waters this time, they actually do want to scale into mid a little bit early, and they leave Shondex behind. This is not an uncommon strategy, and will be spotted out by the Owl drone. It's scary for Shondex, who warns about crunched here, and there's no one to trade this Cypher. That is ugly. That is extremely ugly. And Shondex is probably screaming at his team like, hey, they're going to kill me. They're definitely coming after me. Beautifully done by Zostal there, and a good follow-up with the Paranoia, but walking any further forward would already be visible. Oh, okay. Thought Zostal might have had that, but the flashpoint, I think, caught them off. Well, he's able to get a connection, at least with the Hunter's Fury, but eventually will be pushed into... YFP, I love this. They go up a gear. They spot the lone Cypher in mid, they push them, and they do the same against the Hunter's Furying player of Welly there.
Yeah. And Jake has been getting a lot of value too as this Omen on this map. Not necessarily on the flash plays that he's doing, but the flashy plays that he's doing. The Hunter's Fury comes out on the attack side. He TPs on the top of the boxes, catches his opponent off guard, and doesn't allow here Welly to get another ping out. But just foiling that plan of the late lurk up towards middle and moving quickly over towards the east side, it did not give a chance here for Blue Water to really set up here on the pulse plan. But you still have the Rolling Thunder. So it was like a high risk with the Hunter's Fury. It didn't pan out. You couldn't get your thrifty round, but at least you have a Rolling Thunder in your gun round.
Watch out! Go, go, go!
This is up here. Disrespecting the cyber cage, forcing Shondex away, but from Welly.
I'm out of here.
The cheeky little one-way that defenders can throw towards that kiosk there. And out we go. Not a lot of map control here for Blue Water, so instead they make the right choice and try and take position in mid. Zostal may be trying to, I love that, trying to telegraph that someone has gotten deep. This pulls these YFP players off the A site entirely, so much so that Physic is sitting in spawn still.
Yeah, might have no choice but to play retake. Now Recon Dart even used quite early, so it's not going to be up for the next 35 now on the side of the defensive end. So a great opportunity for Blue Water to move up towards the site. Even if it's scaling, if it's a walk contact, yes, it gets spotted by the camera, but they should still be very okay to move inside this A site.
Yeah, especially with this one-way now. This is going to keep Thief out of their business for a while. Smoke also over towards Link, so full retake protocol left here, while Zeke does sit on a Rolling Thunder, which may allow Blue Water to push off the site or interrupt a flood retake from the defenders. Bob here backs up and definitely wants to play close to Link. Most of the players for YFP are grouping up here towards spawn. Rolling Thunder pretty nasty there. As Flash Thief gets into the site. Zostal already taken down, and now you have a lot of information. Blue Waters have to spring into action now, and Bob does just that. Finds two, but Thief is still set up on the side. Here's that belated Rolling Thunder, but who's here to capitalize? Jake was unaffected by it entirely. Now a 2 versus 2. Welly and Zeke grouped up here. Stella hoping to dig them out, but they dodged that fault line, and this is a little bit scary for the defending breach. There's a defuse, though, in the meantime, as Stella and Thief lock it down.
I think that Stella even got the Rolling Thunder after one of the kills, too, because I don't think they ever had it on the retake potential. That was so good there by YFP towards the end. A little bit of a stall that was attempted here by the attack side, but just to leave that, I mean, pushing Bob to get 2 kills by her lonesome up towards shop was a huge thing, but failing to contain here towards the elbow and getting hit by your opponent's Rolling Thunder and allowing Stellar to get that pick to allow the Rolling Thunder to happen was unfortunately not the result here that you wanted for Blue Water. And now YFP are at map point, looking to push this into a map 3. Overdrive already up from Bob, stopped by a trip, and also stopped by Thief.
Now she can't do more. Thief is just lying in wait. The antithesis, of course, to that fast neon rush. Still, it gets a little bit hectic here over towards the A side, and Stella maybe realizes they've overcommitted to this fight. 3 versus 2, in fairness, 2 Guardians in play. Thief with that fault line has to hastily throw a cyber cage down, and from an off-angle, Physics able to get one. They're traded out. And will that spike head to be after all? Thief is thinking probably.
You can't, but he's thinking that there's a push from Zostal because this whole time there was no Omen coming out here for a trade. So you're making sure here that you're clearing out towards the back of the map. This should give a free plant now for Zeke. He goes for a tap instead, no swing out. But at the same time, you're wasting a lot of time and you're out in the open potentially for Thief to even push through. Oh my God.
Okay, there it is. Thief gets brought down and Blue Water's actually able to stabilize here. And a round looked like it was going to go terribly off the rip. Bob just charges straight down mid and gets caught by a trap wire. But the fighting over towards Link is very favorable for Blue.
Right over there. Right exactly over here. The amount of util that's being traded on both ends. Paranoia on the defensive side. Fault line to try to stall on the other end too. And just making sure that you're isolating 1v1s. And when you need to ping pong, they ping pong perfectly for Blue. So yes, they're able to salvage around here. And they're able to actually keep a decent amount of players still alive to have a strong gun round. The worst weapon that they have is a Guardian for Welly, a hat available for Shondex, one of the rare pushes split into the B site that has not been done by Blue Water so far on the attack side that might catch YFP off guard.
He deals with that. Blowman TP pretty quickly. Right below them is Bob. A little bit of spray there through the masonry. Does find it smart, and Shondex might have a timing here, but oh no! They've choked! They've choked it! Enough players from YFP able to turn around and deal with that Cypher from mid, and it's all up to Welly. It's just too much for just the Guardian. And YFP take away a close fought Sunset to force the decider.
That was the unfortunate thing. The biggest win condition for that round was for Shawnex to be able to get behind and that double kill. But you're under pressure. You're trying to shoot models from behind. Sometimes it gets stressful, especially when you land those shots. And unfortunately, it was a nail in the coffin there that forces now the third map between YFP and Blue Otter.
I'm ready for it. This is an important match for these two teams. Remember, with a $25,000 prize pool, this is an elimination match, and both these teams are fighting tooth and nail to stay in the mix. Stick around for map number 3. It's going to be split after the break.
Well, we get what we asked for in the end, a map 3 between these two in our decider match. I cannot wait. I also really didn't know if we would get to this point, Vans, because I didn't know which way this match was going. There was Caster Curses Galore. You two are evil for this, but...
It wasn't me. It was not me.
It was you for 2 rounds. It was you for 2 rounds.
Okay.
I started, like I said, I had the worst caster curse probably in my casting history, talking about like an easy round that ended up being a flawless for the other team.
A
but
thrifty
overall,
flawless.
Yeah, thrifty flawless on top of that. I should retire. No, I shouldn't. I'm going until I'm 65, which is in the next 5 years. But yeah, I gotta say, it did look like there was some great games coming out from both of these teams. Again, the mid control was a lot better coming out from Blue Water on the defensive side than anything else. Mid wasn't that heavily contested for the side of YFP, but it's these sight hits coming out from Blue Water, especially on these extremity hits. It was so well contained by YFP once they took the defensive side.
I don't even like on the attack side. Blue Water like didn't really want to make a whole, a lot of use of the middle of the map, and
yeah,
they're often disrupted actually by Penny, like just pushing off the A site quite aggressively. It took them a little while to get used to that, and you can see here like there are just not that many plant situations. 5 plants to YFP 7, in the end. Generally like a really scrappy game though. I think a lot of emphasis on like, can the defending team get a player into market and watch mid from there? There was a lot of fighting, a lot of like consternation around that part of the map, and rarely we're getting like a Neon pushing through at the top of the map. But yeah, I'm gonna put it out there. Thief is so good. When your Cypher is dominating, it usually means that the enemy Neon is like having a pretty rough game. Bob did very well considering the fact that she could never rush onto any side. She could never rush up middle of map. There was always the trap wire.
And that was something that was highlighted at the beginning, was the spaces the Neons could take, but also that really would be looking at the Cyphers in this map for making that difference. And Thief is someone that we like, we'll mention him like, yeah, Thief's really good, but really being able to step up in this map, absolutely huge. And Jakey as well here, Van, some really pivotal rounds like when needed. So yeah, YFP, like that'll be enough to get them past this finish line.
Yeah, Big Bean pretty much had the only clutch that you saw there on the scoreboard pulled out from the API, right? It was that 1 versus 3 that he danced around towards that A site off the slant in the post plan. Very, very nice heads up play coming out from Jake. At the end of the day, it was a lot of like the support plays around Jake, around the anchoring of Thief 2 that allowed this comeback to happen for YFP once they're able to take care of the defensive side. And yes, Thief did a great job on these pistol rounds. They got probably netted like 5 or 6 kills overall for what he was doing with the Ghost with the Sheriff. But that single round that I could think about with the Spectre, when he was just playing out in the open, not afraid of getting hit by counter utility because he knew heads up that both the Neon and the Breach was already starting off on the A side. So that was all very good, nice like heads up play that ended up being very, very pivotal on, anchoring the B side that forced a lot of these Blue Otter hits towards A. That also allowed so many good retake plays from this Neon Breach combination that YFP was able to do. So game plan to funnel Blue Otter towards a retake game was actually quite nice. I'm actually quite surprised that both of these teams kind of like given up on market control towards the end as a finish more than middle.
It be like that sometimes. It really kind of do. But while I'm thinking of the highlight moments from Thief, especially on the Cypher, I can't help but think ahead now to our next map in this series, Split. Especially since yesterday when we got to see YFP, it was a Vice coming on out and Thief picking it up. And it was a pretty harsh loss to Rankers, our grand finalist team at this point, Uber. So that's the only difference that these two teams had in their composition, Blue Otter sticking with the Cypher instead. So my question is, how bad does the loss have to be before you maybe resort back to a Cypher?
I mean, I'm just reminded of talking about Nightblood and be like, well, they got beat 13-0 on a bit with their Vice com. And then they turned around and looked really, really good on that map. It didn't help that Kane Zero dropped 402 ACS on them. Yeah. Split map. Absolutely, in a 15-round game is like 22-10, I think. So I think it's going to be a different story. I'm very curious to see how Thief plays this. Again, like you have like Astra, Viper, Vise, right? It's really interesting. This double controller setup with the Vice Sentinel is really interesting. I think Vans alluded to it early. You can really, control the heaven side of the map like pretty effectively with a lot of Vice's kit. I think the Sheer is really effective because on this map, like you do get a lot of these fast floods, which Sheer obviously really is the antithesis to, a lot of the time. So I'm excited to see how it played out. Steve did not have a good game against Rankers, but no one's having a good game against Rankers.
Also true. Also true.
I think that's the thing too. When you're watching YFP play, I was saying that yes, it's very good on taking Heaven control, let's say towards B side with these lineups that, for example, Ye has coined for EG side. But what was really good was Knights and Poppin cycling so many smokes around the Clove and the Viper Orb to really control middle and not allow here YFP to go and take middle control to do these type of site execs that they control at B Heaven. So that's the positive thing looking at the side of Blue Water, because they themselves also play a double controller. Although not a Clove, there's still a Viper and an Astra. You still have a great opportunity to cycle these type of smokes, but you don't have that same type of like add pressure on the extremities, because usually Bob is going to play a raise on that map. The last time that they played this map was a open qualifier for the off-season event for those who are there, and it was what that double controller I mentioned about, and then there was a raise and then a Sky, and I think Shawnex was playing Cypher. So
they
that
lost that map as well.
Yeah,
it wasn't great from them, unfortunately.
Still a great defensive start though that they had, which is where they're going to start now here on Split. So if there's ever anything that they could learn from their mistakes after playing against Core, and also getting some VOD reviews as to how YFP approaches the map, there's probably a way for them to exploit these type of gaps. If there's a lot of mid control that gets denied, then maybe you might have a Yoru come back now from Bob that could take those extremities where instead of playing a raise.
I think it's interesting for the decider map in this series as well. Again, elimination on the line. You're out of stage 3 if you take this loss here. Is that we're going to have to see both teams kind of learn from the mistakes that the last time we've seen them on this map, and really being able to kind of adjust there too. And Uber, I think that's going to come down to a lot of just these core fundamentals that the team have, and really how they're able to push through. It's been a long day, and even like looking at the last map, there was a couple of mistakes. There's some thrifties gone awry. Curse or not, I don't know. Agent Select will get the confirmation if we get to see the Vice, but I'm definitely excited for the roller coaster that this has the potential to be.
Give me the
but no Vice.
Bro, really?
See, give it up. Give it up.
Okay.
Oh, Vice is not
All right,
working
YFP
for
not
us. Let's
doing
go
it.
to the tried and true.
Okay, dude, please. All right, bro. Whatever. I mean, fine. Obviously, the one point of difference is that this is a breach comp for YFP. Going up against the double controller setup here. So it gives you options on the defense side as well. If when YFP get there, to try and go for something like these early pops as well. Like you can try and throw like a fault line, down in towards, to try and control like B main, for example. There's a lot you can work with, and obviously with those flood retakes, it looks pretty good, but kind of sad. YFP now realize that their tournament life is on the line, so they want to, bust out the big guns, and that's Cypher.
Hey, even if it is the funny haha composition, like Stellar, I'm looking back at the Breach map going up against CSM. Fantastic util. Thief coming off a great Cypher performance. This lines up. Now, it's time to head over to Split again. Decider map. See who's going to be moving on into that lower finals.
Thank you very much, Sierra. It all comes down to this for both these teams. One of them, they will advance in this lower bracket to take on Nightblood. For the other, it is the end of the line in Challengers Stage 3. A tournament with $25,000 of prize money up for grabs. It's a nice cushion at the end of the year. And of course, we have a Viper here for Zostal. So Blue do have the ability, of course, of using that lurk wall on the attacking side to keep players pinned in certain parts of the map. But we'll cross that bridge when we get to it, as we've said a couple times today, as YFP will be starting on the attack.
Quite interesting, the wall that Zostal is playing on the defensive side, though. Lots of delays, forcing out very, very early utility, and the paint shells from Bob to even get Physic down in the dog.
That is so rude. Yeah, beautifully done, Bob. Very quickly translating over towards the mid side of the map here. Zeke is forced off by the fault line. Penny and Seth are able to get up into heaven, and there's no one really holding this on the B side of the map. It's Shondex in a very off-maligned position. Very effective place to play from, though. It was Bob ended up getting caught. That was up towards rope,
Middle,
so this
yeah,
might cause YFP to drift back across.
Now, this is perfect for YFP, because having the overextension from Bob getting picked off allows for them to mid-round, and you mid-round with the zero information on Blue other side. Look at them all fall back, staying as a group. They've lost control of events. They've lost control of B Heaven, so they just have to play as a group now. Now they have no choice but to play the retake. You have full control for YFP now on the attack side. Thief could play the late lurk now up on the B main, or a B Heaven, but this should be now YFP planning very safely towards the B site.
And so they do. It's just a double satchel in the backside for Penny. No Heaven control to speak of, really. everyone having to come through from CT until Zosol gets there. And they're going to have to deal with Thief. He's not exactly watching that line. So Zosol, if they're quick about this, can have a huge impact. Penny already going down. That Nebula going to cut Jake off from the rest of the Blue Otters. And here's Thief now. Zosol has to get there. They have to get into heaven here and stop this Cypher. Thief's already dropped down, so still ahead of the beat in terms of the timing. And Zosol exposes themselves to Jake. Thief eventually gets dealt with. We are in a post-plant situation. Bear that in mind. Shondex does not have much time to work with. One to the right, one to the left, and here we are. Stuck in Clownlanders. Stella gets the win for YFP.
Yeah, again, the mid-rounding is you're trying to gamble on the side of Blue Otter. A great first blood that you have, but now you have no util for the rest. You've already done enough stall here for the Viper on one end. You can't really do more. You're keeping 2 players back towards the spawn. The other 2 players on B have no choice but to even rotate, and even thought that the hit was going to happen back towards the A site from YFP. So then Blue Water comes back and it just gets owned by the great pulse plant crossfire setup that was set up by YFP, which is surprising that they played it safe, but still worked out in their favor. Anti-eco round now for YFP.
Blinded.
Rifles already in the hands of Jake and Thief. Bulldog and Phantom. 4-player walk down from Blue Water towards mid.
Crossfire here, though. Physic, though, won't get much help. Yeah, if Penny is picked off like that. Still, that is a very deep weapon. No chance for Blue Water just yet to pick it up. It looks like that is what Bob is going to be lingering for. Ramen gets flashed just to make sure no one will be looking to punish and attempt to recover that gun.
Shondex playing King.
Hawk out.
Hide in that corner. Thief, not aware of it. Flash! No indication here. Physic, though, it's tough for the classic at that kind of range.
Dropped your Viper.
Definitely a long shot position for Shondex to operate on, and a one and done at best. Okay, so how do Blue Water go about this? Looks like
Time to hunt.
not a rifle at all down towards mid. Reasonable weapon, might have been Sheriff.
Scout destroyed.
So now you see plenty. You will see Blue starting to converge here over towards that A side, already pushing through that wall. It's Jake getting picked off, though. That's a big Sheriff. Taken full heaven control here for Blue Water. This is scary stuff. Thief's, though, going to hold his ground. It's going to be Bob v2. And eventually this one is put to bed as well.
Decent round coming out from Blue Water towards the end. 3 kills, pistols only for Blue. Now they're going to be able to afford half shields with rifles, but I love the idea and the pivot from YFP. 2 pushing on either ends because they've lost full control of middle on their default. And they were playing a very passive 3-2 pretty much. And so you have 2 guys pushing towards the A side, 2 guys towards B. Luckily enough, the people that made it towards the A side that had the spike only had to fight against a classic. So you salvage that round. No thrifties coming out from Blue this time around. But again, they do have quite a strong buy going into round number 3. YP almost even looks like they even have a gun round instead of a bonus. They have 3 rifles to their own name.
Yep.
Buried.
Plenty to work with here. Maybe not expecting Willie to be so far down ramp at that time. So that's the A focus neutralized. So towards mid where most of YFP forces are concentrated. Bob's trying to get out of there, but it's the satchel that goes a little awry. She drops down in the middle of that nebula. It's an easy take for Jake. B, pretty lightly held on. The Zeke already made their way over into main, but that gives them the timing here. And also, I think a Gravwell are going to be thrown up there over towards heaven.
Did double damage too, so that was great actually for Zolstol to get the instant kill.
That's a big one for Stella, though. Daring to go back on the fallen here. Oh, sure. This is, had an unlucky couple of moments over this series. That one is definitely going to hurt. Zeke here's all.
One enemy remaining.
Test this. My goodness, up on the rope. Takes down Penny, but Stella's going to get there. Only 20 health left on Zeke. It would have been a tough fight to win at the best of times. So YFP keep the rounds flowing.
And so far, if YFP have been playing their comp that they played against rankers, they wouldn't be able to get these type of entries and these type of values that Stellar's currently having with the Breach util. So many good stuns happening right now on the entries. But overall, Blue Otter are not having a good time on their defensive side. They're adding a little bit of overextension for Bomb for what, pistol round and that last round by being on her lonesome, really caught and caught off guard. Landing into Nebula that was kind of deep. I wonder if that was thrown here on the attack side. Nonetheless, this is great start for an anti-eco until I say that. Zeke, Caster Curse, takes down Jake.
Yeah, that gravity well looked like a significant. That was presumably one of Jake's. Almost caught Welly. Still, it doesn't quite go the way YFP would have liked it to. Plenty of rifles, though, to go to work. And Thief is going to light the map up here. As YFP all pushing towards that A site. Obviously, Physic and Thief get ahead of the game here and can tell that Bob is going to try and make his way into screens at some point. So the Astra util will get set up. Looks like there's a bomb buddy as well being thrown out. That was the timing for Bob, but didn't quite have the weapon to make the most of it. And a re-pick to catch Stella. Okay, that's audacious.
This is just insane. Paint shells to make sure that they can clear out towards that side and start funneling out towards elbow. This is actually a great opportunity now for Blue. Behind the dog on top of that.
Bob never let it break up the site. Physic just not ready for it at all. How are they being allowed to do this? Blue with so little to work with. Penny now has to go for it, and that is devastating. Plenty of weapons to be recovered here as well. Disastrous for YFP as they get thrifty in round 4.
And that was positive, at least for the retake on a util that Zeke was using. Yes, it was maybe unfortunate what happened to Jake Star at the very beginning of the round towards the B side, but the retake from Blue was actually quite nice. YFP, we talked about how they were left on an island the last time they were playing a thrifty on Sunset. This time they had a pretty decent crossfire setup, but Zeke dropping that smoke right by the map and doing a recall isolated those two players. The first contact should have been whoever was playing behind the map. Gets picked off and allows Physic to die first, towards the plant, and then the second person gets picked off after. So very, very nice. Aggressive now for YFP up towards the A side. Already stars coming up too.
The A side is littered with this util. Trapwise here, multiple iterations of Astra stars. Right now, Willie's able to anchor here from behind screen. Good amount of damage there on Thief. Will be healed up for the most part. Armor now has been well and truly knocked. It's a push towards heaven with the Viper Wall coming up on a good timing for the defenders. This would be causing the pigeons to scatter here. And as the wall comes down, Penny barely able to get away. There's a sixth sense about Jake being there on the corner. Bob wants to confirm it, but it's a little too far to the right. The showstopper, and Thief's able to punish her. Elsewhere, though, Sean Nex is able to hold it down from CT. And they'll split.
Cameron spots them, though. They know the re-hit's happening towards A.
There it is, though. Oh, what a timing up ropes. Now 3v2. Spike definitely contained, especially with Zeke threatening up mid, and with Penny being brought down on heaven, Physics options are limited, especially only at 22 health. And after that nice little thrifty in that round 4,
30 seconds
Blue have
left.
started to find their footing. That was a very messy round in terms of okay, Zeke will confirm the position here of Shondex. Physics is low, and Shondex is able to get the one bullet required to bring them down.
That was crazy because at some point Shonix didn't look like he was about to kill that Seeker. Man, just to flick right on time as soon as he breaks that cabbage to win that body shot against Physic. But it was a very nice try again. A lower buy that you had coming out from YFP, although with the lower buy that you had and you felt the confidence after that headshot to not necessarily waste out the Seekers, but this could have been really good here going into the gun round. Thankfully, they have a Rolling Thunder to work with, but it's not looking to be explosive as they want it to be, just like the previous rounds for YFP. A little bit of a slower default. Bob has an operator this time around too, so we don't expect her to be pushing down as aggressively, and that element of surprise has now been caught, and Bob will have to reposition.
Poison orb around mid, very standard. Also one though, or a smoke being thrown over towards ropes here, which makes it a little bit hard for Willie to be involved. Maybe another layer of Astral util about to be activated. Yep, another star gets placed down. Be recalled. And once again, the poison toggle as YFP drift over to B.
Yeah.
Off your feet!
Let's see, this is the difference that they have here to take control of because of these ults. Zeke's in a good spot.
Now, surely they know! They got a confirmation of the guiding light fans! Maybe they think it's a player actually back towards the B side properly. That's ugly stuff. 2 left here to work with. Cosmic Divide, in play, and Thief is going to be called upon yet again to save the day. The spike, though, is a veritable trek for Thief to get to.
They found my wire.
And Zeke going to try and throw some of his util down to slow its recovery up. This isn't scary, though. Zeke is very low, as is Thief. Now Zeke is essentially pinned in this corner and eventually will fall.
Where is everyone hiding?
Paint shells available, though.
Corpse is found by Thief, they know. Time, though, very short.
Last player standing.
Push out, Bob has the line here held where the operator Jake has to go for it here. Time, though, is short and the spike is off the hand. Bob doesn't care. She'll take the fight anyway. And all of a sudden, we are tied.
Ain't gonna miss this time around with the operator. A few times where she went
Funds to spare.
a little bit with an overextension with the Phantom. She got caught, but this time with the op, she redeems herself. But yes, I do agree with that call right there. So many should have said there is contact and there was already a smoke up. So why haven't we checked that left side? And that was a big mistake because that dropped the spike quite early towards B main. And for Blue actually to make the comeback, and it's now their turn to break the economy of YFP. YFP's pulling out a little bit of Kaplan though from Code 7, a little bit of a stinger buy. Now I'm also rolling back the years of 2021.
Yep, big time. Coach Cap.
Pulling them in.
All right, a lot of that has to be you two getting your sneak wrap well, just in case. Zeke definitely anticipating a fast hit here. Cosmic Divide up for Zeke. The Showstopper's going to clear the side entirely. Odor's Rafters, that wasn't needed. Willigan's getting brought down. And these thingers, Vans, they are doing some serious work.
They own. They own.
Good for one, surely.
Spike planted.
Shondex at least does the dirty work of taking one of those guns off the field. But now they've got to peer in to this site from a very long way away. Pinging physics position. I don't know. Yep, nice little spray down there for Shondex. That's the corpse as well, up on Heaven. So 2 versus 3 with the better weapons, but an operator for Bob that she hasn't been able to trade to something more applicable to this situation. Shondex wants to creep up, gets hit with that fault line. No, this is going to slow things up even further. Bob watching from Heaven sees Stella. Now or even. Shondex is going to go for it, pull out the stinger and have a crack at it apparently. This is about as awkward as it gets having to play this close, but there is a shorty available. There won't be any time for a defuse here, but Bob at least can save some face.
Thrifty.
Both she and Penny will perish.
Wow, a Thrifty answered back now by YFP as well. And I gotta say, this is such a good map for Stingers. And even going back at the, I was gonna say Code 7, I think it's Echo 7 or whatever team that was with Kaplan or Rot Wiz. But that Stinger meta was so good for a B-side split just because of the amount of mid-range fights that are able to get with this weapon. You can't run and gun as much as you can in 2021, but it's still a laser beam when you're actually able to just spray mow down and pull down and get those kills. Look how instant those kills were. And it was still good from pillar to even melt players down on top catwalk and down bottom health. Very, very nicely done. Great adaptation to split coming back with no changes. And as you come with no changes, you're coming out with a Psalm ult with the Viper ult in middle.
That beats a poison orb that you have to cycle and toggle.
P-Psalm, by the way, chat, not Psalm from NRG.
Yeah, Psalm, as Australians would say it. It's much easier to understand.
Trigger.
Psalm, I'd say.
Psalm, some would say. Yeah, okay, I guess Psalm and Psalm sound similar. I've not really made my point very well there. That's fine.
My ult's ready.
Because Australian isn't the best language for, you know, hearability. Right.
Or for my old ears to just hear, period.
Well, we're about to hear, Vans, even with your octogenarian status, is gunshots being fired off here on the B side of the map.
Oh boy.
Cosmic Divide being fired in. Well, he goes for a spray and catches Penny. Back through the divide we go. Flash here for Shondex. That's going to go over the left shoulder. Jake has managed to get out, but that snakebite is buying a lot of time. Awkward amounts of util here on the site. And Zostal finds such a crucial kill.
30 seconds
Stellar and
left.
Physic, and there's no util, no flashes left between the last couple
Spike
of players.
planted.
There's a paint shell for Bob.
Last player standing.
Next already down before
One
the fight
enemy
starts.
remaining.
It's up to Zostal here. 1 versus 1. Mano Imano. And Stella, their position currently unknown. Spreading out towards that right hand of the site and crouching in the corner, but their crosshair is not in the right direction. They have just tucked themselves here. Zostal is dead. Absolutely dead. Tucked behind the box here, Stella. Oh, I like this a lot. Stella's gonna have to get moving. What? Oh my God, that is filth. I hit my microphone in excitement. My apologies. Blue Water, make it 4 and 4.
Dude, that was insane because I was like, wait, Zostal actually saw Stellar when they walked into the smoke, into the orb, the gun was sticking out, and I feel like maybe the weapon on a right-hand model, somehow Stellar's not spotted, but Stellar also somehow didn't even spray into that because technically, maybe from the corner he's tucked in, he can't see Zostal walk into it. But to tap onto that spike, to play that with Shorty the Phantom, to just make sure that you create that paranoia and force the Hannah Stellar inside that orb, a great save by Blue Water that allows now for them to play another stronger weapon by but there's an outlaw on the attack side for Thief, so this should be a slower type of play. Nope, never mind. Never mind.
They had armor. In fact, one of the few players on the team that had full armor. And Zostal brimming with confidence after that last round. Sick as poison ore placement. Really big fan of that. We'll be able to deal with one of those players through mid. Why is he already down to just 2? Definitely a buy in their futures here. So it's not the end of the world, but a very inauspicious attempt here at trying to get into the lead on split.
And we continue to go back and forth. I mean, to lay the stakes one more time, this is elimination game. We are in the lower brackets, surprisingly enough to say. Because YFP, looking at the top 8 teams going into these playoffs, they're probably the number 1 or number 2 head-to-head with TSM. Somehow TSM's already out. Who knocked them out? Blue Water. And Blue Water potentially has the chance now to also knock out YFP as they take the lead in this 3rd and final map to face off against Night Gaming, or Nightblood Gaming, in the lower finals.
Very crucial couple of rounds here. YFP still within striking distance, well and truly. Honestly, their attack side's been pretty solid, all things considered. These are the kind of comps that litter the mini-map with decals. Very, very hard to know whose is what's, but Bob is going to be tucked here, and this will be an angle that is watched by Zeke, unless there's Astra Util to force them off. But it's a big commitment for a position that Jake isn't going to really try and spring off of any time soon.
They hit back towards B.
Through mid.
They'll check this corner this time, right?
Oh, yeah, 100%. No, they definitely will. Yeah, no, they'll throw a guiding light, Vans, right? That'll do it.
Yeah, exactly. From A to B. But they are trying to sell a fake on the A side, jokes aside. Trying to set the fault line too so that Thief can take control up towards B.
Working.
It works. It pulls out the push towards B main.
Next.
Bob doesn't care.
They're still able to win the fight. Yep. Still a constant duelist. And now all of a sudden people starting to drift back the other way. Thief brought down. There's light armor, man. What a round for the Outlaw. Such a high value pickup.
One enemy
Now very little
remaining.
time to play. It's all up to Stella. YFP have these slumps towards the end of their first half, don't they? Saw that on Sunset as well. Which again means that doesn't mean they can't recover from it, but that was their bye. And now this probably means that Blue just won one round that was worth 2.
That'll work.
It's okay. They'll have a Stinger buy with a Rolling Thunder towards B this time. This should be the buy. Okay, it's going to be towards A. Rolling Thunder, Stinger towards A. And will we be ready for it? I mean, there's still 2 trips. Getting ready for a grab well. There's no pain shells to help out. And I think Blue Water are playing a little bit more passively, but Welly is not in the best of spots behind the flower pot. They pull back now for YFP, though. Back into a 1-3-1 instead. Looks like they do want to figure out where the showstopper could be in the first place.
These Stingers with a Rolling Thunder, definitely a combination you've got to respect. We put the Deeg as well, a terrifying prospect. Kind of like Nismo with a Guardian. Or a Proto with a Deeg. Or basically your favorite player with a Deeg.
A GC Sheriff.
Yeah, GC Sheriff, exactly.
Oh, it's still finished towards the A site, though. So YFP still slipped through the net. Showstar will not get the best value out of Bob for now. So it's up to these anchored players now towards this A site. Camera spots the first footsteps.
Bob is getting through here. Through CT, but this Neville is still going to block her out for the time being. Here they come. Showstopper could be a big part of this. Penny, bye. Taken out of the fight pretty much instantly. Fizzik, though, gets right up in his face, Ferrari style. Shondex taken down over towards screens, but Welly is at large here. He's getting active. Stella gives their position away there. Beautifully done by Welly. Ducked back behind the wall, knowing the damage is done.
Welly Nelly.
All of the day. Soon may the Welly man come. There's something and drink our rum. I forget it. Either way. Blue get themselves
drink a rum. I'm down.
Round in the half. Equip yourselves.
It's getting late for that. We're getting I'm getting ready. But yeah, nonetheless, joking aside, it was actually the showstopper coming out here from Bob with that retake play that we're mentioning before. And as she was trying to showstopper back on the top of A Heaven, that is the positioning, closing that gap on Stingers once again. Jake was able to shut her down. No value coming through. But there was still just too many players outside of Blue, better weaponry, and they're able to take the retake towards the end. So last round at the half, these double ults that were being used in that previous round did not come into fruition here for YFP. And as I say that, actually, we didn't use a neural theft on the side of Thief. So they could go for another lurk play. can get information off of it.
7 out of the last. Oh god, Jondex doesn't know. Bit of damage there from the paint shells. Over the top comes Penny, but Jondex comes alive all of a sudden. And at just the right time too. Penny is up on and Bob extricates them with the shorty. Jake, been here before, I see. Don't worry, it'll all be over soon. That is the end of the half. A flawless round from Blue Otter to make a pretty solid defense half of it after a slow start.
Still a lot of copium coming out from chat here saying that this is still a defender-sided map, although this is still pretty much mirror comps with the exception of not having a double controller, but you could still have some great stalls between the Astra and the Cypher on the side of YFP. I could definitely go on board with what chat is thinking here, that this game is still going to be close on the second half. It will be a bloodbath at the very beginning, though. There's a lot of util around Stellar to purchase and activate, potentially Penny to satchel across or something at the beginning on the for these retakes. But for Blue Water, they're just split across the map too, with lots of ghosts, so they could play all around these trades.
In we go to the second half. Blue Water lose the pistol in the first, lose the first 3 rounds, and then win 7 of the last 8 to get to this total. And again, we're going to be dealing with the attack side lurk wall now, which is definitely relevant. This is a bit of a different flavor than what I'm used to seeing, though. More of a diagonal one, then straight up and down to cut the B side off. It will, of course, keep the Astra here, but well, she can have impact over the map wherever she is.
Poison orb emitting.
Yeah,
Not the biggest deal.
This wall for me just looks like they're really trying to just cover the A main at the beginning, at least to isolate that part. And you can still try to gamble flash through the Viper wall to fight back towards Orange. But it's a high gamble because you might just run into like high-lows all over the place as soon as you cross that wall.
Bob down to 10. All right, Dynamite does get on the other side of that nebula with damage. Penny, though, already ready for this Viper wall to come down. Blue had better have a plan once that happens. Where would the heal pop up, by the way? Nice heals from Welly. Nova Pulse there, catches Penny, and it's capitalized on instantly by Bob. All of a sudden, Curtain comes down, and goes already over for YFP. I like that, Shondex. Me like it. Flawless pistol for Blue Water.
And Shondex has been quite quiet throughout this whole series, but has been coming up in these big moments right now in the third map to really help Blue Water. One, on the defensive side for sure, anchoring up towards A, but that lurk was actually quite impressive too, going into this this pistol round to convert that for Blue Water. And as we mentioned before, this potentially could have been a game that stays fairly close, especially if YFP win the pistol round right away. And they're realizing here that the rounds are not in their favor, and it's nearing a potential end, so they have to somewhat invest into something. So we have Bucky, a couple of Sheriffs, which would result into potential half buys, half shields in the next round, should they lose this one here. And they're not in good spot to utilize this this Sheriff Bucky that they got into the round.
Ghosthold does not care. Absolutely not. Shonix able to bring Thief down, though, as they had to face most of the brunt of the Bulldog. And that fault line that was laid down by Stella just wasn't able to get the value they were looking for. So, a little bit of a break in the action here, especially as we wait for these nebulae to disperse and will be replaced quickly by a cyber cage. YFP more than happy to allow this fall out to occur. As there it is, Physic falls. That was back towards screens here. And still Blue, they're not taking any undue risks, fans. They're not just rushing into this blindly. Taking their time with every pick and drawing YFP out of hiding.
They're the ones that respect too the type of buys that could come out from YFP. So you jiggle first, you show your hand, and then you're just like, okay, well, we got the Sheriffs. You're gonna have to aggressively peek and look at every single time, one by one, just dropping, just like flies, front sight, screens, top heaven, fourth top heaven, and then only was it Jakey, I think, that was able to get one pick off the Sheriff. So no value coming out of that one. You see that they have this half shield buy that they have going into this round, but Bob is bringing out the Outlaw. And we know that the Outlaw that was picked by even Zostal in the first half had tremendous value.
And only one of the players with full armor actually over at the B side, and I don't think Stella's looking to actually take the fight. It's going to be a trap play with the fault line. Well, just something to allow you to get into B main. Bob just gets on this angle 9 times out of 10.
Trying to bait it out.
Oh, that's not good. Penny down straight away. I think Jake realizing they were a little exposed to the elements, aka they only have 25 points of armor. Instead, just backs up a little bit. Huge first pick.
And losing your raise is huge as well. Now, even at the minute mark, Physics already used, I'm assuming, a dog because he doesn't have it in his util kit anymore. So you're going to have to potentially even go for flash info unless play for reactionary stuff. But for Blue Water, if they're gonna let you take the map control, I mean, they get these type of openings, right?
I know exactly where you
On the smokes and the spam through. Shondex's neural theft here. It gives you the tip that A is pretty lightly held right now. Thief is about to have a heck of a lot on his plate. So moves up into that pretty standard anchor position. There's a Yao Ming
I must wait a moment.
to the trap wire that got cleared out.
30
We
seconds
work with
left.
that terminology here. That's fine.
Slam dunk.
I've seen Thief win these. 100%. Wooly down first already. Physic helping out from heaven. Now they're getting very, very busy.
Spike down
And it's just too
A.
slow. It's far too slow for Blue Water this round.
One enemy remaining.
I mean, you've called it. You've seen Thief win his positions before, and he will. What a nice little anchor hold towards the very beginning. This is just a camera spawning feat. Simple as that. And then forcing the execution coming out on that side and not being able to push Thief away from behind that map. That also comes down to the composition that you have for Blue Water. I feel that potentially you had to put a star somewhere inside the site to really start breaking that position, because both Thief and Shondex usually like to play the king position just at the very back corner of the A site or behind map. They are not afraid to play out in the open to find these individual fights. That's something that Blue Water could learn.
Double satchel gets you across. Bob's going to waste no time and trying to stake her claim to heaven here. This might force Penny, or rather Fizz, down off the ledge. And all of a sudden, look at this. The congregation of YFP players towards that heaven side. And Spike's then left over towards B with that lurk wall, giving Jake every reason to stay close by B.
Now we have a little bit more of a standard wall here from the Viper that could utilize the scale towards that B site, even with the poison orb. So he needs to set this paranoia on that side for Zostal, or they need to work the map for Blue on the rest of that map so they could finish back on the split towards B. It starts off well with that pick.
Sometimes you just win fights like that. That's wild, but we saw that happen last round.
Yeah.
Bob got that free kill with the Outlaw and it still went wrong. This is also a Viper wall on B that doesn't require you to just sort of flash yourself out. You can get into backside without having to take contact at all, in theory. Sometimes we see it on the old Viper Ascent comps used to throw it as well on A.
Yeah.
To a similar effect.
30 seconds left.
I mean, I love that timing from Jay. Go feel for it. They might go for it anyway, though. Nah, maybe inadvisable. The spacing wasn't quite good enough. Zostal, in fact, the only player to expose themselves. And again, we are running out of time. Blue Water letting this round stall out. Their Viper wall's got to come back up at some point, but they're going to go for it anyway. And it's a bloody massacre. Yuck.
Ugh. For sure. I think just that one single trip
They're going to
just
scatter
stop
from my
Blue Water
stuff.
in their tracks.
Super
And you
easy
mentioned it,
to
the
recall.
timing that Jake felt. Just threw that orb up, got that first kill, and everybody just stopped like a deer in the headlights. Nobody wanted to cross that line. Where was the call for the flash? Even when the flash came out, nobody swung out for the kill. There was a contact. Audio cue on the attack side to confirm that somebody was actually blinded. But because I think they haven't placed enough stars or whatnot, there's just too many angles to check running out of that smoke. That it kind of threw them off guard. So they're going to go for a Laura buy and just death ball into the B site. Maybe try to get an orb up for Bob so she could guarantee a showstopper in the next round.
That's right, man. There's no way Blue Water wins this round. Not at all.
I'm going to pay attention and keep my eyes on the minimap because I feel that it might happen.
Let's see how it plays out. Drifting over towards mid, of course. Leaving that
I have the
Viper
spike.
wall on the A side alone. That Astra util was an absolute nightmare for Blue to fight through, even with good weapons last round. Even harder now with just sheriffs to their name. Also, it's like showstopper close for Bob. If there's a orb to be picked up, and generate that. That's the chance to clear a side, even on a Again, that is exactly what happened last round. Zeke just inches up mid and finds an insta headshot. Bob wants to go for this, but actually clear the space there. I like that, brother. Sorry, with the satchel charge. Get a gun.
The thing is, they still don't have real map control for Blue. So with the lower weapons, they're still good crossfire. Although Stellar just got hit to 45, down to 5 HP.
And Bob just walks up,
30
makes use of that
seconds left.
rifle.
And showstopper on B, trying to sell a fake. It's not working.
Zeke might be the one to save them. There's going to trade into this Stellar at 5. 5 is 4 more than he needs, Van Silly. Trying to flash on out here. Shondex crosses to the site, though. There will be a spike plant now. Okay, that's a bit scary. Shondex had to reposition and Bob. Okay, caught unawares. Now, no more rifles left. It's Jake v2. We're going to be looking at a post plant where Willie has it off angle to play from.
No rifles.
And Jake was probably heard crossing here. A rifle, but the pistols are going to work. Surely they're going to work. Jake wins it out. And that attempt at a half buy there for Blue, unfortunately falls flat.
I just wanted to make sure I cancel out the Cassacres just to let's just see how the round pans out instead. And it looks really good until unfortunately, whatever favorite player in the last 2 players or whoever you're a fan of between, I think it was Shondex and Welly, you're hoping for those shares to hit. They both have free shots, free pop shots onto Jake. The perfect swing into it. And Jake manages to dodge all those bullets like he's Neo, swing across for the second kill, swatting Welly midair and getting the defuse in the end. But I think this right here, after that pick that Bob just got and pulls out the showstopper, I feel that maybe you might have to wait a little bit more for those players up on the top of the A site just to see if you hear a rotate. They were so committed to move into the A site after Bob got that pick that the showstopper to try to sell that fake did not work at all. Yes, it got some kills. Yes, it got some trades, but it's still so isolated. And when it came down to a 2 versus 2, they lost all the rifles that they picked up in the very beginning.
Yeah, losing Bob in heaven there, I think, was really what hurt them the most. But yeah, we're getting excited, obviously, over an anti-eco round here for YFP because Jake still has to 1v2 against 2 sheriffs out in the open.
Yeah. That's
not a sure thing at all. Jake really had to pick up the cojones and go for it. And he's at a really solid game right now on the Astra at 15 of 14. All right. So 3 rounds conceded here by Blue Otter. Still a decent lead to work with now and a chance to get those guns back in hand. And of course, the showstopper we sort of alluded to last round, that went by the wayside, but there are a couple other ultimates about to be cycled into.
Cheeky have to check heaven towards the beginning if anybody's looking out there. Won't spot any angles to start. Fall line and pressure down mid.
Concealment.
Damage on Bob. Penny barely gets tickled. No deep Astra presence on the B side quite yet. That was why I keep investing here just to deny any mid pressure. We haven't really seen Blue Water actually try and push up into ropes a lot at all, even though they've been getting those early picks that Zeke's been just manufacturing out of nowhere.
Yeah. I mean, that's the fear of the cycle util you get with the smokes on the top of the staircase. So it really forces you to play a lot more slow and scale. But this time, at least they're scaling a little bit more quickly towards the vents, as you just mentioned it, doing it now.
Yeah, they're getting there. There will be a camera, of course, to catch this early. But that's it. Really light presence outside
Camera
of the
taken
A-side
out.
itself. And now you spotted the enemy raise in heaven. So you're starting to think, perhaps we should reinforce this position. It's going to be Stella called on first, but actually Stella doubles back there. Unconvinced maybe that this
30
is
seconds
really an
left.
A hit.
You're thinking that Bob's selling a fake again, just like she did with the showstopper before, but that flash is still potentially just going to confirm Bob in heaven. But it's a 3-2 split in the site.
Okay, there's an overpulse. I think now you're starting to think this is real. Physic, great open. I don't know how they saw Bob at that point. Beef has been unmovable on this side.
10 seconds left.
Here's the neural theft, but not enough time for the piece to come through. Zosfo gets ahead of that cosmic divide, thrown down by the defender's time. 4 seconds left in the round. Has to be a planning for Shondex, and it's going to put them in 1 versus 3. Disastrous streak of rounds here for Blue Water, and YFP get another. This gap, she be closing.
Yeah, and they have to tempo a little bit more quickly here for Blue Water. They have to be more decisive on that one, especially after they pulled a timeout.
Right
thinking that they could default the round. I think it was a great start for them in condition up towards middle at the very beginning because they twice, I think 2 rounds in a row, had an opener against Penny. Penny jump spotted again, manages to survive, and this time is like, I'm not going to repeat because I know I'm getting owned this time around on split. So he gives up that spot, gives Blue Water an opportunity to go into a site. Yet they're still so slow. This is the 3rd time I think they're going to a site with like 15 seconds remaining. Now they just want to tempo it up. 5 players together finally for them to fully execute towards the side. Snakebite towards the back of the side too. They're just trying to clear the back of the map.
Yeah, they don't have great weapons here. As soon as they finally decide to go forward, already the wind knocked out of their sails as Shondex just got picked up. And here's all these util layers. First Cypher, then Astra. Viper wall eventually comes down. Now Blue, though, what a push up in the heaven. Jake aware of it here, but still can't win out against a deadly Sheriff from Zeke. It's been a problem. Physics has been going wild this round, eventually brought down after finding their third. And Welly eventually will be removed. So here's YFP now 1 round away from tallying up to parity here against Blue Water, who just haven't found the answer here on this attack side. It's been slow. It's been ill-conceived. They've sold some decent fakes, and things have still come crumbling down.
Chat was right the whole time. They should become color commentators. This is actually the Fender-sided from the way you're looking for how the outcome of these rounds are coming through for both of these teams on both Blue Water and YFP. But I do love that we tried to deathball a little bit more. I think that we gave the tell a little bit more on how we wanted to execute on the site with lower buys, because they did put that star towards the back of the site. They did go with the snake bite to make sure that it's all clear, but they haven't committed onto that. They actually forced the players back into the line.
Again, how many rounds have started with Blue Water getting a first kill in mid? An absurd number of them. That one gets traded out, though, in fairness.
Yeah.
Looks like a pretty fast hit over towards this side now behind his Viper walls. Zostal's trying to scale up, but does get pinged out here. Guiding Light will stun them. It's an easy fight to win for Jake and Welly. Very quickly gets back around that corner. Taking a bit of damage as they do.
Thief is getting an assist per round that people are executing into sites. Nobody is breaking his trips.
Yeah, these fast hits, I mean, it doesn't help when they slow things up. They get caught by them as well. Either way, this Cypher util has been really annoying to deal with, and Thief has been chilling for most of the game over at the A side until they have to anchor and go 1v3, which is also very much a possibility.
One enemy remaining.
The patience for physics, just too good. Far too good. 3 there, and YFP now find themselves with a real game at their fingertips.
Are you cosplaying Tarek? We got a game in our hands?
No, I mean, until I say go Valorant. That's when you know. That's when you know.
Yeah, and Physic pulling up a 3K, just popping off like he did in the second map here of Sunset. But overall here, this is YFP back in the driver's seat. And Blue Water, we talk about so many lines of scrimmage in Valorant where, yes, they're able to cross at least into the sites, but to get in real positions for plants, in pulse plants, abysmal. Yes, you're still able to get like first picks from the way that Bob was able to win that 1v1 against Penny, but she over-peaked into middle. 2 players there swinging against her, and there's no support coming out from Ramen. There's not enough chemistry coming out from Blue Water with these ping-pong swings.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, the first kill conversion for Blue Water has been absolutely horrendous in this game, getting caught up. And just multi-kills from anchoring players, Physic or Thief. Any given individually on YFP turning up with huge showing on defense.
Welcome to
And
my
again, more
world.
stall mechanics. Okay, so this is a Viper that could get you that could get you into the B side. I respect this so much from Zostal, but eventually they have to forge out of it and fight.
And they're just gonna make noise here. I mean, the camera is gonna help Penny on top of that, but Penny also hasn't been having the best of games so far on this agent. So that said, if they continue to try to commit towards this A site, they might have a chance. Although it's just to make noise. We call it the credit card strat back in Counter-Strike. As you're just making a lot of noise, as pretending you're moving into bottom of nuke to allow Bob to get an opener right into the B site.
There it is. Let's see how they convert on this first kill. Thief once more holds it down, but doesn't expect the second play. But the positioning from Thief is so good that they have their back fully turned, and they still aren't punished for it. Well,
Done.
another great 4 versus 5 round for YFP. Now they get themselves into the lead.
And you're farming ult orbs too to have 2 huge ults to counter Blue and in their gun round. And you're at 11, already forcing out the second timeout out of Blue Water. They're like, okay, well, we're fast tempoing a little bit more, but we're fast tempoing with lower weapons. What happens with a fast tempo with weapons? They are able, again, to score first blood. Although it's not, for me, a real first blood, because it seems to always get instantly traded out. And that's the name of the game for YFP. They're in great positions to trade each other, despite it looking like they're kind of like left on an island alone. Which is why, for me, I feel that Penny is kind of like doing his job still. He's playing a little bit more selfless, and he's showing himself into these moments, but always has somebody else to trade instantly, and they're still converting these 4v5s, quote unquote, because again, there's instant trades that happen, and they're winning the even numbers on the side of YFP.
A lot to think about here for Blue Water. There's always the potential, it always lingers this possibility of a fake comeback, but frankly, Blue Water, outside of the pistol and following round, haven't really demonstrated a lot of confidence on this attack side to speak of. And honestly, it's been a while since we've seen this map from them, right? So it's definitely not a place they prefer to find themselves. YFP also really locking things down by just having layers and layers of this sword util. They're bleeding clock behind these Astra smokes, of course, these cyber cages. And then, like you mentioned, every time someone walks on the B, they're getting styled up in a trap wire, and it's a free assist for Thief.
Yeah, and that's it. Split maybe hasn't been in the map pool for a bit, but it came back with no changes, which is why you're seeing a lot of these compositions also haven't really changed. There's not too many agents that is on this list right now that you see in front of you that's been affected by any of these patch changes. If anything, for the better for Astra to have 5 stars, which is why you're seeing a lot of Astra plays coming into this map. But the approach of it and how you're working towards middle, how you're scaling, how you're lurking around is still the same approach. So for teams that are unpracticed or they're a little bit rusty, they could still remember the tried and true of how it was played like last year.
Up in the rope room. No free kills for Blue Water to start this round off, so they're going to have to find other ways to generate them. Shondex here as well, kind of hoping to keep Physic interested in his movements over there. And we do have a couple players drifting over, so a slight rotate for YFP. Stella's normally the canary in the coal mine for that. And they are heading up towards heaven here. Again, they've got to re-clear it. And Shondex
30 seconds left.
Pushing the
timing. That's wild. Here comes the Rolling Thunder. This will obviously allow, YFP to take some control of that part of the map. Oh, Stella, caught out. That's bad. Hands around the ankles. Shondex able to get that upload now. Neural Theft going to reveal the fact that there is an anchoring player on this site, and Physic is at risk of getting overwhelmed. But again, 10 seconds left to play. It's got to happen quickly.
No.
Somehow the grab well catches Bob, and she can't find the kill. Is this really happening again? 3 seconds left in the round. There's got to be a plant at some point, and Welly is trying to hold it down, but didn't have a chance and had to get off the plant itself. Unmitigated. Weaponized. Disaster.
I even think that was a grab well from Zeke towards screen, so they can't funnel out as they're hitting the site for Blue
And that
Water.
caught Bob.
Yes, and she had the entry surprise onto Physic, who was trying to move in towards the elbow. Again, they call the timeout, had to clear out towards the A site. They skill up towards the A heaven, and you realize, hey, there's only a camera here, and we have a lot of free real estate after. Shondex even gets the perfect information after the hat. And now it's map and serious points for YFP. A grab well, maybe that could have been the disaster right now for Blue Water to try to make this game salvageable, close, and also for them to cross the finish line, but now they're at the brink of elimination.
This is it, last chance saloon. Showstopper here for Bob to work with at least. Good to clear some space. No ultimates of note here yet for YFP, although a Cosmic Divide and a pinch from Jake could be a difference maker. So once again, we explore up mid. Last round, we managed to get into heaven via ropes and pretty deep onto the site with Stella actually getting caught.
Just avoiding the showstopper and just letting the showstopper go to them. Look how fast it is towards A2. We got 3 on B.
Anticipated. Well, Penny can't do much from that spot. It's a pretty strong one in any other case, but that showstopper will be able to clear them out. So player advantage here now for Blue Water. Trailblazer going to be clearing.
Got him.
Lurk on A.
Catches onto Zeke. Yeah, and maybe Shondex gets pretty deep here. Surely they hear this noise. Physic has to know that someone is up in heaven.
Oh,
and they managed to tuck themselves here away. Snake fight. Oh, they're going to get the drop on them. Oh, no. 2 there for Physic now. We're even on players. 24 seconds left in the round, and now we're drifting back across to the B side. This could go so wrong. Stella is behind Bob right now. It's an easy clear. And now it's up to Zeke and Shondex, who just have to commit. They have to go for the plant. I like this from Zeke, but Jake is anticipating it might get caught out there with util in hand. Here's the plant for Shondex. They're going to be alone for the next couple of moments as Stella brings them down. That's the game, folks. YFP with a ridiculous comeback. I mean, they win every round after the second of this half.
Oh, that is so heartbreaking for the last 2 rounds for Blue Water, Uber. I gotta say, that grab well towards the spawn, but even that last round, Shondex got the lurk, broke the camera, put his own camera up there, peeks into the spot, goes for the dart, and then gets out of his camera. And as soon as it gets out of his camera, that's where Physics actually was able to lurk through and get a double kill, and just everybody's getting spaghettied at the end of that series. That was so unfortunate, but at least resiliency out of YFP to come back and win the series.
And just a sick defense side. Let's bring Sierra back in here because we all need a little bit of emotional support after that. Blue Water looked good. It's an 8-4 half. They were 10-4.
Oh my God.
10-4, folks.
You guys, the curses have gone too far. What are you doing over here? That's all I can say.
My bad.
I will
Chad.
be honest with you. I was trying to purposely curse Blue by saying they wouldn't win the round, and so they would. So I tried to counter curse. It just didn't work. I just
Now
don't think
you're
I have that
trying to
power.
manipulate the matches. You guys are too much. You guys are too much. I mean, devastating, of course, for Blue Water, now eliminated. But for YFP, I mean, to be able to push through, be down by so much. It's been a long day, and really, that was what, 9 rounds in a row there at the end, Uber, to be closing it out. Like, massive props.
Yeah, it was fantastic, and it's not just 9 rounds in a row. It's 9 rounds in a row where, in the majority of them, you are 4v5 after the first kill. Like, there are these random pickups that, like, just walking down mid, Blue Water are getting a free kill, whether it's like Zeke or Bob that goes there. Like, kills it. This was a round where they start 5v4. There's like a free pick off of the Outlaw, and there's 3 players with light armor, so the odds are pretty good. But it's the side holds that are just absolutely abysmal. There is a lot of like stall util here, right? You're going up against a Cypher like Thief, who is just a pain in the ass to play against. Like, it's very clear to see that it's very frustrating. This, like, Physic getting to sneak into heaven on a timing, Stella sneaking up behind them. This round goes pretty close in the end here, but Stella has a good feel that he has a 1v1 against the Cypher, and they sort of close the game out. Just brilliant sight anchoring. Physic and Thief for me, real standouts. And Jake as well on the B side was just very hard
19
to hit.
first kills, Blue Water.
Sorry, that is not okay. That is so bad, man. What is that? You are winning only half the rounds in which you get the first kill.
Yeah.
What?
That is insane as a stat. And again, I feel, yes, you're able to get some good first bloods and whatnot. But I think what was really missing on how you're trying to work the map here for Blue Otter, especially on your attack side, is trying to break the Cypher util. You're looking at the comp currently of what Blue Otter brings out. What do they really have to help break those trips? It's going to be Bob with those paint shells. So if you're actually trying to leverage Bob to take mid control solo on 3v1s, where she does get at least the first kill, but when it comes down to the mid rounding and you don't have that util to break this utility, well, that's where everything goes wrong. And even when you're throwing these Viper lurk walls on the B site that we were talking about before, it was not necessarily, I'm not going to say it's not well utilized, because, you know, it's just to create that sense of paranoia when, you know, the walls are coming up and down. You don't have to commit it into those. But I would have liked to seen some of these moments where you're actually trying to really go as a group and utilize the Raze utility to break the Cypher utility and really come in as a group. You still have flashes behind that to help you and really brute force your way against YFP, because when it comes down to the raw firing power of Blue Water, they definitely had what it takes, or what it took rather, to go toe-to-toe against YFP. And you see it from the screen right here with the amount of first kills that they're able to get against YFP.
Yeah, and I mean, when we're talking about that Cypher utility, going into this, we're definitely excited to potentially see YFP on the Vice, but now that it's all said and done, Thief, MVP, Cypher, Uber, can we admit that as much fun as the Vice would be, that maybe this was just the best way to go about it?
I mean, look what Thief did on Sunset as well. Like,
yeah.
So, you know, like, I genuinely, guys, absolutely cracked. He drops like 21-15 on Sunset, also like with a really nice first kill, first death ratio. Guy is legitimately an absolute beast. Great series from him, and again, just having so much impact on the game, even from across the map. But when he was called on to have these like multi-kill scenarios, both on Sunset and Split, his game sense is absolutely peaking. Really, really good series from him.
Yeah, at a perfect time in this playoff bracket too, because this lower bracket run, I mean, it is not a fun place to be playing from. And tomorrow is going to be a long day for the Advance, because now they're going to find themselves in that lower finals.
Yeah, lower finals to play against Nightbug Gaming, who also is another team that, you know, is not an easy team to beat. They looked like they were doing pretty good. We talked about how they were able to 2-0 teams like Winthrop, teams like SAD Esports, where those teams look pretty okay during like Challengers season as well, in stage 2 and stage 1. So this is still they're not out of the frying pan yet for YFP, although with the resiliency that they had and how they're able to play so well in these mid rounds, I think they might still have a chance here to really push us forward to try to get a revenge against Rankers.
Oh yeah, it'll be close, but I'm definitely so ready for it. Another thing that we're almost ready for, we're gonna have an interview with Thief after a short break. So stay tuned. And with the 2-1 victory, YFP moving on into the lower finals, get to fight another day. And on the line to chat a little bit more, we have none other than Thief. Congratulations on the win. I know it's been a long day, so we'll keep this short and sweet. First off, I want to ask about this split, specifically going back to the Cypher after we saw the Vice yesterday. Was the Vice just not really working, just felt more comfortable in the Cypher?
Yeah, we kind of just haven't really like had many opportunities to play the Vise, and I feel like it's more of like a thing where you need, you know, a lot of practice on the map, so we just kind of wanted to keep it simple and go back to playing the Cypher.
Simple worked. You absolutely popped off. You got to do that on Sunset and on Split, so big congratulations there. The team as well, I mean, this was a pretty close map, and YFP was actually playing down from a deficit the entire time. It was 4 first kills on YFP's end to 19 first kills on Blue Otter. So how did the team kind of navigate always playing from this like comeback position?
Honestly, it kind of felt like that was the position that we were in like the whole day. So, I mean, nobody was getting like, you know, too flustered or anything. We kind of just kept it cool and, you know, just remained, you know, how we wanted to go into the game. And, you know, we all get along, and I think, you know, our personalities go really well together. So it's pretty easy for us to, you know, make those comebacks.
I mean, and you're making the comebacks not just in the game, but this lower bracket as well. You get to fight another day. We get to see you play tomorrow, first off against Nightblood, then against Rankers in that grand finals. How are you feeling about the rest of the challengers run ahead of you?
I'm confident. I feel like, you know, we're going to win the whole thing. You know, we just, I think Rankers are like pretty good. I don't even think they practice. They're just like really good individual players. So whenever we play, you know, them in the finals, after we win the next game, I think, you know, we know what to expect now that we've played against them, and I think, you know, we're going to win the whole thing.
Love the confidence. I'll let you get rested up because you'll have back-to-back games tomorrow. Thief, thank you for your time. Congrats again on the wins.
Thank you.
Yeah. As for us, back over to the desk to chat with the Boomers one last time today about the matches, everything else.
Dude,
Uber, don't act like you don't know.
She's calling us boomers. She's calling us boomers.
No, you are a boomer. You're definitely a boomer. How am I a boomer, bro? That's ridiculous, bro.
I think the other thing too is that she's calling us a boomer while she's finishing an interview with Thief, saying, "Hey, you might have or not. You will have to play back-to-back games tomorrow, disrespecting Nightblood Gaming."
I was going off the confidence that Thief has. This man's looking at me saying, "Hey, I'm confident we're gonna win tomorrow." What can I say?
Sierra, honorary boomer has been awarded to you in this moment. I have enough members of the Boomer Commission to bestow that title upon you. So welcome to our ranks.
Yeah.
What? Okay. Let's pull up the bracket. I need time to process. My back's getting sore over here, guys. But we still got another day ahead of us. We got lower finals. We got a grand finals, kicking off with Nightblood Gaming going up against YFP, and it should be fun.
It's going to be definitely a lot of fun. We're finally going into the side of the bracket where teams haven't had a chance to meet against each other yet. So Nightblood Gaming versus YFP is going to be a very good one. I think this is also like Nightblood Gaming also made me open my eyes onto how good this team is potentially. So I don't think it's going to be a walk in the park for YFP, despite Thief talking about how much confidence that he has to just bring it across the finish line to play against rankers tomorrow. They're going to have to focus on the first game here against the NBG.
I love this. We haven't seen this matchup at all through Open Qualifiers, groups, or challenges.
Exactly.
In fact, these teams have only played once in like a random nights monthly. So now we get to see what these two teams, who I feel like are on an similar level. I think NBG look really good. I think rankers are head and shoulders above the rest. That's for me what is like kind of terrifying about them. Do YFP have the structure to try and contain them? I'd be surprised. It's going to push them to the very limit. The story for me is rank is coming out of absolutely nowhere and just turning up, looking incredible, and also having some really good strategy, which is maybe more surprising as they are like a group of ranked players, but they're nuts. I think they're going to win it comfortably.
I mean, you heard Thief. They don't even practice. It's just raw talent for that team, and it's gotten them that far. So it'll be a great day tomorrow. It already was one today, but unfortunately, we are at the end of it. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Make sure to come back tomorrow for the finals, and have a good rest of your night.
game starts long before the game starts. And warm hands are faster hands. Gain the upper hand and power up your pregame warm-up with Zippo hand warmers.